Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is a wonderful day here at the races at Bira Circuit in Pattaya, Thailand, the land of smiles. It is a beautiful day here at the circuit. Less than 5% chance of rain in sizzling 34 degrees Celsius heat. And the drivers now know exactly what to expect from the race day in the finals. At the end of today, we will be at the halfway point of the 2026 INF1NITY IAME Series Asia across cadet, junior, master and senior categories. And as you can see behind me, the drivers are just finishing off their last warm-up sessions before the super heats. Now that race, combined with the qualifying heats from yesterday, will set the grid for the finals this afternoon. And of course, that will also give them 10 championship points for the leading driver at the end of the super heats, combined with the qualifying heats. 10 championship points on offer, all the way down to 1 point in 10th place. And then we get into the nitty-gritty of the finals themselves. And that's where the big points are on offer, 25 points for the win. All of the drivers getting themselves geared up and ready for what promises to be a very exciting race day action. Come and have a look trackside and you can see just how intense it is when the drivers are on it coming out of this final turn. They've obviously gone out on old tyres for the warm-up because tyre degradation has been the big buzzword here this weekend, as it generally tends to be at Bira. But looking at the way the karts are coming through, you can really start to see where the track limits that have been heavily guided away from this final turn by the race director Martin Bean. He's been trying wherever possible to encourage the drivers to take a slightly tighter trajectory, because there have been a few issues over the course of the weekend where some drivers have been pinged for track limits. So they want to try and avoid that today if they possibly can. We're already getting ourselves ready for the first race of the day, which is going to be the super heat in Junior X30. But yesterday was a very busy day at the office for all concerned. Mason Kwong dominating in Junior X30, Max Schilling and Shababa Salama taking a win apiece in Cadet, Luke Armstrong, the king of Master X30, and then wins galore for Bira Asia in Senior X30, 3 for Kai Burke, 2 for Toby Gale, and Andrea Galimberti in top 1 managing to pick up a victory as well. Keeps things very much alive and kicking in Senior X30 here this weekend. It's obviously going to be a day where everyone's going to want to take as much shade as they possibly can. It will be a very tough run to the first turn. It's actually slightly tighter in turn 1 this weekend compared to what it was 2 weeks ago, because the drivers are not flying out through turn 1 all the way up to the Mickey Mouse section. They're actually coming back in on themselves at turn 2 to run their way up the short crest to rejoin the circuit partway round. So that makes this a much more dynamic first corner in terms of tyre degradation. The pickup is actually stronger at turn 1 than it was 2 weeks ago. There's more rubber coming off the tyres because they're having to turn in a little bit more. You really do get the sense that the drivers are taking it to the absolute limit in what these tyres can do. We see a few times when the drivers kick it out of the final turn, those big chunks of rubber, as we call them, marbles, kick up from the base of the tyre, and it causes a real headache in terms of setup delivery. The guys at Bira Asia getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the circuit. Michael Patrizzi and the team ready for what is set to come for them. The boys in red and white really have got good at this circuit and mastered the complexities on setup. But they're not the only ones who are going to give us an interesting show today. We've obviously got the guys from CRG Thailand in Cadet. They're wanting to try and pick up some more pieces. And how about the man who won everything yesterday, Australia's Kai Burke, getting himself ready for another exciting showcase. 3 wins yesterday. He'll certainly be wanting at least 1 more, maybe 2 more wins today. And he certainly has the pace to make it happen. Our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, getting himself ready for an exciting day. Good to see you, mate.
Looking forward to it. It's so hot today. Hotter than yesterday. But we're here, we have some super heats. Finals can be a good day.
And amazing safety standards yesterday as well. Not a single yellow flag period, no red flags, nothing.
Don't mention those, Jake. We're on the same again. Standards was good.
Thanks, Martin.
I'm gonna go see this. Have a good day.
Cheers. Yeah, fantastic safety record that we've had over the last 2 weekends. Not a single trip to the doctors over the course of yesterday. And we didn't even have a yellow flag period or a red flag 2 weeks ago, and it's been the same today. So it's certainly going very well. The fantastic team here, the marshals who have supported us from SKT Thailand and the Royal Automobile Association of Thailand, they've been absolutely amazing, really working hard with the team to train up and get faster at all of the different tasks, and they've kept us very safe. We can't go racing at all without them, of course. They are the most important people here, and we are so grateful, Kapun Kap, to all of the amazing people here behind the scenes who have done such an amazing job. Now, we've talked a few times about the teams on this side, but we didn't really give you the chance to have a look at the drivers on this side in the pit garages here at Bira. So quite a unique feature of this circuit that we've got so many competitors who have these awnings. And of course, this is where the top 1 motorsport team are based. Come and have a look. The guys are wanting to get some serious victories on the board, not only in senior and master, but also in cadets. They're getting the drivers ready with their new talents that are really starting to pick up the pace. But it's certainly going to be in Master X30 with Bira Circuit and Senior X30 with Warapong Yamchan, Panya Yamchan, Andrea Galimberti and Jaden Pope that they're going to want to take on some really big prizes. You can see the team hard at work in their garage. Have a look and see all of the youngsters across the cadet, junior, senior and masters categories. They all want to make sure they get the best out of this weekend. They've been working tirelessly for the last 3 weeks to get these 2 weekends up to scratch. And of course, the advantage they have of being based down in Bangkok is they can travel the 2 hours. They've got this permanent residency, if you will, at this particular circuit, so they can test here many, many times frequently to get the most out of the car. It's going to be an interesting one to see. Andrea Galimberti's actually popped out to come and have a look. I'd like to have a word with him because we missed talking to him yesterday. You picked up the pieces at the end of yesterday with a stunning win. That was really well done at the end. There were some difficulties yesterday. How are you going to turn that into a win over the course of today?
I don't know, but I'm just going to try and push and see what we can do, because yesterday the win ended up in a 5-second penalty.
So now you're going to have to do all the hard work again in the superheat. It's slightly hotter in field today because the humidity's changed. How are you going to cope with the tyres going into the superheat?
I think if we get the pressures right and get a good set of tires, maybe we can try and win and see what we can do.
You always seem to give us a show at the end of the day, so I'm expecting to see something spectacular from you in the final. Can you hustle it with the Bira boys?
I don't know, we'll see.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Young Andrea Galimberti, the youngest driver in the senior category from Desenzano, Lake Garda, the headquarters of Italian karting, and of course now based in Chengdu in China. Great to see all of the teams having their own little bases as well. It's not just the top one team that are based down here in the pit lane. We've got other teams working hard as well. So we're getting ourselves ready for the end of the warm-up session. As soon as this warm-up session comes to a conclusion, we're going to be able to get ourselves into a position ready. All the young drivers getting themselves excited for the day's action. But this is a pivotal moment in the championship. At this point, after this race day, we will know a little bit more about the shape and structure of the title battles across the 4 categories. In the first 2 rounds, you get a suggestion of where the pace is going to be. By round 3, you know pretty much who the title contenders are at the halfway point. After today, we'll have 3 weekends to go. Macau in May, Sepang in August, and of course the season finale at LYL in September. It's going to be really exciting to see how that kicks in. Now, another driver I want to have a quick word with was a man who came on the comeback trail massively from top 1. Jaden Pope did a fantastic job yesterday. Jaden, you had a nightmare in qualifying. We managed to find out pretty much seconds after it happened, but the way you transformed it and brought it back into the top 3 in the closing stages of yesterday, sensational stuff.
Yeah, it was really good. The pace is good. I mean, starting from the back is never easy, but I've had a bit of a bad run the past, like, 3 or 4 races this year, so I'm starting to get used to starting at the back, so yeah.
It's become a bit of a trademark, but we'd quite like to see what you're like mixing it with the Bira boys regularly at the front. You've still got time to make that happen. Going into the final later this afternoon, how do you think the tyres are going to work out for you guys?
As long as we all get good sets of tyres, I think we should have the pace to fight for the win, but I mean, it's whoever's better on the day, so we'll see.
And it's been a bit of a mixed bag for the whole team. Some have had it good, some have had it bad. So why is there such a variation in the form for everybody, do you think?
I'm not sure. I think we've tested the older batch to the new batch of tyres, and there's a significant difference. Like even the other week we had a big tyre issue in the practice sessions, and it's sort of hard because you're trying to chase the kart setup and you can't when the kart reacts different. So I think it plays a major part in trying to set the kart up and chase for that win.
Oh, we're looking forward to seeing what you guys can do out there in the superheat in the final. Good luck to you.
Sweet, thank you.
Great to hear from Jaden Pope as he gets himself ready for the action. Well, it looks as though we're getting ourselves ready for the first race of the day. The Junior X30 battle will get underway. They've just been given the sound that it's 5 minutes till the first race. So we'll get into the position and we'll give you the show that you've been waiting for. Hard work from yesterday, all of the battles and all of the fantastic work that the competitors have seen in brilliant style. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Fantastic work from everybody. But the Junior X30 drivers ready to step out into the arena for the penultimate time. It's been a very tough mission out there and everyone knows exactly what they can come to expect. We're going to see some interesting battles from the juniors, but at the moment, every driver except one is looking to beat the man in pole position, and that man is Mason Kwong. He's been the championship leader since the second round of the championship 2 weeks ago, and now he looks to put himself into that strong position to continue that form, having won the 2 heats yesterday. He now puts himself into position to get it all done all over again. It's not going to be easy to manufacture a great race day for him. He's going to have a lot of pressure. There's no doubt about that. But Mason Kwong came through the heats yesterday with a pair of 50s. That's 100 points on the board. Knox Black and Porsche Janisset both coming through with a second and a third apiece. So they are definitely going to be the ones lining up to challenge. But there's a lot of work still to do. The gorgeous scenes here at Bira Circuit, part of the rich motorsport culture and heritage of Thailand since 1986. 40 years of motorsport on this site, and it's wonderful that it's going to continue into the future as well. But the DRM Paralympic of Mason Kwong, closest to you on the right side of this simulated dummy grid, alongside Knox Black. Also celebrating not only 40 years of Bira, but 30 years of SKT. Great to see all of the fantastic team we get to share and collaborate with in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. They assist us in the logistical side of things and the operational side. There's also IAME Series Thailand points on offer this weekend. After this weekend, their championship, of course, will continue in this beautiful land of smiles. They've got 4 more rounds of their championship to come. We've got 3 more rounds of ours. We have Macau, followed by 2 events in Malaysia. And then, of course, we will be getting ourselves ready for the IAME Asia final. And, of course, in between all of that, in July, there's the IAME Asia Cup taking place in Shizuoka in Japan. Wonderful that we get to have our first Japanese event, and very much a sign of the times of expansion within the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock. There is the starting grid for Superheat A. Well, there's only one Superheat for Junior X30. Mason Kwong and Knox Black, Porsche Janisset and Kevin INF1NITY from Karsten Chong and Poshkong Chol, Punsuk Sungchai and Chris Kasemsup, Sanjana Dandu and Putapong Pachan from Juddy Rowland and Pumzit Klambonjong. Behind them, in 13th, it is Sahil Singh, along with Hobart Yao. Then it is Akil Rungta and Zhuk Kaijin. In 16th position, the Chinese talent, ahead of Jackson Gate of Australia and the Indian Aditya Pratap. And then it is Medina Zara Kamaruzaman and Rahan Khan Rashid. The final drivers on the grid, Lennon Barchi of Sri Lanka, and then the 2 ties, Kintanuttapat Bunyarakilin and Siddhapash Ketsuwan. It's been a very difficult weekend for the likes of Sahil Singh and Kintanuttapat Bunyarakilin. They were expecting to be right up at the sharp end, and problems yesterday in the qualifying heats have put them right to the back. Very unfortunate indeed. They've got to now try and salvage something from the difficulties. In particular, it's very tough work indeed for Kintanuttapat Bunyarakilin. He's going to be right down at the bottom end after a miserable qualifying session. 9th position should have been fantastic for him, but it's all come apart as he's had some real setbacks over the 2 qualifying heats. The time trial was one thing, but the heats are very different. If you can't make it to the flag in good shape, then it can really ruin your weekend. 14 laps of the course this time for the competitors in the super heat. And of course, they're all on the same tyres that they ran yesterday. They don't get a fresh set until the final, which will be the longest race of the weekend on this 1,321-metre course. Different configuration to what we had 2 weeks ago, of course. 2 weeks ago, we were on the modified short layout. Now we are on the Grand Prix layout, and it's a much more demanding circuit on tyre degradation. Not quite as fast-flowing on top speed either, but it's certainly a big challenge in terms of setup. So the yellow flags guiding the drivers to slow down into their 2 tram lines. They must make sure they're in the white lines on the main straight. They've got to sort themselves out into their original grid set positions as well by the red line, which is just after this corner. If they're not in position by the red line, they have to take up their position at the back of the grid, and they're not allowed to accelerate for the race start until the yellow line halfway down the straight. Of course, some drivers get a little bit impatient and decide to go for it a little before then, but if the officials are not happy with the state of play, they can call a false start and send them round again. So 14 laps of the course to come, and it's going to be a tough one. Mason Kwong, Knox Black, Porsche Kalkan-Janicet, Kevin Subavanichinon. We're going to go racing very shortly indeed. Is this going to be a lights out? It is indeed, and Mason Kwong holds onto it as they come through to the first corner. Good start as well from Porsche Kalkan-Janicet, and he holds second round the outside. Knox Black is trying to keep it on the black stuff as the drivers work their way through. A couple of shuffles of the deck. Is everybody going to get through without incident? Certainly on the run to turn 3, there's not going to be a lot of racetrack to play with, and everybody just about keeps it clean. So it is Porsche Kalkan-Janicet in second. Knox Black has dropped back into 4th position behind the CRG of Kevin Subavanichinon. So Subavanichinon's come through to 3rd position as they go into the Mickey Mouse section for the first time. It is Mason Kwong who leads the way, then Kalkan-Janicet, then Subavanichinon, and Knox Black in front of Karsten Chong, who's made a stunning start to get into 5th position. So a very solid, excellent start from the competitors up at the sharp end, and in the battle for the title race, Kwong and Chong are both in the top 5, so that's good news for them. But Mason Kwong is now setting his way off into the distance. He wants to pull clear, and he's going to have a bit of opposition here. Porsche Kalkan-Janicet's not going to make it easy for him as they work their way through on the first lap completed. Kwong is the leader. Kalkan-Janicet from Subavanichinon. Black going well in 4th in front of Karsten Chong. And then it is the 171 of Bunsuksum Sungchai. He got ahead of Posh Kongchol. So Kongchol is now down to 7th in front of Chris Kasemsup. Juddy Rowland's had a great start. He's in front of Sanjana Dandu, so the Australian driver for Fireball, right up into the top 10 for the first time in only his 2nd weekend in the championship. So Kwong trying to pull clear of Porsche. And here is Fort Knox in the red and white Birolart. Fort Knox himself, Knox Black, coming after the CRG Thailand of Kevin Subavanichinon, who's always threatened to go for the W, but has never quite been able to string it all together. He's had some difficulties that have kept him from the top spot in the past, but he's rather hoping that's going to be a distant memory. So as they continue to make good work of things at the top spot, they're trying to mix it up. But it's going to be very tricky to assess the situation. They've got to keep these tyres going as far as they possibly can into the race battle. It's not going to be easy to determine who's going to have the best of it. But certainly, Knox Black having got into 3rd position now, past Kevin Subavanichinon, that really helps out the Australian. So Knox Black gets into that P3. Subavanichinon having to give chase at the moment. Fastest lap of the race so far comes from Mason Kwong, 56.55. Nobody else, apart from Patapol Kalkan-Janicet, able to get close to that. Everyone else is in the 56.7s or 56.8s. So Kwong and Kalkan-Janicet already starting to gap the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, Chong is having a big mission here because he's got pressure from Bunsuksum Sungchai of the Top 1 Motorsport team in P6. And then he's got Chris Kasemsup having just got ahead of Posh Kongchol. Here is that battle for 5th position coming towards us. Chong, Suksum Sungchai, Chris Kasemsup on the Birolart, and then on the orange and black CRG behind is Posh Kongchol. Behind them, we've got to keep an eye on the Fireball because Juddy Rowland is on the warpath. Here comes Suksum Sungchai. He gets through on Karsten Chong, and there's not really a lot of response that the HB driver can make on this particular move. He tries again as Suksum Sungchai is holding up the pack. There could be a path open, and there is indeed as Chris Kasemsup sweeps in and splits the 2 men. So Kasemsup makes his move on Chong, and he gets into P6. Watch out as well to see if Posh Kongchol can now take on Karsten Chong. Drivers gesturing to each other. Come on, let's go after the leaders. Well, you've spent a bit of time dilly-dallying with each other. That's cost you. So now you're going to have to team up again if you want to catch up with the leading quartet. Well, now that Knox Black has got ahead of Subavanichinon, he's started to gap the CRG. So that's definitely helping the Australian to cement his 3rd position. But he wants to have a little bit more pace if he can to at least close in on Kwong and Kalkan-Janicet. But you've also got to think about the big game. You don't want to risk too much in the superheat when you can set yourself up for a decent starting position in the final and wait to get onto fresh tyres. Here comes the move from Chris Kasemsup. He dives in on Suksum Sungchai. And so Chris Kasemsup manages to work his way through into 5th position. The top 1 ace, P6, right in behind the Birolart. Looking to try and make his move back again. Chong is there for the taking. So too is the CRG Thailand machine of Posh Kongchol. And Juddy Rowland looking to work in behind them as well. So as the drivers mix their way through, Juddy Rowland has actually gone for an all Kart Republic livery to his kart rather than going down the traditional Fireball colour scheme. But Juddy Rowland still very quick indeed this weekend in his beautiful black and purple overalls, standing out in the sunshine. So moving through to the first couple of corners, Mason Kwong still holds station to Kalkin Janicet, but neither driver is pushing harder than necessary here. The man who seems to be on the move is actually Knox Black. He's the one that seems to have the pace. 56.3s for Kwong and Kalkin Janicet, 56.1 from Knox Black the last lap. So the Australian is actually catching the two leaders at the moment. So all of the contenders having a decent run of it, except for one, and that, I'm afraid, is Jackson Gate. The Australian appears to have retired from the race already, so I'm not entirely sure what the reason for Jackson Gate's retirement is, but certainly the JDP Lenzo driver no longer circulating. So the battle further back, this is Kasemsup in front of Suksum Sungchai, and both men are actually starting to reel in Subhavanitchin on a little bit. I wonder if the tyres are just stretched to their limit, really, on the CRG Thailand. Got to remember that in the superheats, all of the drivers want to get access to the new bolted rubber, but they're not going to get it until the final. Through turn one. Good opportunity for Subhavanitchin on. He's starting to lose ground again. Sorry, that is Kongchol, my apologies. Posh Kongchol is starting to close in on Karsten Chong. So Jackson Gate has pulled his cart off the road, unfortunately, after a big difficulty on the first lap. So the Australian now watching this race from Marshall Post 4, I do believe. In fact, no, he's actually watching it from Marshall Post 3, so devastating for Jackson Gate. But still the competitors around him still circulating. And we're about to complete the half-distance point in the superheat. All of the big fighting is set to come in the final, of course. But there might still be a nasty sting in the tail for the leaders, because Knox Black is catching up to Kalkin Janicet, and likewise, Kalkin Janicet is reeling in Kwong. 7 laps done, 7 to go, and I don't think we're done yet in the superheat. Kwong, Kalkin Janicet, and Black. Chong is defending here a little bit, and that's certainly giving Sahil Singh the chance of a hurry up. He's managed to get ahead of Juddy Rowland. And so Sahil Singh is now watching as the battle unfolds between these two, and it's a contact. A spin, unfortunately, as Posh Kongchol tries to get up on the inside of Karsten Chong, and he pirouettes in the air slightly, manages to land it, but that's really cost him. We're going to see a replay. So Chong takes his moment, but up on the inside comes Kongchol, and Chong is not aware he's going to go for the move. He vaults over the top of the bumper, and poor Sahil Singh has nowhere to go but into the side of him. That could even upset the front fairing of the Tony Kart driver. So drama in the superheat as Karsten Chong defends from Posh Kongchol. Kongchol didn't have the gap in the end to get through on the inside. Chong made sure of that. Racing incident, I would say. I don't think there's anything in particularly ill-willed that either driver did wrong there. Kongchol saw a gap. You're a racing driver, you go for it. Chong didn't realise he was going to try it and went for his normal racing line. Sometimes it happens. So Mason Kwong just controlling his pace at the moment. And we're trying to see how the situation works out. We've got a spinner at the final turn. So somebody's come off at the final turn. I think that is Phumsik Kambonjong, I think, who's had an issue. Oh no, Phumsik Kambonjong's not gone further than the first lap, so he's out of the race. We've got an issue there at the final turn then, as somebody has come off the cart and is out of the race. They've already walked away from the scene, but we've got double wave yellows. It's the 102, it's Medina Kamaruzaman. So Medina Kamaruzaman, I think she's got into an issue there with Juk Kaijin. Oh no, it's Rehan Khan Rashid, my apologies. So a collision then between Medina Zada Kamaruzaman and Rehan Khan Rashid, and both drivers are out on the spot at the final turn. Fortunately, they're close enough to the dummy grid that they can be rescued quite quickly. So sadly, it's game over for Medina Kamaruzaman, Juk Kaijin and Rehan Khan Rashid. Phumsik Kambonjong out of the race as well in a separate incident by the look of it, as he's now walking past me. So Phumsik Kambonjong out of this one. Meanwhile, we've still got this terrific battle going on. Kevin Subhavanitchin has now been caught by another Biralart. We've got Kalkin Janicet in second, we've got Black in third, and now we've got Chris Kasemsup threatening to get into fourth. So Chris Kasemsup fancies his chances here to try and take on the move on Kevin Subhavanitchin. Subhavanitchin's not going to make it easy for him. He'll try and go for the classic slingshot move down into the left-hand hairpin. He was not quite close enough to challenge. So we'll see now if Chris Kasemsup can make the move happen into the hairpin. Not close enough yet. But he's certainly trying to make a move out of the final turn. He thought he had a bit of a slingshot there from the final corner. Still plenty of time. 4 laps to go so he can make his move. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make a move in the left-hander. He's got momentum, and look, ceremonies shutting the door on him into the hairpin, already defending. He clearly feels he can't catch the top three, so now he's got to shut down Kasemsa. If Punsuksamsungchai is smart, he could springboard past both of them here. So the top one driver at the back of this trio, just trying to keep himself measured, wants to make sure he's got a chance to hop and skip past them. So Punsuksamsungchai trying his best to overhaul Supavanitchanon and Kasemsa, who are battling away for fourth. And the CRG Thailand driver clearly in defensive mode. Hugs to the inside line, desperately trying to make sure the Bira can't come through. He doesn't want any contact with the CRG. He wants to slip in underneath the inside radius and make the dive. They go into the final hairpin. And so far, so good. There could be a nice springboard out of the final turn, and he needs to get on with this, Chris Kasemsa, because he's got big pressure over Punsuksamsungchai. Dives in, and there's no room at the in. And he runs wide and onto the grass and spins. He's not happy with Punsuksamsungchai. Chris Kasemsa spins off the road, and he'll have massive chunks of pickup on his tyres. That was a tough one. Tries to make the move on Supavanitchanon. That doesn't work. Runs wide, and he gets a little nudge from Supavanitchanon, but that was not intentional. That was just the way that the momentum flew out of the corner. Chris Kasemsa had to back out of his move on Supavanitchanon, and Supavanitchanon couldn't avoid nudging him. So I think Kasemsa is going to feel that was a deliberate bit of contact. It definitely wasn't. Supavanitchanon had no chance to respond. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a confusing moment to unravel, but Chris Kasemsa is going to be angrier than he deserves to be there. That was not intentional at all from Supavanitchanon, but it has changed things quite dramatically. Sahil Singh's now up to P6. Karsten Chong is back into P7 ahead of his countryman Hobart Yao. And then Juddy Rowland is 9th ahead of Poshkong Chol in 10th. We're on the penultimate lap, and the top three have kept it very safe and sound. They know that the big fight comes later. Mason Kwong can cement himself in pole position. Portugal Kunjanaset can cement himself in second, and Knox Black can cement himself in third place. They're on a lap and a half or so to go, and I don't really see massive changes in the top three of the Superheat, but that's going to come later. The big fight in Junior X30 will be in a couple of hours' time. So as they venture out of the final turn, Mason Kwong has one more lap to navigate in the lead before he has conquered the time trial, qualifying heat 1, qualifying heat 2, and the superheat to almost stamp his dominant authority on the weekend. But the final will be very different. I've seen this happen many times before. A driver conquers the weekend until they get to the final, and all of a sudden, all the hard work that the teams have been doing behind the scenes to catch the leader all makes sense. It's not done yet for Mason Kwong, but he's certainly gone about it the right way. As meanwhile, Janaset and Knox Black are having a little duel on the final lap for second place, but I don't see that amounting to anything. Knox Black just giving himself opportunities to move forward. And so they will have their eyes firmly fixed on the prize in the final. But for now, it is all guns blazing for Mason Kwong. He comes out of the final turn, and the checkered flag is in the air. Mason Kwong cleans up in the superheat. Portugal Janaset second. Third place for Knox Black. And then Supavanitchanon does hang on in front of Supavanitchanon, with Sahil Singh coming through in front of Karsten Chong, Hobart Yao. A brilliant race from Juddy Rowland to bag a top 10 finish for the first time. And it is Siripash Ketsuwan that sweeps into 10th position over the line, just ahead of Poshkong Chol and Sanjana Dandu. Akil Rungta not far away. Kitarutupat Bunyarakalin comes back to 14th in front of Lennon Barchi. And then we'll have Puttapong Wangnapachan, Aditya Pratap. And then I think the last driver home is set to be, or was set to be, Chris Kasemsa, but he retired from the race. No, Chris Kasemsa did cross the line in 18th place. So the retirements were Rahan Khan Rashid, Juk Kaijin, Medina Zada Kamaruzaman, Pumsik Lambonjong, and on the very first lap, Jackson Gates sadly retiring as well. So the superheats are over for Junior X30. And so now the focus goes to the final. Fastest lap of the race in the end, the 56.194 set by Knox Black. So he definitely has good pace in his pocket, ready for that final. We'll see what that all turns into, but it's going to be a fascinating challenge for him, that's for sure. So the battle to the Junior X30 final here in Thailand will go the way of Mason Kwong, Porshikao Kanjanaset and Knox Black. Unless something dramatically changes, those are going to be the top 3 drivers fighting for the honours. But in the X30 cadets, well, it really has been a sensational battle leading up to this point. Pole position going into the superheat is going to be the championship leader, the man from Hong Kong, Max Schilling. If he holds it in the top 3 positions, then he continues to further his position in the championship fight. His 2 big rivals this weekend, and in the championship standings, of course, are his teammate, Shabo Basalama, and his Australian rival, Cruz Priolo. And so far, it's been a nightmare weekend for the other 2. Shabo Basalama starts this superheat from 13th, and Cruz Priolo starts it all the way back in 23rd. Happy birthday to Jason Priolo, by the way. Hope you're enjoying your birthday in the land of smiles. And hopefully, Cruise Control will do exactly what he did 2 weeks ago and give you something to be proud of at the last. It's incredible to think it's only just gone 9:30 in the morning, and it's already practically 32 degrees Celsius. But the humidity is a lot higher than it was yesterday. 60% humidity. There is still a less than 5% chance that we're going to get rain today, but I have a feeling anyone who's still here in Thailand tomorrow is going to get wet. And not just because it's the Songkran Festival. For those who don't know what the Songkran Festival is, well, it's a very traditional activity here in Thailand that involves water guns and getting wet in the streets, essentially. Everybody throws buckets of water and gets the water guns out. As long as everybody is respectful of each other, it can be a very, very fun festival and a very fun time for all. But I have a feeling that the podium ceremony might reflect a little bit of Songkran Festival today. So 12 laps of the circuit, and the drivers in the cadets getting themselves geared up and ready for their superheat. And it's a very important one for the championship contenders, particularly for Max Schilling, who goes into this one in pole position. He had never had a pole position before this season began. Well, he's getting used to running at the front of the field, which is very good news indeed for him. And when his championship opponents are running down the grid, all he needs to do is stay calm, run in the top 5, and he will extend his lead in the championship heading to the 4th round in Macau next month. But here is the starting lineup for the cadets. Pole position then for Max Schilling. Darren Artagani, his teammate, 2nd position on the grid. Then Sriatapat Tirapatadabawong and Saharat Leprasepakorn on the 2nd row of the grid. Then it is Sidivit Sutanakul in front of Palat Tachampong. George Patrizzi, way up in P7, his best ever, alongside a Chirapinpuk, still getting used to life as a cadet. Jan Hojwan and Jensen Hammond in the top 10. Pipat Kurung Fatai is in front of Liban Lewis Kanan in P12 of the grid, the Malaysian, ahead of Shabo Basalama, who's got a fight back from 13th alongside Wong Siang. Then Tantaj Yavasakunkrai and Aaron Akil. 17th on the grid for Kalen Delsey, another man who wanted to fight back. Percy Yonko 18th in front of Zhong Yi Cheng and Mitarat Vanish Prapa in 20th. Then it's Carson Choi alongside Chayat Limertanakan. Chris Priello will definitely want to charge back from 23rd alongside Tutamin Set. And then it is Joshua Tan alongside the returning Kenzi Erazananda. Trinh Kasemsup, 27th on the grid from Falik Fariz of Malaysia. Then it is Kok Yang Xian and Nataporn Chororungrang. She's in front of her fellow lady competitor Pichamon Lutaririt, and then Jaden Aria 32nd in front of Time Sritrai, Zhang Jiyu and Chotanin Itikararat. So the cadets getting ready then in their superheat, and it's definitely going to be an intense one for the 35 drivers gearing up for the start of this battle. It'll be very exciting to see how the cadets will handle the situation. But this superheat is set to be a very intriguing one because, of course, all of the cadets still have the tyres they started the weekend with, 2 heats prior to this one. So we'll see how things continue to progress, but it's not going to be easy. That is for definite. But Schilling and Ghani starting on the front row of the grid. If the team are smart, they will work in collaboration together to try and extend their gap over the rest of the field, but I would not be too surprised if the DT Sodi cart of Sriatapat Tirapatadabawong is going to be strong in this one. And it would also make sense that the CRG Thailand star Saharat Leprasepakorn could very much make a play in this too. So the 35 drivers lining up and ready to venture out onto the circuit. 12 laps for the superheat in the X30 cadet running. So time to let the drivers in Cadet X30 take to the circuit once again here at Bira, one of the most popular venues in the calendar. But then when you've got some amazing circuits to race on in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia calendar, from LYL to Macau to Bira, you're spoilt. You really, really are spoilt around this part of the world. Some amazing karting circuits that really teach the drivers everything they need to know about tire management, temperature control, humidity variation, all sorts of different things that the drivers are faced with in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. A lot of the drivers that have come over from Europe to have a play have actually told me they were not prepared for just how intense the race weekend gets here. It's very different. It's like stepping into the World Finals, but kicking it up a gear in terms of intensity. One driver a couple of weeks ago actually described it to me as being like the IAME World Finals while sat in a furnace. So the 1 minute board goes up then for the cadets as they get ready for their superheat. Going to be very exciting to see how the competitors run. But the 12 laps of the course will tell us a lot about who's going to be where for the Cadet X30 final later this afternoon. They get the flag at the edge of the pit lane, and now it all becomes about the number 92, Max Schilling, going off pole position. Looking forward to an exciting run. The DRM Paralin ventures out onto the course, and he will lead the way from Darren Artagani. Sriata Patira Patara Bawang is going to be third from Sahara Le Persephone. Then Sirvit Svitanakul and Palatan Janpong, George Patrizi and Achira Pinpuk, Xian Hoswan and Jensen Hammond, Pipat Kiran Fatai and Libanuis Kanan. Shaval Basalama way down in 13th, hoping to charge back from Wong Siyang of China, Tanta Jivasikunkrai of Thailand and Adan Akil of Singapore. Kaylin Delsi, Percy Yonko, Zhang Yicheng and Mitrarad Vanish Papa. And then Carson Choi from Chayat Lamrata Nakan. Cruz Priello hopefully charging through the pack in 23rd from Tutta Min Set. And then Joshua Tan and Kenzie Arizananda. Trin Kasemsup and Falik Fariz from Koh Yangxian. And then Natapon Charungrang and Pishamon Lotavivit, the two ladies. Jaden Arya, Time Sutrai, Zhang Jiyu and Jotanan Itiakaradat is 35th on the grid. Expect the unexpected has always been the modus operandi in cadets, and I have a feeling that today is going to be no different in the superheats. In particular, we're going to see some pretty spectacular racing. Oh, there's a little bit of contact on the rolling lap. Goodness me, the warm-up lap, the 20, that is Palatan Chanpong, actually collides with one of his opponents on the formation lap. They managed to keep going on the straight line, but Palatan Chanpong actually went up in the air briefly. These guys have got to be careful on these formation laps. The worst thing that can happen is you get into an incident before the race even begins, you get a loose front fairing, and you've got a 5-second penalty before the race even starts. You certainly don't want anything like that going into a tough race like this one. But it shows you that the pressure really is ramping up. We've got a problem for one of the Sodis. One of the Sodis is stopping out on the circuit. So we've got a problem before the race even begins. That's a very difficult issue, a mechanical problem. So we're trying to figure out who that is. That is the 52, I believe, that's pulled off the track. That's Mitarat Vanish Prapa. So Vanish Prapa retiring before the race even begins. Devastating for the Sodi driver. And that's the midpoint of the first sector, so that's not going to cause an issue to hold up the race. That'll be cleared very quickly, but it's devastating for Mitarat Vanish Prapa. He's not going to start the race at all. He'll be back, of course, for the final. The advantage of having 35 entries is that everyone will make the final in the cadets, almost a completely full grid. But now, 12 laps of the Bira kart circuit. And for pole sitter Max Schilling, this is his moment, and he knows it. He's got his teammate Darren Artagani alongside him. His rivals are 13th and 25th on the grid. 23rd on the grid. This is not about panicking. This is about just getting to the end of the race, setting himself up for a run in the final. No need to panic. Just run the 12 laps out. First position to the start. Are we going to get a decent start? We don't. False start. Looks like one side of the grid was out of line, and so the race will start again. So 12 laps of racing to come, but it's not starting just yet. We're going to see a replay of that false start. And you can see there, look, the pole position sitter Max Schilling was in line, but Darren Artagani was not. And he was a long way back from his teammate. So a bit of an error on one side, and as a result of that, we're going to go round again. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Will the following drivers please make their way to the race stewards? 110 and 165. 110 and 165. Please make your way to the race stewards immediately. Thank you. And so the cadets will go around again to put themselves into the best position they can ahead of the start of what promises to be a tantalizingly tough race. 12 laps on very old tyres. Nobody's going to have it easy in this one. But this is what the battle is all about. It's incredible to think that unlike the worlds of football, rugby, cricket, tennis, all these amazing sports where the kids do their work behind closed doors, we never get those events televised or broadcast to the world. In motorsport, they do. And so they're under pressure from the age of 8. So the contenders are ready for what promises to be a thrilling encounter. The Cadet X30 Superheat, Max Schilling on pole position from Darren Artagani. Then Triata Barabarong, the Pacificon, Swetat Narkul and Tanchan Pong. Will we race this time? Yes, we do. Schilling gets a good run. And straight away coming with him is Triata Barabarong, trying to get into second position. He's done so and cuts across Darren Artagani. So that's Schilling into the first position. And we've had a very intense battle further back. A couple of drivers running wide, but everybody's still going. So Schilling leads the way in front of the Sodi of Triatabat Tirapatara Bawang. Darren Artagani losing ground and down to fourth position at the expense of his teammate, Sidovit Sriatanakul. So Sriatanakul has come through into third position, but Darren Artagani comes back and puts himself back into third position. So good return for his investment there. Darren Artagani returning to third position after losing out initially. There's a little bit of melee, and we've got a kart stopped out at the Mickey Mouse section. I think that's one of the kart republics that's come to a stop as Schilling is already battling away with Tirapatara Bawang for the lead of this superheat, and it's allowing Darren Artagani to close in. But we've got a kart off at the Mickey Mouse. So I'm not entirely sure who it is, but we've certainly got one kart retiring from this race on the first lap and moving away from the scene. Meanwhile, it is still Schilling who leads the way. Schilling leads, Tirapatara Bawang second from Ghani, Sriatanakul, Leprosepicon and Tanchanpong. Now, for some reason, Schilling's transponder didn't operate on that particular run, and on the inside line, that's going to be Sriatanakul trying to take his teammate Darren Artagani. So that's going to be worked through there. And it looks to me as though we've got more problems for Cruz Priello. I think he came through at the back of the field that time. Or has he not come through at all? We're going to have to see what the situation is. No, Cruz Priello didn't start by the look of it. It's Felipe Fariz that pulled out of the race. The number 15 not circulating, but it looks as though Cruz Priello is not out there. Trying to look through the field and see if I was right. Schilling's down to second place now as a result of a move from Tirapatara Bawang. And the Sodi driver has broken clear. So is that going to be the way it continues, or can Schilling catch him back up again? But so far, it is Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang who leads the way. That's the difficulty with a race as frenetic as this one. Where do you look? But yes, I can confirm that there is no Cruz Priello. He appears to be out of the race. So it is now Tirapatara Bawang who leads Schilling, Ghani, and then Sriatanakul. As up the inside, Schilling's going to try and take back the lead. He does so as Sriatanakul gets back on Ghani. So two overtaking moves in the same corner, in the same space. And now Ghani is going to try and come back on Sriatanakul to get back into third position, and he's done it. So Ghani is through into third place. Now he wants to try and take on Tirapatara Bawang for second position to try and assist his teammate. So dramatic scenes already here. But we've got two retirements. Vanish Prapa didn't start the race. Cruz Priello out on the first lap. Disaster for the Australian. And that really hampers his championship attack. So Schilling leads Tirapatara Bawang. Darren Artagani going for second on the inside of the final turn. There's a little bit of a move and he's got it. So Darren Artagani into second position. Schilling leads the way, and it's 1-2 for DRM on the Paralins. It took them a little bit longer than they would have liked, but at the end of the third lap, it is of team 1-2. So still the battle's raging as Ghani is having to go for the move on the inside line of his teammate to keep Tiavatpatara Barwong at bay. And Darren Artagani going very well indeed to defend and cover the position. He does the move, and now Sriatanako is going to try and take on Tiavatpatara Barwong. Is this going to be 1, 2, 3? It is. Very nice work. And now it's going to be a 4th place move as up the inside comes Leprosepticon. Saharat Leprosepticon on cart number 1, the CRG Thailand machine, going wheel to wheel now with Sriatanako Barwong, and he goes round the outside to pick up the move. Incredible from Leprosepticon. That is an astonishing move to tick it up round the outside, and he's made 4th place. Wow. So in 6th place now, that is the Chinese talent. That's Chan Ho Xuan. So Chan Ho Xuan going very well indeed in P6 as he tries to close in on the top 5. The DRM team trying to pull clear, but there's still plenty to do in this race. Shababa Salama, by the way, is up to 13th. So the title contender steadily making progress as another sits on the sidelines. So now Sriatanako Barwong tucks in behind Saharat Leprosepticon. And Leprosepticon is now going to have to defend big time from the Sodi, who tries to cut through on the inside line. It's not going to happen. Saharat runs wide. Can Sriatapat get the move on the inside line? Well, he's going to have pressure, first of all, from Chan Ho Xuan. Chan Ho Xuan trying to come through. So Chan is going to work his magic to try and get him into 5th position. Sriatapat Barwong is not reading the script the right way up. He's having a bit of a problem here. 4th position. But will it last? So the Percepticon in front of him in P4. Then it is Tirapatara Barwong in front of Chan. Then it is the 20 of Tanchanpong. Despite that little pre-race jitter, he finds himself in 7th place in front of Jensen Hammond, George Patrizi, and Kaylin Delsey in the top 10. That's Delsey in the background. There is that Delsey moving forward. Well, he's still in 10th place in front of Achira Pinpuk and Shabo Basalama, who's now up to 12th. So the team game playing beautifully up front as Schilling, Ghani, and Sriatanako are stretching their legs in front of the rest of the field. They know they don't have to race each other until the last couple of laps, provided they work together now and pull clear of the rest of the pack. This is great tactics from the DRM Paralympic team. They work together in unison. They stretch out a lead over the rest. And look, there is Cruz Priolo's kart in the background. So we can see for ourselves that it was indeed Cruz Priolo retiring on the opening lap. And that really dramatically changes the fight for the championship because he's going to be starting the final from the back. So Schilling, Ghani, and Sriatanako. This is a really great weekend, in particular for Darren Artagani. He really has stepped up his attack in the last couple of weekends. For him to now be matching Schilling on pace, he's really kicked on in his development. We know that Schilling is a formidable racer. Has been a race winner in IAME Series Asia before. He hasn't won a final yet this year, but his consistency over the first 2 weekends puts him in the championship lead. And he's already got a pole position this year. He won the final last year at LYL. So he knows how to get the job done. But Darren Artagani has been trying to catch him for the last couple of weekends, and now he's on pace with him, as is Siravit Sriatanako. So great to see that there's a little bit more equality in terms of pace and speed at DRM Paralympic now. Darren Artagani fancying his chances. Still staying close to Schilling. No point racing him just yet. We're still quite an early way into this superheat. He gives his teammate a nudge. That's perfectly okay. Bumping is not an illegal part of the sport when you're using tactics to help each other move forward. As long as it doesn't loosen his front fairing, he's okay. Saharat Leprosepticon in front of Siravit Sriatanako, and there's going to be a sweep through on the inside line as we got battles down the straight. And there's a little bit of a wayward moment there as the drivers dueling away with each other. That is the 29 of George Patrizi, almost tangling with Palatan Chanpong. Patrizi fancies another go of it. Great to see Super Giorgio now fighting at the sharp end. So George Patrizi trying to work his way further forward to the inside line. Wait for the chance. Palatan Chanpong driving a very carefully judged race, defending valiantly. In front, that is Jensen Hammond on the CS55 chassis, named after Carlos Sainz, the Williams Formula 1 driver. Chasing after Palatan Chanpong on the CRG Thailand, and there behind is Shabel Basalama. So Basalama getting himself back up the order, now P10. So he's into the top 10. Can he make the move on George Patrese? He's going to have to be very careful and tactical about how he makes the move stick. He's got to work hard. Patrese is no pushover these days. Certainly makes good work of the situation. Good performance too from Kalen Delsey to try and work his way forward as well. Delsey's going to come through in 11th place behind the top 10. We've still got good battles from the contenders behind. Delsey is 11th, Ario is 12th from Achira Pinpuk and Thutamin Set. Then it is Yivasa Kunkrai in front of Zhang. And then Limi Lewis Kanan in front of Kyung Futai, Pimpak Kyung Futai in 18th in front of Wong Siyang and Percy Yonko. Here's the move from Shababa Salama. He gets the dive on the inside of George Patrese and makes it work nicely. But Patrese's going to come back at him. I don't care if you're fighting for the championship, I've got you. Patrese dives in and Basalama returns the favour one more time. And this time he finishes it. But it's great to see George Patrese fighting up at the front end. His development is absolutely cannonballing now. This time last year, he was at the back of the field. He's not a back marker anymore. All of the teams watching on from the sideline. I do believe that is Thutamin Set's mother watching on, trying to make sure that Thuta continues his trajectory. 9 laps done, 3 to go. But the RL karting drivers making progress. Thutamin Set 14th behind Achira Pinpuk. But out in front, we've now got 3 laps to go, and this is where Darren Artagani is going to make his bid on Schilling. Schilling's going to lose ground to both his teammates here because through comes Sinovit Sriatanakul. So Ghani leads, Sriatanakul second, Schilling in third, lets them go. So they change positions, but it's still the DRM Paralympians in the top 3, and this is exactly what Schilling will want because now he can chase after his teammates rather than have to defend. So Schilling trying to give his teammates Sriatanakul the hurry up. Sriatanakul, second place, Darren Artagani in the lead. And this is the first time that Darren Artagani has led in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. Very exciting progress from him. And Sinovit Sriatanakul has never been as high as second either, so great performances from them thus far. And they're really making good work of things in tricky situations at the moment. The drivers still making a good push of it. I'll tell you who is on the move. Thutamin Set is pulling off some killer overtakes at the moment. The young man who carries the flag of Myanmar on his machine because he is not allowed to be registered as a driver from Myanmar. They don't have a motorsport federation in Myanmar at the moment. So he's licensed under Thailand. But he's worked his way up in the last couple of laps to 12th. He started P24. And Thutamin Set is now in P12. The only driver who's made more progress than that is Jaden Aria, who's come up from 32nd on the grid to 11th. Very good work indeed from both Jaden Aria and Thutamin Set then, as they have really worked their magic to move further forward. There is Max Schilling, P3. Not a panic being in third place, certainly not in terms of the long game, because his main rivals, Shababa Salama, are 8th and Chris Priello is out of the race. So he doesn't have to panic too much here. But he will also not want to lose too much ground to his teammates. He'll want to set things up nicely for the final. And we've got a kart slowing. That is the 27 in trouble. So that is Kenzie Erizananda. Final lap. And Kenzie Erizananda in trouble at the back of the field. That's unfortunate. He was doing a great job this weekend up to that point. So Darren Artagani leads on the final lap of the Superheat. As Sinovit Sriatanakul tries again to close up on his teammate. Max Schilling's gone with him. And they got to the Mickey Mouse section for the last time. This is not a panic for the championship leader. Third place is relatively okay for the moment. They can take the data from this. They can go back to the drawing board. As Sriatabat Tudapatata Bawang is dueling with Saharat Leprechaun on the last lap. And this could be a chance for Chan Hao Xuan, and he knows it. The Chinese ace with a chance to move up into the top 5. So he's going to work to try and get past these two, or at least one of them. One would do. It's going to be tight for 4th position. They're really going to race it to the line. Aside, Leprechaun gets onto the marbles. And through comes Dinapatala Bawang to 4th in front of Chan and Hammond. And out of the final turn, it will be a first ever victory in Infinity IAME Series Asia for Darren Artagani. He wins from Sinovit Sriatanakul. Schilling is 3rd, and that sets us up nicely for the final. But Darren Artagani with his first win in the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock. Boy, will he be excited moving into the final later. Excellent scenes here. So Darren Artagani, in front of Sinovit Sriatanakul and Max Schilling. It's a 1-2-3 for the team. Fourth place for Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawang, and then Chan Ho Juan in fifth place in front of Jensen Hammond. Saharat Leprosepticon, Shabil Basalama, George Patrizi, and Palat Tanchanpong in the top 10. 11th place for Jaden Aria, made up 21 positions, and a fabulous 12th place charge from Thutta Minset as well. Kaylin Delsi, Tantajivasa Kunkrai, Zhongyi Chang, and then Pimpap Kirin Fotaya, Chira Pimpuk, Liban Louis Kanan, Percy Yonko, and Wong Tsi Yang in the top 10, in the top 20, sorry. But there were some retirements, sadly. Cruz Briello and Mitarat Vanish Prapa. So for Cruz Briello, that really is disaster zone territory. We're going to look back over the highlights of this fantastic race. So we've had 2 of our super heats completed. We're going to have 3 more super heats before we get to the finals. But it's devastating news for the Australian fans. Cruz Briello out on the first lap. And certainly in terms of the championship fight, that is not what he needed at all. A great mix in the first turn. Quite a few drivers getting it wrong on that first lap, though. Easy to get wide. To be fair, one of them was Shabil Basalama, so the fact that he worked his way back to P8 is quite extraordinary. He could have ended up in the barriers at turn 1. I want to see if we get a chance in the highlights to look back and see what happened to Cruz Priello. Ah, there is the contact. Oh, that's what happened to Cruz Priello. He got hopped and skipped over and ended up in the air, and that damaged the car. Game over. Disaster for Cruz Priello. Meanwhile, the battle's up front. It was Schilling trying to defend all the way from Tirupatara Bawang. And it worked because his teammates, Darren Artagani and Sidovic Ritanakul, were able to get closer to him. So definitely good racing from them. They all worked their magic. They all did the tasks that were set for them. And even though Tirupatara Bawang got a decent advantage over Max Schilling at one point, they were able to work together in unison to bring it back. So still plenty of racing left to come. So it will be a tough day at the races, as we know. It's very hot indeed here, 60% humidity. But according to my weather map, it's still a less than 5% chance of rain hitting the circuit today. So I think we're all okay for that one. In fact, there is, despite the apparent clouds that are in the sky, I am led to believe by the weather map I've got in front of me that there's no rain expected in the area for the next week. Very much hotter than it was a couple of weeks ago. We actually did have some rain 2 weeks ago, but certainly not at the moment. So now, of course, the next task is going to be the Master X30 Superheat, and that's all going to be about Luke Armstrong hanging on to the advantage he's currently got. He's rather hoping he can continue that charge and run on that same trajectory. But it is going to be a difficult one, because he's still got pressure from Kip Foster and Tiru Kumaran, the championship leader. Ian Willock is 4th on the grid for this one. He actually had a problem in this morning's warm-up session. So Ian Willock had to stop out on the circuit. And we'll see if he's obviously got on top of the issues there. But of course, the recovery and rescue crews have just managed to return the carts that were in dire straits to the paddock once again. Cruz Priello's cart, sadly, the one that had to be rescued there from the top end of the circuit. But a fabulous battle in various points of the circuit. It wasn't just the leaders getting a good run of it. Excellent run from Jaden Aria and Thutamin Set to get just outside the top 10. Well, we had some great racing. Wonderful to see George Patrizi get up in amongst the top 10 as well. Fabulous young run from Super Giorgio. He was a rookie last year and had to learn about racing the hard way at the back. Well, all of that knowledge and all of that experience, he's now charging his way to the front. Good man. Darren Artagani and Sidovic Sviatanakul finally getting their jump on their teammate Max Schilling. They come through in 1st and 2nd. That certainly helps their grid positions. But for Max Schilling, as far as the championship is concerned, it's all good. Consistency is what wins you the championship. And certainly with his rivals struggling today, that will certainly keep Max Schilling calm, cool and collected. A little bit of a last lap badinage between Saharat Leprosepticon and Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawang. That could be investigated post-race, of course. But the checkered flag in the air for Darren Arthagani, his first win in the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock. So now the attention turns to the Master X30 battle, and it's an Australian front row. Luke Armstrong versus Kip Foster. Luke Armstrong, the man who won 2 weeks ago and is looking to make it 2 out of 2, alongside the man who's had a fantastic run of late, Kip Foster, the man who won the IAME Asia final back in December at Macau. And of course, the next round of the championship is at Macau. Tiru Kumaran and Ian Willock from Wiedersek Kamchan, Luke Purser, Darren Formosa and Tamiko, and then Harald Zaralo and Jukka Koivustanen are on the positions behind. And Jukka has made it very clear that if anybody wants to have a nice, pleasant evening in his sports lounge this evening, everybody is welcome. I've been to that particular lounge as well. It's a very nice place. It's the best place in Pattaya to watch Formula One. Luke Armstrong, Kip Foster, Tiru Kumaran and Ian Willock. Then in 5th place, it's Wiedersek Kamchan, the reigning Master X30 champion. Luke Purser in P6. Darren Formosa in 7th place. Hollywood is alongside Tamiko. And then Harald Zaralo and Jukka Koivustanen. Full credit to the drivers in Master X30. They've had a very exciting time of it these last couple of weeks in Thailand. Darren Formosa actually stayed out in Thailand between races, such as the nature of the calendar. With there only being a couple of weeks between races, he elected to stay out. Sandra, I know, is watching from home back in Australia. Hello to you, Sandra. We miss you, and hope we get to see you again later in the season, hopefully at Macau. But Darren has already told me he's missing home. He loves racing. He's glad that he's been here. But yesterday he actually said to me, you know what? I'm looking forward to a good weekend, but I'm ready to go home. I miss my Sandra. Luke Armstrong and Kip Foster, front row of the grid. Kumaran 3rd, Willock 4th, Yamchan, Purser, Formosa and Tam, and then Zaralo and Koivustanen. 14 laps of the circuit to come. And it's all going to be about whether they can challenge the authority that Luke Armstrong has established, not just this weekend, but the last weekend too. The drivers are going to line up in their 2 tram lines and positions. All clean as a whistle, everybody keeping together. And so it's up to Armstrong and Foster to control the pace of this pack. The championship leader coming in, Tiru Kumaran, 3rd on the grid alongside Ian Willock. Then last year's champion, Wiedersek Kamchan. Last time out's veteran winner, Luke Purser. Then Darren Formosa, alongside Tamiko and Harald Zaralo and Jukka Koivustanen. Time to get out of the final turn. Are we going to get a clean start? Yes, we are. Good start from Armstrong. Foster's going to try and beat into the first corner, but it is going to be Armstrong that gets there first. Willock got a great start. He's up at a 3rd place. And so the 2 Australians are already starting to pull clear of Willock. Foster got the better of Armstrong nice and early in the 2nd heat yesterday. So it's up to Kip Foster to try and put the pressure on Armstrong again in this early stage of the super heat. And look at Armstrong defending big style on the first lap. Before he can get the tyres up to speed, he wants to make sure that Foster doesn't get in front. So no chance at all of a reprieve from Kip Foster, the way that Luke Armstrong is covering the line. But this is a chance for Ian Willock, and he knows it. If these 2 are still covering each other and defending each other like crazy, then Willock wants to come through and put a win on the door. Foster trying to sprint out from behind Armstrong. Waiting for his moment. Final hairpin. Armstrong still defending. He wants to wait until the tyres are up to temperature before he goes into qualifying mode. But Armstrong leads Foster, but not for long. Foster to the inside line. Foster gets the lead into turn 1. Foster leads, Armstrong, Willock, Kumaran, Formosa, Zaralo and Koivustanen. Here comes Armstrong again. And he will get the move on the inside, but Foster's going to come straight back at him. Kip Foster set him up for that one. So Kip Foster leads the way on the Lenzo kart from the JDP group. And the man who won the IAME Asia final has finally turned the tables. Kip Foster leads Armstrong, Willock and Kumaran. Hollywood's in 6th position now because Harald Zaralo's got in front. But then it's Koivustanen, Purser, Yamchan and Tamiko. Foster now has to play defensive on Luke Armstrong. He really wants to beat this guy. They had a fantastic duel with Davide Foray at Macau in December for the IAME Asia final. But now they've got a score to settle against each other again. This is a fantastic start to the race. Couple of upsets already. Jukka Koivistonen being 7th in front of Persa, Yamchan and Tam is great news for the Finn, who is based here in Thailand. Foster already going defensive. Armstrong's going to slingshot out. And Foster surely with a chance to get the undercut, but Armstrong pulls right across the line. No, you don't. You're not going to get away with that trick twice in as many laps. Kumaran dives in on Willock, but drifts wide onto the marbles, and Willock nearly takes him back again. So now Luke Armstrong covers the line from Foster. Armstrong back in front. And this is where he unleashes the beast. Trying his best to pull forward. If he can get some qualifying laps down, this is a big chance for Armstrong to run away and hide. And look, he's already put some oxygen between himself and Kip Foster. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Driver number 135 to the stewards. Driver number 135 to the stewards. So as the drivers work their way through in Master X30, it is already returning to some semblance of normality as Jukka Koivistonen fancies his chances of coming back into the fray. Having got up as high as P7, he's back to P10. And Weerasik Yamchan is now up to 7th place. He's got ahead of Luke Persa with Tamiko P9. Driver number 135 to the stewards, please. Driver number 135 to the stewards. So now that Luke Armstrong's got in front and the tyres are up to temperature, he is not going to give Kip Foster even a sniff of a chance of getting back into the lead. On lap 4, he has already pulled a decent gap. Foster's close, but is he ever going to get close enough to challenge Armstrong in this superheat again? That's going to be the key factor here. But you do sense that the rivalry between these two is mounting apace again. Armstrong certainly doesn't want to be beaten by Kip Foster twice in as many occasions, especially when you consider that Kip Foster is currently 16 years the senior of Luke Armstrong. Kumaran driving a great race in front of Ian Willock. This has been an amazing season for Tiru Kumaran. For the last couple of seasons, the Malaysian has made it very clear, I don't have the budget to compete with the rest of the guys. I'm just doing this as a hobby. I don't really have anything to give in terms of the championship a fight. Of course you do, Tiru. Have some faith. This year it's working out brilliantly. And he's certainly turning out a fantastic performance thus far. So this is really creating a fantastic opportunity for Tiru Kumaran to fight for this championship. But of course, the more points that Luke Armstrong puts on the board, the more likely it is that he's going to have it tougher to make it come together. So it's certainly going to be trickier, but he knows exactly what to expect. So it's not done yet by any means. It's just got to keep it together, just got to keep it pushing. And so the drivers are still making good work of things as it all continues. But Tiru Kumaran holds on from Ian Willock. Good racing continues here. And so everybody knows exactly what can be expected of the race's performance. We're just getting confirmations of the superheats from earlier on. Final results are declared in the junior superheat. Kwong from Kakujana set Knox Black, then Subhavanichanan, Suksum Sungchai, and Karsten Chong. There were some penalties, sadly, to hand out. Sahil Singh was off the driving lane at the start, 3 seconds. Juddy Rowland the same as well. And sadly, Sanjana Dandu had a complete crossing of the tram lines, 10 seconds penalty, and a front fairing penalty as well to drop her 15 seconds down the run. That's unfortunate. Shu Kai Shin with a loose front fairing, Medina Zaira Kumarizaman with a front fairing loose, and then a black flag, sadly, for Akil Rungta and Hobart Yao. So very difficult race battles in the junior final. I want to see if we've got a final result shortly for the cadets, and then that will get us right up to date. We've got a provisional. We haven't got the final result declared yet. Oh, yes, we do have the final result declared. My apologies. So that has all been declared, and there's only been one penalty to hand out, and that was Siddhavit Srithanakul. 3-second penalty for driving off the lane at the start. So that drops him to 3rd position. That elevates Max Schilling to P2, and that, of course, gives him an even better points haul going into the final. So now we're back up to scratch. Here we are with Luke Armstrong checking out at the lead of the race here from Kip Foster. Once he gets the tyres up to temperature, and once he's got a decent run, it's very hard to keep up with Luke Armstrong in this current form. There is nothing like being out in the lead in a kart that feels like as natural as your sneaker when you're running around the course. Luke Armstrong, absolutely perfect at the moment. Kip Foster second, Teodor Kumaran in front of Ian Willock. Howard Zaralo still running a smooth race in front of Darren Hollywood Formosa. And then Wida Sakyamchan from Luke Purser, Tamiko, and Jukka Koivistonen. It's quite amazing that last year's champion, the dominant force, Wida Sakyamchan, is struggling as much as he is in 2026. He just doesn't have the same sort of pace that he had 12 months ago. And it's amazing just how much work the others have done to catch up to him and then surpass him. So Armstrong across the line. 8 laps done, 6 to go. Foster, the only one who can really mess with him at the moment. But Darren Formosa's got big pressure of his own. He's trying desperately to shake off the attentions of Wida Sakyamchan. As meanwhile, Luke Purser, Tamiko, and Jukka Koivistonen are going to have a great battle for 8th place as things currently work out. Ian Willock still fancying a top 3 finish here. It's been a tough weekend for Ian Willock again. He always has the potential to win. He always has the potential to come through with the goods. And then for whatever reason, in the first couple of laps of each heat, it all starts to fall apart. Now here's some local interest. Reigning champion Wida Sakyamchan is battling away and he hits the back of Darren Formosa. Puts his hand in the air and says, I'm sorry. I don't think he was meaning that because, of course, that's going to cause some damage potentially to his front fairing. That could have caused him loose. So Darren Formosa lucky to get away with that. So too is P. That is Wida Sakyamchan's nickname. I'd like to see that again, actually, if we can get another look at it, because Wida Sakyamchan came very close indeed to having a nasty accident there. So let's have another look at it. Darren Formosa getting the run off the turn. We're going to see a replay. This isn't the right part of the circuit. This is of the start, actually. So that's not quite what we were hoping to see, but hopefully we'll get the chance to have a look at the move between Formosa and Yamchan when the time is right. Ah, this is the replay we wanted to see, I think. Nope, it's the same one again. Okay, we'll come back to it. So Armstrong, Foster, Kumaran and Willock. Howard Zaralo 5th in front of Darren Formosa and Wida Sakyamchan. And then it is Luke Purser and Tamiko from Jukka Koivistonen. So there's the battle for 3rd. Teodor Kumaran and Ian Willock. About 3 seconds back from Luke Armstrong, who in turn is 2 seconds clear of Kip Foster at the moment. So Foster doing everything he can to stay with Armstrong, but it's a bit of a losing battle at the moment. Willock, though, fancies his chances on Teodor Kumaran, who really is driving in his best form for years at the moment. A, to be leading this championship, and B, to have worked his way forward and found a lot more pace. So Teodor Kumaran really finding the balance of this Bira art in the hands of the RL karting team really strong. They finally seem to have got on top of things in terms of setup. But still, nobody can match Luke Armstrong. So Armstrong from Foster. Then Kumaran and Ian Willock from Howard Zaralo and Darren Formosa in front of Wida Sakyamchan, Luke Purser, Tam Yuko and Jukka Koivistonen. So as Willock tries again to have a look for this move on Teodor Kumaran, they've only got 3 laps to settle this. And the Singaporean really wanting to attack the Malaysian. He's close all the time in turn 1, but there's just that little bit of extra punch from the Bira in a straight line. Is this going to be the chance for Willock? He has to think about it. Goes for the move. That'll do. Thank you very much. Ian Willock into 3rd. Kumaran's going to fight him back. Gets straight back through, but will he run wide on the exit? Is there enough momentum for Willock? Oh, contact! And they're both off! Willock into the barriers! Kumaran keeps going, but Willock is spat out into the scenery. It was a good effort, but there was not enough room for 2 karts to negotiate. And Ian Willock returns to the circuit, having bounced off the tyre barriers. Oh, disappointment for the Singaporean. He'll recover, but will he finish the race? Or will he come straight back into the pits? He's carrying on past the pits, so it does look like he's going to try and make it to the flag. Kumaran is still in 3rd place, but it does look as though there might be a little bit of an issue with his kart. Let's have a look at it again. Willock makes the first move, dives in on the inside. That's as textbook as it gets. He makes the first switch. Then Kumaran comes back at him on the next turn. Gets the move back, and then there's a little bit of a run wide from Kumaran. He gets onto the pickup, and that's Willock's invitation. Thank you, but bang! Oh, very nasty. How did Kumaran land it and keep it going, first of all? So Kumaran still running around in third position, but the kart definitely looks a little bit twitchy. I wouldn't be too surprised if the chassis was a little bit bent in that. But as a driver, you get used to racing around problems. But fair play to Tiru Kumaran, who gets away with that. Ian Willock is able to keep the kart flowing, and he's going to finish the race by the look of it in 10th place as we go into the final lap. Luke Armstrong, 3 seconds clear now of Kit Foster. Kumaran in third. Fourth place is Harith Zyril Onal. And in fifth position is Darren Formosa. What's happened to Wirasek Yamchan? Where's Yamchan gone? Wirasek Yamchan's dropped a long way back. He's got a problem. Yamchan in 9th position, and he's going to lose ground to Willock here. Definite problems for Wirasek Yamchan. He's slowing, and Willock's going to dash past him. So the reigning champion, Wirasek Yamchan, drops to 10th position. Big difficulties for the reigning champion as he's going to limp home here. So Willock in trouble, Yamchan in trouble, Luke Armstrong dancing away to glory up front. The Master X30 Superheat, way more exciting than we ever thought it was going to be, as Luke Armstrong comes through and makes it 3 out of 3. Armstrong takes the flag. Second place for Kit Foster, who really put up a fight in the early stages. And third place for Tiru Kumaran. Well done, though, to Luke Armstrong. Invincible so far. And surely going into the final, he'll be hoping for the perfect run. But Kit Foster and Tiru Kumaran giving him chase all the way. Harith Zarilo in fourth from Darren Hollywood Formosa in P5. Luke Purser in P6 from Jukka Koivistonen. Ian Willock and Tamyuk Ho having a problem on the final lap as well. He drops to 9th behind Willock as Wirasek Yamchan looks around the kart and can't quite make out why he's 24 seconds back from the race winner. So Luke Armstrong takes the victory from Kit Foster and Tiru Kumaran. What a dramatic race in Master X30, none the least of whom for Ian Willock and Wirasek Yamchan, both having problems of various kinds. Willock into the barriers after a tangle with Tiru Kumaran, and Wirasek Yamchan spluttering to a crawl and dropping to 10th position. The reigning champion having all sorts of problems this weekend, and that should give us a really interesting starting grid for the final. So after all the shenanigans of the Junior, Cadet and Master X30 Superheats, now we get a pair of races in Senior X30 for their Superheats. It's going to be fascinating to see how they will cope with the situation. And of course, the very first of those heats is going to see Kai Burke on pole position alongside, guess who? Austin Gale, the returning driver to the paddock who took time out of his karting to go cycling in the junior categories. He's fast there, and as he's proved coming back into karting for a one-off, he's fast again. But as he's on the front row of the grid for a superheat on his return, maybe there's enough temptation for him to come back and have another go at this. Kai Burke and Austin Gale, front row of the grid. Second row for Jukka Po and Dylan Tan. The reigning champion, Jukka Po, getting back into his groove again after 2 very difficult weekends for the man from Hong Kong. But the 20 drivers lining up on the grid for the first of these 2 superheats. Only 40 drivers, 40 drivers in the superheats. Only 36 of them are going to make it through. So here's the grid. Kai Burke and Austin Gale with Jukka Po and Dylan Tan alongside each other on the second row. Behind them, it is Anaton Tanganachai along with Banu Steenmankong. Kian Shah is alongside Danish Chen, the Singaporean. And rounding out the top 10 of Superheat A, it's Yanhadatan Mosh and Seshan Gunasekara. Then it's Leonardo Mori alongside Ayan Marwa. Outside them, we've got Melvin Shane beside Didi Tse. And then Jerry G finds himself beside Kantapat Naran Suksanti. The final 4, it's going to be Vakin Jananukul, Jenny Bibanet, Waravon Kamanakul, and Sun Yang. So for Kai Burke versus Austin Gale, this is trouble in paradise for Michael Patrizi and the Birolart course team, because this is a fabulous chance for them to showcase their pace, but we're going to get a fabulous situation. We've got Kai Burke, the dominant force of yesterday, 3 wins out of 3, alongside the returning Austin Gale. Austin is not in the title fight. Kai Burke absolutely is. and they're in the same team, and they're going to want to race each other. Austin Gale is only here for a one-off, so he wants to show to himself more than anybody else, I think, that he's still got the pace to be a race winner, even after a few months out of the kart. So this could be a fascinating Senior X30 final. Imagine if Austin Gale wins. It could change the face of the championship this year, because if he feels confident enough that he can be strong, he may decide, do you know what? I'm changing my plans. We're going for plan B, and I'll be there in Macau. So it's going to be a fascinating pair of Senior X30 Superheats here. Superheat A could be an absolute rout by Bira Asia based on what we saw yesterday, but it's not decided yet. If I know Yuka Po and Dylan Tan, the two Kart Republic drivers, are definitely going to want to put on a bit of a show to charge after the two men up front. They'll certainly be wanting a lot of spice from this race, and they certainly could get it the way that things have currently been playing out over the weekend. There you see Leonardo Mori, who lines up alongside Owen Marois on the starting grid. That's one side of the dummy grid. The other side of the dummy grid, we'll see the drivers at the front end. And as always, the last man to get into his kart is always Yuka Po, the reigning champion. He takes his time. He never sits in the seat for longer than he has to. He takes his time about it, and he's never in the kart much more than a minute until the green flag. So everybody else geared up and ready to go. There is the 1 minute board, and that is the cue for Yuka Po to get behind the wheel of his kart. He takes his time, and he is the last man to do so. And he is a big threat in this superheat from third on the grid. So within a few seconds, they will head out onto the circuit, just as Yuka Po is still getting himself settled and ready. And the green flag will fly. They set out onto the course for their warm-up lap, and then after that comes the formation lap. 2 laps around the course before we go to green flag conditions. And of course, this is the last chance for the drivers to get their setups and their tyre pressures right going into the final. They'll all get a fresh set of boots for the final, of course, because they'll get a new set of tyres heading into that gargantuan 20-lap encounter. But it's going to be very tough for everybody. They know exactly how difficult things will get. And certainly for us, it's going to be very entertaining indeed. Green flag, and so the drivers venture out. A brilliant battle is in the offing here as Kai Burke goes to battle up front from Austin Gale, Yuka Po and Dylan Tan, and Anton Tananachai and Panish Nimankong. Kian Shah and Danish Chen, Yohanatan Moshe and Sashan Ganasekara. Then Leonardo Mori, Ayan Marwa, Melvin Shane, Didi Tse, Jerry G, Kantapat Narad Suksanti, Fakinja Nanakul, Jenny Bibanet, Warawon Kamarakul, Sun Yang, and that is all she wrote for the moment. Still plenty of drivers to battle away going into the next port of call, because we'll get the Superheat B coming up shortly as well. I'm very keen to see how this one plays out, though, because we've got a waft of drivers in the second Superheat. There we'll have Toby Gale, Nathan Ardia, and all sorts of exciting battles to come. It's going to be fascinating to see how it all works out. And of course that race will also see Andrea Galimberti in the mix, don't forget. So there's still plenty to come. The drivers gear themselves up, ready for another bite at the cherry. After these 16 laps, we'll have a better understanding as to who's going to have the legs and who's going to have the pace going into the final this afternoon. The race everybody wants to see. Great to have all your patronage on the YouTube stream and on the Facebook broadcast as well. Do drop us a message. Let us know who you're cheering for and where you're watching from. Always great to have your company. You've timed it right if you've only just joined us, because we've got the super heats coming up for the X30 senior categories. This will be fascinating. And the front end of the field, Kai Burke, the man who was strong last year, certainly is stronger in 2026. This could be the Bundaberg Boy Wonders year. So Austin Gale will line up on the front row of the grid alongside him. The first time that Austin Gale's been on the front row of the grid in 2026. The cyclist has returned to karting once again, and he's lost none of his speed and definitely lost none of his desire. So the 20 drivers work their way back into the competition again as the contenders are ready for a big charge forward. All the drivers ready for a showcase. Out of the final turn, we'll see how everybody works their way forward. It's going to be a charge to the front of the deck, and off we go. Great start from Austin Gale, but Kai Burke has got to the front. Kai Burke is going to have to wrestle with Gale through the first turn. Oh, and up in the air. Couple of karts going out sideways. 5 karts, 6 karts involved, 7, 8 karts involved in total. My goodness, absolute disaster. And on the sidelines, that's Kian Shah, Danish Chen, the 206 of Anton Tanganachai. Big names involved in this one. Several karts all in a wash. We're going to see it again as they tangle through, and it started right in the middle. Tanganachai, along with Shah and Chen, they all came together. There was also a problem for Wadawon Komarakul and Didi Tsur, and I think that's the 211 involved in that one as well. That is Fakinja Nanakul. So all sorts of problems. There is a couple of karts being wheeled away. That is the Tony kart, I'm afraid, of Ananton Tananachai. He's not going anywhere. And a very unhappy Ananton Tananachai walking away. Yellow flags at turn 1, but not full course yellow. So the competition still going to be a tough one as Kai Burke swings it out through the first corner and leads the way from Yukapo, Austin Gale, Travis Teo, Johanathan Mosh, and then Ayan Marwa, Banu Stimakong, and Melvin Shane. The chaos of turn 1 has absolutely upset the apple cart in this one as Austin Gale sweeps past Yukapo. Attention paddock, driver number 56. Driver number 56 to the stewards, please. Driver number 56. So let's try and unravel the situation as it currently stands, because we've got all sorts of chaos now as a result of that first lap incident. Kai Burke leads, Austin Gale second, Yukapo is third in front of Teo, Mosh, and then it is Ayan Marwa from Steenmankong, Shane, Ji, and Andrea Galimberti trying to work his way back up through the pack. In fact, Galimberti's got ahead of his rival Jerry Ji there. So up into 9th place. Still sliding the back end of the top 1 kart Republic as he tries to make his way past Melvin Shane. So Galimberti's trying to pick him off one by one. Dives up the inside, gets the move. As we watch the top 3, Burke, Gale, and Yukapo in front of Teo, Mosh, Marwa, Galimberti, Steenmankong, Shane, and Ji. Then it's Naran Suksanti from Jenny Bibinet up in 12th position, Sun Yang and Leonardo Mori. Then Jananakul, Sir, Komarakul, Danish Chen, and Kian Shah recovering after their incident. And then, of course, Tanganachai retiring on the spot. So Burke leads Gale and Yu, but there's a fantastic battle behind them as Galimberti's got to the front of this queue. Goodness me. Galimberti very quick to put himself back into a decent position. Stayed out of the badinage on lap 1 and now finds himself in P6. So Galimberti, top 6 pace, trying to work his way back through the pack. Burke and Gale a second apart at the moment, but we saw how closely matched they were yesterday as Jerry G gets his run on Melvin Shane. Gets through, but Shane's got a chance on the exit. But Jerry G will have the inside line on the approach to the Mickey Mouse section. Will he run out too wide onto the pickup? Almost a replica of the battle that we saw between Tudu Kumaran and Ian Willick in the Masters. But Kai Burke building on this 1 second advantage on Austin Gale. It's actually slightly more than that now by the look of it. Yukapo in third from Teo and Johanathan Mosh. Then Galimberti, Steenmankong, Shane, Ji, Marwa, Nanan Bibinet, Sun, Mori, Jananukul, and Komarakul. And there's a technical flag going out. A technical flag is going out onto the course. Please don't tell me it's Andrea Galimberti a 3rd time in 2 weeks. That really would be a disaster. We're going to see who it is. It's the 208, I believe. So the 208, that's Ayan Marwa. So Ayan Marwa is getting the technical flag here. Very unfortunate indeed for the man in 10th position. I want to try and figure out why Ayan Marwa has been given the technical flag. We might be able to see it from where we are. But certainly Ayan Marwa is in some difficulty. I wonder if he's ended up taking some damage to the front fairing or the bumper as a result of getting involved in that incident in the first corner. Because let's be honest, quite a few people were involved in that incident at the first corner. So I'm going to try and count back and see what the issue is for Ayan Marwa. He's looking around at his kart himself And it is the 2:08, sadly. IAME who's getting the technical flag. I'm going to watch him as he comes past my position. It doesn't look particularly obvious to me, but we'll have a look at it and see if there's anything as he goes by. I wonder if it's the chain guard. Could well have come off the cart in that incident, but whatever it is, it doesn't matter now. As Galimberti closes in and dives for Jonathan Mosch. Mosch is not going to make it easy for him. Oh, Galimberti rolls his sleeves up and works his way to P5. Not that Jonathan Mosch will be happy about it. And that leaves Mosch vulnerable to attack from Padu Steenmankong and Jerry Chi. So that could be interesting as well. And now Galimberti is going after the former Senior X30 champion, Travis Teo. So yet again, the youngest man in the field going after our former Schumacher, as it were, Travis Teo. As Andrea Galimberti really sizes up the chance to move up into the top 5. Fascinatingly, Berg is now 1.6 clear of Gale, who is in turn a second clear of Yukapo. It's a very tame race indeed up front. Galimberti seems to be the only one in the top 5 currently up for a fight. Here comes Galimberti, trying to take on Travis Teo. That's a gap, I'll take it. And he's through. Nicely done from Galimberti. Also through goes Steenmankong. He gets the move on Jonathan Mosch. So Steenmankong up into P6. At the same time, Galimberti makes the bid for P4. So sadly, IAME has pulled off into the pits after receiving the technical flag. He's retired. So it is game over for IAME. But out in front, it is such a quiet race for Kai Berg in front of Austin Gale, who's just bringing it home for second. Yukapo is in third, and the top 3 are just running a processional race by the look of it, with 10 laps to go, and Andrea Galimberti having a tough ride of it, but perhaps with slightly better tyres than the others around him, because don't forget, he pulled out of the race early in the second one due to that technical flag, so his tyres will be in better condition than Burke, Gale and Hughes. Up on the inside, that's a lovely switch up from Sun Yang. The Chinese driver Sun gets his move through and takes up the move on Melvin Shane. He makes the overtake. 11th place is Karapat Nitsusanti in front of Jenny Bibinet. Leonardo Mori, who's having a nightmare weekend so far here in Bira. Don't forget, he was fighting for podiums at LYL. Big dive up on the inside. Jonathan Mosch is nudged aside by the 207 Melvin Shane. By the 207 Sun Yang, I should say. So it's Melvin Shane who gets nudged wide, and he's not happy at all about it as Jonathan Mosch comes through. So Jonathan Mosch and Melvin Shane licking their wounds as Sun Yang fights his way to P8. Tough racing all around in Senior X30. They all know that this unique opportunity delivered by the Turn 1 pilot has bought several drivers a chance to do something. So out in front, Kai Berg leads by over 2 seconds to Austin Gale, who is almost 2 seconds clear of Yukapo, who is about 1.5 seconds clear of Galimberti. Here comes Jerichi on the inside. Stunning move on Padu Steenmankong. That puts him into P6. Now there's just himself and Travis Teo to close up on the top 4. If they can team up and work together, they've got 7 laps at the end of this one. So they may get a shot of closing back to the top 4. Big dive on the inside now from Sun Yang. That's the move on the inside of Padu Steenmankong now. So the Chinese driver really has been given an opportunity, and he's going for it. So 5th is Teo, 6th is Ji, 7th is Sun, 8th is Steenmankong. Then Mosch and Shane in front of Nitsusanti, Devinet, Komarakul, Mori, Janunukul, Sir, Chen, and Shah. Over the inside, Jerichi making the bid on Travis Teo. Well, that doesn't happen every day. And Jerichi really having a great race of it. Of course, his tyres will be in better condition as well because he had a DNF yesterday. So his tyres will be fresher than a lot of the drivers around him. And so the very talented man from Hong Kong, Jerichi, is looking to make full use of it. So Andrea Galimberti working his way forward to 4th. Travis Teo in the top 6 with Jerichi. There's so much battling still to come as Teo gets his move to try and come back on Sun Yang. And that'll do for Travis Teo. He's not going to lose out to the Chinese talent. Sun Yang's going to have more pressure from Padu Steenmankong before this lap is out. 6 to go. And Steenman Kong really fancies another attack on Sun Yang. The two Kart Republic drivers, not in the same team, of course. Sun Yang racing under the PR1 banner. And Panish Steenman Kong racing his Kart Republic for Watt Motorsports. But Travis Teo is really struggling for traction here. He's not having it very easy. I wonder if he got tagged in the incident. He got away with it, but I wonder if the kart is slightly damaged in some way, and therefore the balance is upset to a degree. And so he's not quite able to give it 10 tenths. As a result, he's got Sun Yang and Panish Steenman Kong swarming all over him. So he's having a real job of this. Travis Teo gets a nudge from Sun Yang behind, who is buzzing around him at the moment like bees to the hive. Nudge, 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 get out of the way! And he does. Sun Yang is wondering what on earth is Travis Teo doing? Not going fast enough is the simple answer, but he tries to come back in on the inside of Sun Yang, fights with him, up on the curb, Sun Yang, and Teo's back in front. Sun Yang is not happy. But they're racing. Even if Travis Teo doesn't quite have the pace he should, he's got to do the defensive work if he wants to beat these guys. So he is, in fact, racing. That's what it's called. Sun Yang and Panish Steenman Kong losing their patience and getting frustrated, sat behind the Malaysian. But Travis Teo doing everything in the book. He's allowed to do this. He's allowed to cover his bases. P6 in front of Sun Yang. There's better top-end speed from the Kart Republic. There's probably a little bit better grip from the tyres as well. But Teo knows all the tricks. He's not a champion by accident. You have to fight to win in Senior X30. And if you can conquer this category, you are one of the best racers in the world. Travis Teo holds on to the inside line. Even though his kart is clearly down on power, he's using all of his superior tactics and skill to keep these guys at bay. Hugs the inside line. Sun Yang nudges slightly in front of him on the approach to the braking zone. But Teo has the inside line well covered. Steenman Kong on the inside. He takes Sun Yang. So Panish Steenman Kong gets in front. And now he'll be getting impatient, sat behind Travis Teo. And the more time they lose, the more time gained by Jonathan Mosh and Melvin Shane. Here comes the chance again from Sun Yang, diving up the inside, and he takes back Panish Steenman Kong. Great racing between these three. The leaders are making it a fairly sleepy affair. So these guys have decided, right, well, we'll give the fans a show then. Meanwhile, there's your leader. 3 laps to go for Kai Burke. Almost boring to watch. But you know what? Invincible to watch. The Australian has been absolutely superb. 2 weeks ago, he was the Bundaberg bouncer, pirouetting in the air, 360 degrees, in the middle of a race, and then kept going. Now, he has no contact at all to worry about. He's 3 seconds clear of his teammate, Austin Gale. Attention, paddock, attention, paddock. Driver number 56. Driver number 56. Please see the stewards. Driver number 56, please report to the stewards. Thank you. So as Kai Burke comes through at the end of the lap, 2 laps to go here at Bira before he can start the final from pole position this afternoon. There is Austin Gale, a great return to karting. The junior cycling prodigy, doing a great job in the junior classes in Thai cycling. Fantastic competitor in karting. Decided to focus purely on his cycling endeavours. But 2 weeks ago, he was stood on the grid next to his younger brother, Toby Gale, who was on the front row. And he made a decision. I missed this. So after talking with his dad, Winston, they said to each other, well, why don't we go and do it again? Just once. Let's see what happens. And what happens is Austin Gale is back to his best. Kai Burke is your leader, Gale in second, and Yuka Po in third. But he's not in perfect cahoots at the moment because Yuka Po is in serious danger of losing third place here. We need to look back as we go into the final lap because Andrea Galimberti is not going to rest easy here. There's Kai Burke, there's Austin Gale, but in the background, Yuka Po might be about to lose third place to Galimberti. We need to keep an eye on these two as they go through. So Kai Burke leads the way, Gale in second, but it's you versus Galimberti for third place. Those two are going to have a bit of a duel. And here are the battle. There we go, Galimberti riding behind Yuka Po. This is the reigning champion in senior versus the reigning champion in junior. And now they're rivals on the same bit of racetrack. The 22-year-old from Hong Kong versus the 13-year-old from Italy. Fantastic driving between these two, but Galimberti hasn't quite got the time, I look at it. I thought he might have had an opportunity there, but it's not going to happen in the end. And so the checkered flag will fly for Kai Burke. Dominant race, absolute dance to the victory. Second place for Austin Gale. And Yuka Po hangs on for third in front of Andrea Galimberti. Jerry Chi in fifth position in front of Sun Yang of China. Then it is Panush Steeman-Kong in front of Travis Teo. Johanathan Mosh is ninth and gesticulating over the line. And then Melvin Shane in 10th in front of Wadawan Komonakul on the GFC. There's Leonardo Mori, and it's going to be side by side to the line between Nana Suxanti and Jenny Bibinet. Nana Suxanti just got there first by 0.05 of a second. But Kinjan Anakul will be 15th in front of Danish Chen, Diditsa, and that's all she wrote. Kian Shah out, Ayan Marwa out, Anatan Nachai out. What a dramatic race the first Senior X30 Superheat has given us. Kai Burke, victor yet again. It seems that the Australian can do no wrong here in round 3, and it will certainly give his championship attack no end of positives. So it's a Bira Racing Asia 1-2 in the Senior X30, and they could make it back-to-back victories in this one, as of course they've got big opposition coming, but Toby Gale is just as quick, if not slightly quicker than Austin here. And so as he goes into pole position of his superheat, he's got his own task. Here is that incident at the first corner once again, and it went absolutely chaos in through that first turn. There's the first point of contact. Tana Nachai ran over the top of Teo's car. That's why Teo was so slow for the majority of the race, because Teo had a bit of damage at the back. And then with Tana Nachai going off, there was nothing that either the 214 or the 212 of Danish Chen or Kian Shah could do to get out of it. And so they were passengers in the scene of that accident. Everybody else was just trying to avoid them. But that now gives us a bit of an understanding as to why Travis Teo was so slow on his fast laps by comparison to the likes of Sun Yang and Melvin Shane, because he was nursing a damaged kart after that first corner incident. Good to see drivers at the sharp end of the field we don't always get to see. From Melvin Shane to Jerry Chi to Sun Yang to Panush Steeman-Kong to Johanathan Mosh to Melvin Shane. Great to see everybody really putting on a great show. So the Senior X30 battle was obviously a very intense one. It was always going to be pretty frenetic. Recovery for Ananaton Tananachai's kart. And then we're ready to go racing for the second of the Senior X30 Superheats, where it's going to be Toby Gale who starts that one from pole position. So it'll definitely be an intriguing one. All of the drivers preparing for another exciting bit of badinage out on the course. And it will certainly be a tricky one, as all of the drivers are ready for another fascinating route for Bira Asia. Good effort from Andrea Galimberti, who really worked his way up through the field nicely. Up into fourth position, didn't quite have the time to make the bid to get the overtaking move completed on Yuka Po in the end of it. Had to settle for fourth position, but he's now ready for an action-packed final later. Sun Yang using the opportunity to put on some good racecraft, as too did Johanathan Mosh and Melvin Shane. They were rather unlucky in the end that their results weren't quite top 5 material, but all three of them certainly gave the opportunity to showcase they can get there. So now we get ourselves ready for the second of those superheats. And while it was domination for Kai Burke, is it going to be quite so easy and clear-cut for Toby Gale, sorry? So we've just been handed the final result confirmed for Superheat A. No major changes at the top 3. A few changes elsewhere. Partially off the driving line at the start means 3-second penalties for Sahil Singh and Jody Rowland, who sadly also got a 5-second penalty for an incorrect position of the front fairing, as did Medina Jadekumaruzaman, Zhu Kaijin, and Sanjana Dandu, who rather sadly also got a 10-second penalty for complete crossing of the tram lines at the start. And there were 2 disqualifications in that race as well, I'm afraid. Akil Rungta and Hobart Yao, both in trouble. So that is the final confirmation of that particular run. But now we get ourselves ready for another go of it, as it'll be the Senior X30 Superheat B, and that is going to be Toby Gale, Nathan Arya, and the likes of Putta Yamchan and Siddharth Sinaman Kasem, all battling away at the sharp end. We'll keep an eye on Jaden Pope and the Komodo Dragon himself, Dominic Setyavon. So there'll definitely be some big names to keep an eye on and watch out for the focus of things. We're going to see some big pressure as well from the likes of Seshan Gunasekara. The Sri Lankan will want to work his way forward in this one. So the battles will definitely be well and truly joined from the outset, but it's going to be a front row shared by Biralat and Kart Republic. Toby Gale of Thailand and Nathan Anthony Arya of Indonesia on the front row of the grid. And Toby Gale will have seen the vapid progress of his teammates Kai Burke and his brother Austin Gale. So now Toby will want to do a similar job, if not even better, to put himself onto the front row of the starting grid for the Senior X30 final later. And don't forget, there are 40 drivers in Senior X30 and only 36 seats at the table. So sadly, when the musical chairs ends at the end of this Senior X30 race, there are going to be 4 drivers who don't have a chair. So we've got the drivers getting themselves ready then for Superheat B. The starting grid's slightly incorrect. It looks as though there was a final disqualification or amendment of the result, at least, from yesterday after an appeal. And so the grid formation has slightly changed. So I won't stay accurate to the grids that are on your screen because they have had a slight amendment and updated transition. One thing I can tell you, of course, is that Toby Gale and Nathan Arya are on the front row of the starting grid. And it's going to be fascinating to see how things continue for those two. Galen Bertie's not going to be on the grid for this one, nor is Travis Teo, because they already raced in the previous heat. And that's why there's been some slight adjustments and amendments moving forward. But certainly we're going to see some top names in this one. Wadapong Yamchan, Siddharth Sinaman Kasem, Jaden Pope will definitely be one with big pace. Paco Sarmiento having a great weekend thus far in the top 10. Mika Slavitt, Banya Yamchan will be there. So too will Rafael Kamal, who wants anything other than he had yesterday. As too does the Biralat driver from Great Britain, Jamie Ambrose. Jamie Ambrose wants anything other than what happened yesterday. So there's definitely going to be some big moments to come then. But certainly it'll be exciting from the outset, that's for sure. As the drivers get themselves ready for another exciting day at the races. This, of course, will also be a race weekend where we get to see Dylan Tan for LOR Racing. This particular race will see him on 3rd position of the grid alongside Wadapong Yamchan. So we'll watch out for the man who took the victory in the final 2 weeks ago. He'll be wanting to continue that pace, the Singaporean. But then, of course, there's also big pressure on young Nathan Arya's shoulders. Only 2 weeks ago, he made his debut in Senior X30, having been a junior prior to that. And they had to make the decision. They said, well, let's switch to senior. You've grown too tall. Let's see if this works. Well, he got pole position in time qualifying, so clearly it did work. So it'll be Toby Gale from the front alongside Nathan Arya, then Dylan Tan, Wadapong Yamchan, Siddharth Sinaman Kasem, and the 289 of the Komodo Dragon, Dominic Setyavon, the man who represented Indonesia in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy a couple of seasons back. The man who, of course, is now known to all and sundry as the Komodo Dragon. That's his new nickname. And then we've got, along with Jaden Pope and Wong Kifei, we'll have Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Seshan Gunasekara, Mika Stabat, Slat Anuras, Zach Boyce. And then we've got Panya Yamchan, still acquitting herself well in Senior X30. She's been out testing in Spain recently to try and elevate her standards a bit more. Trying to make things go to a high position. And then we've got an opportunity from Chinuknon Vedatacha, Rafael Kamal, the British driver Jamie Ambrose, still learning his craft with Biralat Asia. And I had a quick word with him this morning. He said, look, I have nothing more to lose. I'm at the tail end. I'm in a kart I know is strong. Let's dig in. Let's go for it. So the 20 drivers lining up. At the end of this race, the bottom 4 ranked drivers in Senior X30 will have to watch the final from the stands. So who is it going to be that takes the win in the second of the Senior X30 Superheats? Gale alongside Arya, then Tan, then Byam-Chan. Off we go, straight away. Dylan Tan going to come straight in with Toby Gale as they get to the first corner. And already Dylan Tan has made the move to second position. Is everybody going to get through cleanly? This time it's a much better start in Senior X30 as they work their way through the first 2 turns. A couple of drivers trying to itch their way through in the third corner. And it's all okay. Dylan Tan in second place, chasing down the race leader, Toby Gale. A big opportunity now for the contenders as Tan leads the charge after Toby Gale. And up to third comes Cinnamon Kulkasem. Great work. So Cinnamon Kulkasem on the CRG, looking to try and close up on these two. And then it's Setyavon. Dominic Setyavon doing well in 4th position, ahead of Byam-Chan and Jaden Pope. Watch out for the top 1 Kart Republics. They'll be charging their way back. 7th place currently for the 260. That is Paco Miguel Sarmiento, the Filipino, having a much stronger weekend here as Jamie Ambrose goes for a spin in the final turn. He had to make the bid to make an overtaking move on the inside, and it's all gone wrong as Ambrose spins the kart down to the back. I think also in trouble there is Thomas George. 2 separate incidents for the Birral Arts, and so Ambrose and George cross the line at the back of the field. Meanwhile, Byam-Chan is battling away with Setyavon for 4th and 5th position. These two, Jaden Pope in the number 246, sorry, is sat there in P6 looking for a chance to move forward. So still they work the magic. Gale, Tan, Cinnamon Kulkasem, Setyavon, Byam-Chan, Pope, Sarmiento, Slabbert, Wong and Vinatacha. Chance to make progress again for the 244. Byam-Chan. Hoping to have a very solid race of this. He started well on the weekend on Saturday morning. The qualifying worked his way, but ever since then, the pace has not really with putter. So Gale, still ahead of Dylan Tan. Gale is the championship leader, but Dylan Tan is the man who won the final 2 weeks ago. Here comes Byam-Chan, trying to make his way past the Komodo Dragon on the inside, and he gets past Setyavon. Lovely bit of overtaking, but watch out for Setyavon. He's going to need to shut the door down. Too late. Jaden Pope's already there. So both the top 1 Kart Republics squeeze their way through, and they're up into 4th and 5th places. 7th place now for Sarmiento, then Slabbert, Vinatacha, and Coffee himself, Wong Kifei. Nathan Arya in 11th from Zach Boyce, Surat Anuras, and Sashan Gunasekara. Then Byam-Chan from Shomazwan, Rafael Kamal, Aidan Forbes, Jamie Ambrose, and Thomas George. Everyone's still circulating with varying degrees of success. And so the drivers work their way through the final turn onto the home straight once again. That's, oh, contact! That's gone very badly wrong for those two. Shomazwan connecting there with the 239 of Sratanuras. And I'm not entirely sure that there's going to be a return to the circuit for Shomazwan, facing the wrong way, almost parking himself in the dummy grid. So the Chinese driver having a problem. We're going to see it again as they come through the final turn. Instead of move too far on the inside line, we look back to the apex, both together. Ah, that's what happened. So Shomazwan was on the curb. He fell off the curb and turned into the side of Sratanuras as he landed. So unfortunate, but that is a mistake from Shomazwan. He came off the curbs, and because the kart kicked out to the left, Sratanuras was already there. Racing incident, but he could well get a penalty for that. Toby Gale, Dylan Tan, Cinnamon Kulkasem, and Byam-Chan. So Putter in 4th position, trying to work his way into 3rd place. The top 1 Kart Republic definitely has pace, but Cinnamon Kulkasem knows he's coming. He's defending on lap 5. Goodness me, Cinnamon Kulkasem in the CRG clearly feels that the guys in front of him do not have the same level of ability that he does. He clearly feels they're going to be quicker, and he wants to hang on to 3rd place. But surely there's no way that Cinnamon Kulkasem can hang on to this 3rd position for 12 laps on the defense when you've not only got Byam-Chan behind you, but you've also got Jaden Pope there as well. So Cinnamon Kukasem trying to park the bus. Putter almost sliding into the back of him, goes to the right side. And as they cuck out through the hairpin, it's going to be an opportunity for Yamchan. Dylan Tan's got space in front of them. Here comes the battle. They bang wheels. Cinnamon Kukasem is absolutely resolute. He's not going to let Yamchan go, but it's too late. Putter is through. So Putter into third position. Witness Yamchan now third. Here comes the chance from Jaden Pope, and he makes mincemeat of the CRG on the inside, and there's room for the Komodo Dragon too. Dominic Setyevan fancies a chance to squeak up into fifth position. Where's the gap? It's not quite there yet as they head into the Mickey Mouse section. But Dominic Setyevan will be inspired. If those two can get through, so can I. And so it's time for the Komodo Dragon to unleash a little fireball onto the back of the CRG. Down the back stretch. I wonder if Cinnamon Kukasem's tyres are just overheating slightly. And he's starting to lose grip now. Seventh place, meanwhile, is Chinoknan Vedatacha. Great start from the Thai. Up into seventh place in front of Paco Sarmiento. Then Mika Slabat, Nathan Aria, all the way down to P10. Real problems with his tyres. Then Wong Kifei, Zach Boyce, Aidan Forbes, Panya Yamchan. No longer now in 15th because she's just been overtaken by Rafael Kamal. Then Sashan Gunasekara, Jamie Ambrose, Thomas George, and then we've got Anuras, who is the last driver in because Shamoswan decided to get out of the cart and walk away after that incident at the final turn. And still, Dominic Setyevan lines up the move on the PGFT driver in front of him. So Sidiket Cinnamon Kukasem trying to hold on to things up in the sharp end. But Cinnamon Kukasem really wanting to keep in the top 5. He will already be very irritated and frustrated that he didn't keep it in the top 3. Well, that's one battle he won't win. So can he keep in front of Dominic Setyevan in one of the many Biralarts that have been strong over the course of this weekend? He is the lead driver in RL karting this weekend on pure pace. And he's not too far away from the raw pace of Toby Austin Gale. And we've got a yellow flag. Someone's off. It's one of the Paralins at the final turn. That is Coffee. Coffee's come off. Wong Kifei on the DRM Paralin. Oh dear. Steam billowing out of the cart. So clearly a mechanical problem of some kind then for the man who's got the sticker of the Chinese flag with the word coffee on the side pod. That's what the team call him. But sadly for Wong Kifei, that's game over. And so it's Toby Gale that leads the way still. It's been a very quiet race for him up front of Dylan Tan, with the two top 1 Motorsport Cup Republics of Wadapong Yamchan and Jaden Pope 3rd and 4th. Still having a solid race at the moment, but no major dramas. The big battle is Dominic Setyevan to get back on terms with Sidiket Cinnamon Kukasem for 5th position. Back into 7th place again has come Paco Sarmiento though. So that's good news for the man from the Philippines. And the DRM driver is in front of Chinoknan Vedatacha, then Mika Slab at P9, and Nathan Aria struggling on this set of tyres in P10. Sadly, all the qualifying pace from the Indonesian has deserted him a little bit in this race, where it just feels as if the tyre degradation has got too much for the Rehabat JMX Phantom driver. So out in front, Toby Gale just galloping away, cantering into the lead out front. Second place for Dylan Tan, who's starting to look a tiny bit vulnerable to Wadapong Yamchan and Jaden Pope. It looks as though the Cup Republic is slowly starting to lose that traction. It's when the back end of the cart starts to kick out a little bit and you start to get a little bit more of a four-wheel drift from the machine. It really churns the tyres. Meanwhile, the battle for 8 is still alive and kicking. We're watching it on our screens now. This is Chinoknan Vedatacha, Mika Slabat of Malaysia and Nathan Aria of Indonesia. The Thai, the Malayan, and the Indonesian. Here comes the move from Mika Slabat on the inside line. Lovely. Very textbook overtaking move into the turn 3 hairpin. And now there might be space for a move as well from Nathan Aria. There is indeed. So Nathan Aria gets the move. Another position gained then from the Indonesian. That puts him into P9. But we're on lap 10 out of 16. We're running short of laps in the Senior X30 Superheat B. And as a result of this race, 4 drivers at the end are not going to be competing in the final. 40 entrants, 36 spaces on the grid. So there's going to be some disappointed drivers at the end of all this. And that means means we're going to be in for a nail-biting encounter in the closing stages. So Toby Gale leads Dylan Tan, but for how much longer? Because here comes Putter. Bira Circuit is hungry. A best ever result in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock could be on here for Bira Circuit. He could just get this done. Working hard now to try and make this move his own. Swarming around behind the Singaporean, Dylan Tan, who won 2 weeks ago in the final, don't forget. This is his chance to tidy things up. But Putter really wants to take a second place finish. It would be his best ever result. A second in a superheat is big opportunity time for the Thai. Meanwhile, out in front, Toby Gale isn't even breaking a sweat considering it's 34 degrees Celsius out there. Amazing work from Toby Gale. Tan in second, Yamchan third, and then in fourth is Jaden Pope from Sidikat Cinnamon Kukkasem. And then Setyavon, Sarmiento, Stabat, Arya, and Aiden Forbes now comes up to 10th place. Good recovery from Aiden Forbes in this superheat. Now finding himself, the man from Hong Kong, into 10th. And that's at the expense of the ever-dropping Chanuknan Viratacha. The next person who could be going for him is Zach Boyce. Meanwhile, Thomas George is up to 13th. Kamal is 14th. Jamie Ambrose has risen now to 15th in front of Panya Yamchan. And then the last two drivers in the mix are Srat Anuras and Seshan Gunasekara. And still, Putter fancies this second place finish. He's got 4 more laps as they come out of the final hairpin for Putter to make his bid. And the Thai will very much want to take this position away. Gale is well clear. Tan and Yamchan. Then Pope, Cinnamon Kukkasem and Setyavon, who's just been taking his time on this set of tyres. He doesn't want to rush things. He knows that a podium is still very possible. On the inside comes Yamchan. Dives in on Dylan Tan, P2. And Dylan Tan does not seem to be happy about it. Wags his finger at Bira Circuit as he goes through. So Dylan Tan with an attitude problem there against the Thai, but maybe we don't know the whole story. Certainly Bira Circuit getting through in his second place, much to the irritation of the man who won the final 2 weeks ago. Dylan Tan, not a happy bunny. Jaden Pope in fourth position then, from Cinnamon Kukkasem and Dominic Setyavon. Paco Miguel Sarmiento, P7. And Slabat, Arya, and Aiden Forbes. Then Vidatacha, George, Boyce, Ambrose, Kamal, Yamchan, Srat Anuras, and Seshan Gunasekara. The retirements, Wonkife and Shomuzran. 3 laps to go. So Dylan Tan not able to mix the same sort of pace up as Wadapong Yamchan. Putter has now got ahead and is pulling clear, so it looks, I guess, to a certain degree that it was inevitable, really, that the top one, Kart Republic, was going to make the move. I'm just not entirely sure Dylan Tan was perfectly happy with the execution. Fourth place is Jaden Pope, but now the tyres have finally fallen off the edge of the cliff for the Australian, and he doesn't have the same pace advantage as everybody else. Of course, it's worth pointing out that for the early part of yesterday, Jaden Pope was able to make his way further up in some of the races, partly because of the raw pace of the top one, Kart Republic, but also, of course, because he didn't get a fast lap in qualifying, so his tyres were still relatively fresh for the first heat. So Toby Gale goes into the penultimate lap, and the young man who lives just a few minutes down the road on the outskirts of the city of Pattaya, doing a fantastic job. Second place for his brother in Superheat A. Well, for Toby, he can do one better. Out through the Mickey Mouse section for the penultimate time. And Toby Gale really enjoying life in 2026. Last year, he had a fight in the championship. He was in the battle, in the mix with all sorts of competitors. The likes of Yukapo, Zariev Raikal, Kimi Chan. They all had a chance to win the title, as did Toby Gale. And it was only a busy schedule combined with a European competition and his exams that kept Toby Gale from winning the title last year. In 2026, he's made it very clear, not again. Never again will I step aside to give up the chance of becoming an INFINITY IAME Series Asia champion. 2026 is my year, and I will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Certainly, he's getting the job done here. Missed out on the final win at Pattaya 2 weeks ago. Now surely on the Grand Prix configuration of this circuit, he has more than enough potential to get the final one his way. Yamchan second, Tan third, from Pope, Sedemon Kukasen, Setiman, Sarmiento. Forbes is having a great race, up to 8th position, the man from Hong Kong. Much better from him. And then Slabat and Arya in the top 10. But the checkered flag will come out, and it is the invincible man from Pattaya, Toby Gale, who makes it a victory once again. A brilliant, brilliant drive. And that puts him on the front row of the grid for the final later. It's going to be a fascinating battle for sure. And now we're going to get to see what he'll do in the final later. Wadapong Yamchan alongside Dylan Tan. And then it is Jaden Pope in fourth from Sedemon Kukasen, Setiavon, Sarmiento. A fantastic drive by Aidan Forbes to get into the top 10 for the first time on merit. Mika Slabat and Nathan Arya. Amazing comebacks from the Biralats of Thomas George and Jamie Ambrose. They were 11th and 12th in the end after being dead last at the end of the first lap. So they can both be very happy with that. Chinoknan Vidatacha, Rafael Kamal, Zachary Boyce, Srat Anuras, and Panya Yamchan, the final finishers. Sadly, Sashan Gunasekada unable to take the flag. Oh no, he does take the flag in the end. And then Wonkifei and Shomozwan were retirements. So there's going to be a pause in proceedings then, as we get ourselves ready for the finals. We now know how tough it's going to be to win here in Bira. The only way to get this title won is to push the limits. We watch the highlights from Senior X30 Superheat B. Attention paddock, driver number 298. Driver number 298. Please make your way to the steward's office. Driver number 298. Please make your way to the steward's office. Thank you. So the Senior X30 drivers handling the situation very well indeed. And certainly for Kai Burke and Toby Gale, the last time they met on the course, it was Burke who took the victory. Whether they'll get it done again in the Senior X30 final later, we're going to have to wait. But what a battle, as we now know who are going to be the pole position sitters in the categories. It'll be a fascinating challenge as we get ourselves ready for the finals. He wants to work himself up into a crescendo, and he's got a great chance of a podium, and so too does Bun Suksum-Sungchai for the Top One Motorsport team, one of the newest faces in the squad. But even the guys behind have so much of an opportunity to move forward. It's time to clear the grid. 18 laps on one of the toughest circuits in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia calendar. Bring it on. The drivers are ready and venturing forward for another exciting battle. It won't be long until the 3-minute board is raised, and these drivers know exactly how intense things are set to get from here. Junior X30 has been one-way traffic so far this weekend. Mason Kwong has been in charge all the way, but it's not decided yet by any stretch. He knows that going on to this final 18-lap race with a fresh set of tyres does not guarantee you victory at all. You've got to get the work done, and you've got to make it a very ever-present run throughout. There's going to be big pressure, though, from the Biralats behind him. Porsche Kalkan and Knox Black are definitely going to be hungry to try and take that victory away from him. And if there was ever a time for Kevin Subavanichinon to launch forward and come good, this is that moment. So the junior drivers in position as the grid is being cleared. And so it is time for the contenders to be left on the grid alone. Mason Kwong and Porsche Kalkan from Knox Black and Kevin Subavanichinon. Chong Kahe and Bun Suksum-Sungchai from Posh Gongchol and Sahil Singh. Rounding out the top 10, it's going to be Buttapong Wongnapachan alongside his countryman Chris Kasemsup. Juddy Rowland goes off P11 alongside Sanjana Dandu. 13th on the grid for Siddhapach Ketsuban alongside Kintarutapat Buniratkilin. Pumsiklan Bonjong is alongside the Sri Lankan Lennon Barchi in 16th. Then Aditya Pratap and Juk Kajin. Rehan Khan Rashid is alongside the Australian Jackson Gate. And then the last three in, Hobart Yao of Hong Kong, Akhil Rungta of Singapore, and Medina Zara Kumaruzaman completes the grid. And so to the X30 Junior Final we will go then. It's been one-way traffic for Mason Kwong all weekend long. Pole position in the time trial. Qualifying Heat 1, victory. Qualifying Heat 2, victory. Superheat, victory. But that does not mean it's all done in the final. You've got so much opposition to focus on that run to the first corner. Porsche Kalkan with a big chance to put the Thai flag on the top step of the podium. And don't forget Fort Knox. Knox Black has been threatening victory in Junior X30 ever since he crossed the line first at LYL. There was that unfortunate post-race problem for the Australian, but that does not mean he is done. There is so much more to come from him in 2026. And this could be the beginning of the snowball effect. Kevin Subavanichinon, the carbon helmet on the CRG Thailand, CRG chassis, ready for a big charge forward. Karsten Chong, big opportunity for him. The unexpected championship contender back towards the front end of the grid again in P5 after a tough weekend. But we know he can win. He did so at LYL across the qualifying heats. 171, Bun Suksum-Sungchai, 6th on the grid for the Top One Motorsport team. And then we've got Mr. Posh Gongchol, alongside the Malaysian Sahil Singh. And rounding out the top 10, it is going to be the two Thais. Buttapong Wongnapachan for the Top One Motorsport team. And he's alongside the Biralat XF Classic car of 120, Chris Kasemsup. Watch out for the drivers behind as well. The Australian Juddy Rowland and the Singaporean Sanjana Dandu. Both of them want to finish strong this weekend. And the chasing pack are still yet to make their big impact in this field. The race director, Martin Bean, will send the drivers off when they get the command. And then it's all down to them. 18 laps of the course. And the race is going to be in the hands and the fates and destinies of these youngsters. 11 to 14 years of age. 34 degrees Celsius heat. The track temperatures will be in the 50s. Off we go. The warm-up lap begins. They'll get two runs around the course, the warm-up lap and the formation lap. And this win will be an important one to secure, not just to get the job done this weekend, not just for IAME Series Thailand points as well as the IAME Series Asia points, but of course for the championship fight. The winner of INFINITY IAME Series Asia gets a golden ticket in the great Colosseum at the IAME World Finals in Viterbo in Italy in the autumn. And all that hard work will pay off, but it takes an awful lot of hard work to get there. Mason Kwong, pole position. Second place for Patapol Kokkanjanaset. Third is Knox Black. Fourth is Kevin Subhavanichanan. Then Karsten Chong in P5 from Pun Suksumsungchai. Posh Kongchol is 7th. 8th is Sahil Singh. 9th is Putapong Wanapachat. 10th is Chris Kasemsup. 11th, Jody Rowland. 12th, Sanjana Dandu. 13th, Siddhapach Ketsuwan. 14th, Kitunutupat Bunirakalin. 15th, Pumsik Kambonjong. 16th, Lennon Barchi. 17th, Aditya Pratap. 18th, Juk Kajin. 19th, Rahan Khan Rashid. 20th, Jackson Gate. 21, Hobart Yao. 22, Rakil Rungta. And 23, Medina Kamarozaman. There she is, taking up her position at the tail of the field. Still very much her first season in the Junior X30 category, having joined the championship before going into the world of Cadet. So always going to be a very tough mission for our drivers. They know exactly how difficult things are going to be. But 18 laps, it really does put the pressure on these youngsters, 11 to 14 years of age. And so the drivers are lining up into their positions in the hope that this is going to be a spirited competition for them. Mason Kwong and Patapol Kokkanjanaset lining up on the front row of the grid. This is not their first rodeo, but still two drivers who have stepped out of Cadet. They raced against each other in 2025. Now they do so with a lot more power, with a wider and longer wheelbase kart. And this is where things get very tricky indeed. The juniors getting themselves dialed in, 2 by 2. The slow boards guiding them into position. They don't want to be too slow on the start, but now they've obviously got to go in the 2 tram lines. Are we going to get a clean start straight away? Out of the final turn at Bira. For the 3rd time this year, the Junior X30 final is underway. Great start from Kokkanjanaset, but it looks like it's going to be Knox Black who gets into second place in the first corner. Unless Porsche can hold this right round the outside, he can't. Knox Black and Karsten Chong both fight their way through. So Black is in a second, Chong is in a third, and they're both trying to catch up to Mason Kwong as Subhavanichanan tries to come around the outside of Kokkanjanaset, but it's not going to work as Punsak Samsunchai is now in the mix of the battle trying to get round the outside as well. Fantastic start here at Bira. And it's Mason Kwong who leads the way from Black, Chong, Kokkanjanaset. And in 5th place, that is Subhavanichanan, having squirked ahead of Sukhumsungchai. So the drivers work their way through the hairpin at the second point of the course, and now they jump down the back straight. Everybody's kept it very clean indeed on this first lap. Very good news to see. But Mason Kwong has not only hit the front, but he's put daylight between himself and Knox Black, who's already got pressure from the HP driver in 3rd. That is Karsten Chong. So we cross the line for the end of the first lap, and it's Kwong, Black, Chong, Kokkanjanaset, Subhavanichanan, Sukhumsungchai, Singh, Kongchol, Kasemsup, and Wangnapachan. Now it looks as though the lead is going to be very tough indeed to lose for Mason Kwong, because the battle is on for second place, and you kind of feel that Chong is putting himself in harm's way as Kokkanjanaset has gone into third, has gone into second. Knox Black is trying to get past him on the inside now as they duel for second place. This is an absolute disaster for the battle for the victory. It's game on for second, and Knox Black has got himself back to the front of that, but the more they battle, the bigger a lead Mason Kwong gives to himself. So a fantastic charge from Mason Kwong up front now as he is well clear. So these guys have got to team up with each other and hope that they can start pushing on after the parallel up front. But this could be a fairy tale victory for Mason Kwong, who is just disappearing in the lead of this race. After 2 laps, he already has over a second on the rest of the field. Up the inside, Kokkanjanaset trying to take on Knox Black for second place again. 1.6 is the gap between Kwong and Black. Chong is having a battle with Subhavanichanan. Here comes Kokkanjanaset. He wants second place. He gets past Black. Subhavanichanan gets past Chong in the same breath of the same corner. And they now point towards the drivers in front. Subhavanichanan signals to Chong, come on, let's go after the guys ahead. Sahil Singh has done well. The Malaysian's got up into P6 now. Tucks in behind Karsten Chong. And he's got pressure as well, because that's Chris Kasemsup. He's got ahead of Sukhumsungchai, Kongchol, Wanapachan, Roland, Dandu, Kambonjong, Bunirakalin, and Ketsuwan. But Mason Kwong cannot believe his luck. He's absolutely dancing away in the parallel up front. Kwong and Black still having an interesting time as they end up... Black and Chong, I should say, having an interesting time. They've both lost positions on this lap. So it's Kwong who leads. Porsche Kokkanjanaset second. It's Knox Black who's in third. Kevin Subhavanichanan on 4th. And then Chong Kahe, who is in 5th place. Here is Karsten Chong. The 155 making his bid on the inside line for HB, and that'll do. Karsten Chong into 4th position. Top 5 drivers, of course, score podiums in this competition. And on the inside, that's Kasemsup. He gets the dive on Sahil Singh, and he makes that move stick as well. So through the Mickey Mouse section, as it's referred to by the drivers, they come out of the snail shell and then through the hairpin. Little bit of curb if needed. Tightens up, accelerating away on the exit, down the back straight, and up to the hairpin. But Karsten Chong now fancies his chances on black in 3rd position. But out of the final turn, and Mason Kwong has this race already in his pocket. 4 laps done, and the gap is 2 seconds, would you believe? Absolutely incredible. Janicet, 2nd place. Black is 3rd. Karsten Chong in front of Kevin Subhavanichanan. Further back, this is Singh versus Sukhsam Sungchai. As Subhavanichanan decides not to battle with Karsten Chong. He can sense that there's a bigger picture playing out here. We're only on lap 5, and I don't think Mason Kwong has got this race won quite yet. Yes, the gap is big. It's 1.8. But if Knox Black is smart in 3rd position, he'll be thinking big picture here. He can work with Porsche Janicet. The two, they're not teammates, in fact, because Porsche Janicet, of course, is for the Watt Motorsports team, and Knox Black is for the Birolart Racing Asia team. They have the same chassis, hence they're both in Birolart colours, but they are different teams. So there's not going to be anything but rivalry between the two. But if they can settle their differences for now and team up and work together, 2 karts go through the air quicker than 1, and so they might be able to try and close up on Kwong. In fact, both Janicet and Black were quicker than the leader, Mason Kwong, on that last lap. So they need to keep this up. There's 13 laps to go in this final, and they've lost 1.7 seconds to Mason Kwong. So they've got to team up. They have got to unify, at least for the next 10 laps. So Chris Kasemsup wanting to join in with the Birolart duo up front. He needs to get ahead of Subhavanichanan first, and then Karsten Chong, if he wants that dream to become a reality. But it is not going to be easy. This is a tough circuit to overtake on. There are places to do it, but you really do have to get the most out of your equipment. Here comes the chance again down into the braking zone for the left-hander. Out of the left hairpin. Mason Kwong trying to continue his performance up front. He comes off the final turn. What sort of a lap time has Kwong done that last time round? 55.9 compared to those behind him on a 55.8. They're doing the homework. They're closing in. But 1/10 of a second per lap is not going to be enough. They need to find more time than this. So Kwong is just managing his pace. The Birolarts have got to find a little bit more speed than this. Janicet and Black, 1.6 and 1.9 back from the leader respectively. But if they can work together, they will chop their way through this pack. Out of the snail shell. Chong still 4th, Subhavanichanan 5th, and Chris Kasemsup in 6th place. Singh is 7th, Sukhsam Sungchai is 8th, from Kongchol and Wangna Pachant, then Roland, Klambonjong, Bunirakalin, Dandu. There's a problem in front, that's a kart having a difficulty. That's never Mason Kwong! I don't believe it! Mason Kwong with a mechanical problem! Mason Kwong has led every lap this weekend, and suddenly his kart splutters to a crawl. He recovers in the middle of the pack, but Mason Kwong rejoins down the order in 19th, 20th place. Can you believe it? Absolute disaster for the DRM Paralympic team as Mason Kwong's kart splutters to a crawl. He gets it going again in 20th, but that was a guaranteed victory, and it's washed away. I cannot believe it. So now it is Porsche Janicet leading Knox Black. So they don't have to team up anymore. Now they can battle each other. And suddenly, the absolute fairy tale for Mason Kwong has become a nightmare. He will be so devastated. He's already carving his way through the pack, Mason Kwong. Whatever it was has come back at least. The kart is definitely quicker than it was before. But it's so disastrous, catastrophic for Mason Kwong. His dominant victory evaporates. He's got ahead of Kun Rashid. He's got ahead of Jackson Gate. He's up into 18th. But this could change and probably will change the point standings. Certainly for Fort Knox. Knox Black, he's got a chance here to get himself a victory. And he knows it. It was cruelly snatched away with a front fairing. at the first round at LYL in Malaysia. Now he is head-to-head with the hometown hero. Porsche Janicet wants to win, but just as much as that, the Australian Knox Black wants to do the same. And watch behind them as well. If Karsten Chong can pick up a decent finish, and he's currently looking at third, then this blows the championship wide open. Fourth place is Ceremonies, then Kasemsup, Singh, Sungchai, Kongchol, Pachan and Jody Rowland in the top 10. Then it's Kambonjong, Punyarakalin, Dandu, Ketsuan, Yao, Zhu and Mason Kwong. Kwong's actually just got ahead of Zhu, so he's up to 16th now. But it is still Heartbreak Hotel that needs to book a room for Mason Kwong. He's going to try his best again to cut his way through. He's now managed to get ahead of Siddharth Ketsuan. His next target is going to be Hobart Yao. But unless he can get himself back into the top 5, all his amazing efforts this weekend are wasted. What a terrible situation for poor Mason Kwong. So Porsche Janicet leads Knox Black. Karsten Chong in third. And that just goes to show, doesn't it? It doesn't matter where a driver is on lap 7, lap 8 or lap 9. You've got to get the job done. Just because you've pulled away, just because you're in the lead, that doesn't mean the race is over by any stretch. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. Look back. There is Mason Kwong now. So that's cost him an immense amount of time. That has basically cost him about 10 seconds, roughly. That little moment of spluttering. So poor Mason Kwong now has got to try and fight his way back. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is intensifying. Knox Black is doing the calculated work of sitting behind Porsche Janicet and letting him work his tyres to the bone. Chris Kasemsup fancies a crack at P4 here on Kevin Ceremonies on the CRG. And that's more problems for Mason Kwong. Oh my goodness me. More problems. So he drops to the back of the grid again. And I think it's fair to say that Mason Kwong's fairy tale in the sun in Thailand has become a disaster zone. He's still going, because if there's any chance of some solid points, he's going to keep fighting for them. But this is absolute disaster for Mason Kwong. And it's certainly undeserved. So Chris Kasemsup all over the back to try and make the dive on the inside, as Knox Black has picked his moment to perfection. He dives in, and Knox Black has made the move, almost out of sight of the cameras, but Knox Black has made the move, and the Australian hits the front. So Knox Black has taken over the lead, and it's now time to live up to the nickname. Fort Knox has got to be impeachable. But the 12-year-old from Mermaid Waters in Gold Coast now has a great chance to take the victory back to Australia. Just like that, the turning events of this race have completely spun on their axles. And so Black is your leader. Janicet second from Karsten Chong, Kevin Ceremonies and Chris Kasemsup. But all the headlines are about poor Mason Kwong with mechanical failure striking the parallel twice. He was leading by almost 2 seconds, and it's all come undone as Mason Kwong falls to the back, works his way back to P16, and then splutters to a crawl again. So Black leads Janicet and Karsten Chong. 2 Biralats at the front, but I should emphasize these are not teammates. Knox Black in the Biralat Racing Asia tent, and Patapol Janicet in the Watt Motorsport tent. So they're on the same chassis, but they will be rivals. They will fight each other for the victory. And now Chris Kasemsup has come up into 4th position, so this could end up being a Biralat 1-2-3. There's a genuine chance of it now. And still, Chris Kasemsup chips away at Karsten Chong in 3rd for HB. He's got ahead of Ceremonies, and now he fancies the top 3. Top 5 drivers get podiums, of course, in the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock. But every chance for a place to be made up is a chance to gain big points. And Sahil Singh now fancies a crack at the podium as well. If he can get ahead of Kevin Ceremonies, he'll achieve it. And so, a very tough race in the offing for all the drivers. And I think it is now very much about just running through defiantly for Mason Kwong. He's at the back of the field. He's actually lapping faster than any driver out there at the moment. He's in the 55s. While everybody else is in the 56s and 57s, but it's driving in pure fury for Mason Kwong. He can't believe this has got away from him. But Knox Black is just 4 laps away from sealing the final. And what an opportunity for the Australian. He wins this final, and the championship fight in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia goes nuclear, heading to Macau. The Australian in the fight for the championship, as of course was Mason Kwong. But this could really give us a showdown for the ages in Junior X30. Remember last year when we had that 3-way badinage between Andrea Galimberti, Conrad Garrow and Danish Chen? We could be in for similar in 2026. Karsten Chong looking steady in third. Here's Sahil Singh and Punsaksam Sungchai chasing after the CRG of Kevin Subramanichanan through the hairpin. Sahil Singh's had a lot of bad luck this weekend. He had an exclusion in the first race, which dropped him a long way back, but the confidence is boosting for the Malaysian all the time. If he can get ahead of the CRG, he'll be on the rostrum to pick up a trophy. But it's easier said than done. And still, the racers plunge on in junior. And despite the setbacks, Mason Kwong is still going. You never, ever give up. You never throw in the towel until there's no point anymore. There could be a yellow flag. There could be a full course. He could catch up to the pack. There's 3 laps to go. You don't end your hopes. You let the race do that for you. So Knox Black leading Porsche Kokanjana set. Karsten Chong doing a grand job here in third position for the HB karting team under the watchful tutelage of Muzi Muziafin. And let's be fair, he's a very decent tutor to have. Down the back stretch, up to the hairpin once again. And Knox Black seems to have timed his move on Porsche Kokanjana set to perfection with all the fantastic work from the Bira Racing Asia awning, from team principal Michael Patrizzi to driver coach Pedro Hiltbrand, all here coaxing this young Australian forward. 2 laps to go, and it looks good for now. So we're going to get to see an exciting bout, but it will be very tough all the way to the dais. We're going to see some exciting and very intriguing runs from these drivers as they continue their move forward. But it looks to me as though the victory could well be locked in by Knox Black. He's found just that little bit of oxygen over Porsche Kokanjana set. And what a battle it's been. It's not been the easiest race to win by any means. Just ask Mason Kwong. He's had it all his own way until this moment. There is Sujana Dandu watching along Sanjana. So doing a fantastic job at the moment. Knox Black leading the way. Porsche Kokanjana set out of the final turn. Comes the leader, Knox Black. 1 lap to go in the Junior X30 final of the 3rd round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. The last Junior X30 lap of the season in Thailand. And now it is time for Knox Black to unlock the potential. We saw him as a first-time outer in Malaysia back in January. We knew this kid was strong. But now we know that if you give him even half an inch, he'll take a mile. And it looks as though Chris Kasemsop wants to put a Bira 1, 2, 3 for 3 different teams as well. Because if Kasemsop gets ahead of Karsten Chong on the last lap, we'll have 3 Biralats in the top 3 for 3 different outfits. But out of the final couple of corners, it is all going to be about the Australian. 12 years of age from Mermaid Waters on Gold Coast. It's been an amazing weekend. He's timed it right. He did what he had to when he needed to. And this time, surely it's going to be his. Knox Black takes the victory in Thailand. Fantastic. Brilliant run. And the Fort Knox is not breakable. Fantastic work from Knox Black. Stunning, stunning race. This time, surely, fate and intervention cannot take this one away from him. What a drive. Stunning performance from Knox Black. Porsche Kokanjana set coming through in 2nd place. And Karsten Chong on the podium again in 3rd position from Chris Kasemsop and Kevin Subramanichanan. P6 for Sahil Singh. Punsaksam Sungchai in 7th from Poshkong Chol, Putabong Wanapachan. And rounding out the top 10, it is Kitanuntapat Bunirakalin. Hobart Yao 11th from Jody Rowland, Akil Rungta, Sanjana Dandu, Pumsikun Bonjong, Rahan Khan Rashid, Jackson Gate, Shiripash Ketsuwan, Juk Kaijin, and Aditya Pratap. Sadly, retirements for Medina Kamaruzaman and Mason Kwong at the back of the field. What a dramatic turn of events then in Junior X30, and we will go and find the man himself who has taken the victory in fantastic style. He's going to have a very happy moment on the podium later, that is for sure. But what a tough race that was to watch and to witness, but also to keep an eye on throughout the entirety of. An amazing result for the man on top spot. What a courageous run from Knox Black all weekend. You never give up, you never say die, no matter how tough it looks. He came into the final starting P3, and the Australian totally and utterly deserves the plaudits for this victory. Amazing work and a sensational drive. We'll see if we can find him. It's going to be busy down there, that's for sure. But let the party start now for Knox Black. So obviously the cadets are now making their way to the grid, and it will be an all Paralympic front row with Darren Artagani on pole and Max Schilling in second place. But now it's time to drink in the moment of the Junior X30 final. I'm going to head down there and see if I can grab a word with our race victor. What a drive. What a great race. You've got to feel for Mason Kwong. A tough moment for him. Great performance from Karsten Chong to grab a third place. Very smooth run from Porsche Kalkanjanasek on the podium in second. But you can't take down the walls of Fort Knox. Excellent run from Knox Black. And the first final of the day, a victory. A very good run indeed. Well, let's go and have a quick word with the man himself. I've made my way into the holding area to see if I can find him. Hopefully the signal is still good at this point of the circuit, but we'll have a word. Well done, Fort Knox. Excellent drive in the end and a fantastic display. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, it was a great race, good start. I don't know what happened to Mason. He was just having some engine issues. I got past him. I got stuck behind the other barrel for a couple laps, but then I was able to get past, and I was just put my head down and I was able to keep the lead.
You've got a few weeks now until Macau, but it really does prove that it's game on in the championship fight. What does this do to your confidence heading to the next round?
It boosts my confidence a lot. Haven't been to Macau before, but it seems like a great track, and we'll see how we go there.
Enjoy the podium later, matey. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent run from Knox Black. His first victory in Infinity IAME Series Asia. Not the first time he's crossed the line in first in the final, but this time, surely, he's going to be able to hang on to it. We're going to tuck our way through in a behind-the-scenes run. Shababa Salama getting ready to go. Shabel, you've got a very intense race in front of you. It's been a tough one, but you've still got good speed. Nothing much more to lose going into this one. I guess you're going to be charging.
Yeah, it's going to be very challenging because I start in 10 and I have to force more my my health. And
Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you do out there, Shabel. Good luck for it, mate.
thank you.
So we'll go and join the drivers down on the starting grid because obviously the karts are making their way through. Here is Max Schilling, actually. He's going to be starting on the front row. Max, it's been a tough weekend, but you've had good pace all the way through, and your championship contenders have had a difficult one. Calm and confident going in?
Yeah, definitely. Feeling punchy and never going to give a chance.
So it could be tricky from the outside of the front row, but you know the kart's got good end pace and on fresh tyres. It's a cool kart to go racing in. How do you think the race will pan out?
I think it's going to be a lot of pressure with my teammates around me. Maybe we can work together and pull away. But if the other team's also now catching up to our pace, we better make the best out of what we can.
Don't forget to have fun while you're out there, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's going to be an interesting one, certainly, as the competitors know how difficult it's going to get. We'll work our way onto the starting grid itself as the drivers venture out into the heat haze that is the Bira Karting Circuit. 36 degrees Celsius for this final. That means that the track temperatures are going to be pushing into the 50s, and it really is going to be tricky. Check out the condition of these beautifully fresh tyres. You can have a look at these, what a perfectly fresh set of tyres looks like. Hey, well, go, let's have a look. Now, look at the tyre wear we've had this weekend. This is what a fresh set of tyres look like. I guarantee you, by lap 3, those tyres are going to look like they've been working for a weekend. 36 degrees Celsius air temperature. means low 50s circuit temperature. So it's going to be very tricky indeed. But all of our contenders are getting ready for an exciting race out on the course. Good to see everybody really enjoying the atmosphere here. This is, of course, the Songkran Festival weekend here in the Land of Smiles of Thailand. And it's wonderful to see everybody getting into the spirit of it. We've had buckets of water and water pistols and all sorts of things in the paddock. Everyone really enjoying the atmosphere that we get out here on the starting grid. But now the tension is going to get very tricky from here on out. We've got some big racing to come from this one. George Patrizzi working his way further and further up the ladder. Good to see the Australian really starting to knock on a pace. He'll be starting alongside Shabil Basalama, who's obviously got some more pace to find after the difficulties earlier on in the weekend for him. Going to be a tricky one, as we're going to have Triatapat Serabatara Bawang working his way further forward again on the Sodi kart for DT. And of course, Palatan Chanpong will be in the mix as well, looking to try and break his way onto the podium for the first time in this competition. Keep an eye on Jensen Hammond. Good to see him back again for the first time since the tail end of last year in the Asia finals. He's definitely going to be one to watch out for. If he can get good tyre wear, then he'll be in the top 5 for sure. Keep an eye as well on the number 1, Sahert Prasetpakorn. Pole is ready. He's not quite starting from pole, but the nickname stands. He's going to be there in a very decent opportunity to work his way forward. And then, of course, we've got a big opportunity for Ichi. He's going to want to work his way forward. Carsten, you've had your moment, mate. Well done for the podium, by the way. Good job. Well done. We'll see you on the podium later, mate. But Ichi's getting ready. It'll be an interesting one for him from the 3rd position on the starting grid. Keep an eye on Sederitsa Danakul. And also keep an eye on Jaker. What an amazing work so far from Janosh Wan. He'll be there in position on the 2nd row of the starting grid to give the Chinese fans back home plenty to get excited about. We've already spoken with Max Schilling, front row of the starting grid. He'll be there in position and coming into this weekend as the championship leader with his main rivals in a tough position. But the pole sitter, what a chance for Darren Arta-Ghani. The first time he's ever started a race like this from pole position. First of all, though, first point of call, all the drivers getting ready for an exciting run onto the starting grid. The drivers line up in the cadet category, all 35 of them at varying degrees of experience. These youngsters between the ages of 8 and 12. And incredible to think that in many other sports, you don't really get to see their hard work until they're ready to step out onto the turf, the asphalt, or the clay in their big competitions on the world stage. But it's at this level that these guys are already under scrutiny. There's so much pressure on the shoulders of a racing driver. The second you choose to make that decision at the age of 8, you're already under the watchful gaze of the world's press. But amazing to see all these fantastic drivers. They come from far and wide. So many countries represented this weekend. China, Hong Kong, Australia, India, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, of course, we talked about earlier, and of course, Thailand. So many drivers here making their INF1NITY IAME Series Asia debuts in Cadet. Wonderful to see them all. And as much as this is a tough and intense race, it's also an opportunity to develop, to learn, to grow, to have fun, and to put yourself in the best position possible. Carsten Chong trying to gate crash the Cadet photo. Haven't you had enough, mate? Wonderful to see everybody enjoying themselves. I'm going to see if we can grab a quick word with the pole sitter. He's just climbing into the cart, but I'll have a quick word, if possible, with Darren Arta-Ghani, who starts from pole position. Darren, this is the best position you've ever been in, pole position, going into your first final from the front row. How are you feeling going in?
A little bit nervous, but confident.
You certainly know that all of the team tactics and the speed of the DRM Paralympic team have put you in this position. I'm guessing teamwork early on and then see how the tyres play out from there.
Yep.
Okay. Good luck, Darren. It's all on you. Good. Have a good one. So Darren Arta-Ghani in a very unique position, pole position for him. While these guys have just got to remember in a race like this, go out there, put your foot down and have fun. It's a great opportunity. You never know when the next one's going to come. And everyone is going to want to enjoy themselves. It's wonderful to see so many fantastic battles from all 4 corners of the Asian Peninsula come out here onto the starting grid and put on a great show. They've done an amazing job, and thanks to all of the hard work of SKT and the Royal Automobile Association of Thailand assisting us, we've put on another world-class event, nearly a full capacity grid in the Cadet X30 category, and now we get to see it all unfold. Let's do it. As always, there's tension. As always, there's pressure. But it's great to see everybody putting on the best possible show they can to build up to a great crescendo. So many opportunities in this Cadet X30 final to see what these kids are made of and to see how fast they're learning. Never an easy situation to watch all of these guys put on a great showdown. But for Darren Artigani, this is the biggest opportunity he has had in his career so far, and he knows it. Pole position for a final. It's always a satisfying opportunity, but it only works if you get all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle in the right place. So, Darren Artigani, pole position. Max Schilling second alongside him. Sidovitz for the knuckle third, and then it's Jiang Haoxuan in P4. Sahara Leprosepacon in fifth alongside Jensen Hammond climbing up the ranks. Sratabatira Patara Bawong and Palat Tanchampong. Rounding up the top 10, it's George Patrizi and Shabal Basalama. Achira Pinpuk is 11th from Pimpak Kurung Futai. 13th on the grid for Libin Lewis Kanan. Then Tanta Jivasakunkrai in front of Wong Xiang and Kaylin Delsey. Thutamin Set is 17th in front of Zheng Yucheng. Jada Nadia ahead of Aaron Akil to round up the top 20. Then Carson Choi and Percy Yonko. Chayat Limratanakan and Mitarat Vanishprapa. Joshua Tan is in front of Ko Yang Xian. Twin Kasemsup and Cruz Priolo having to fight the way back from 28th. Hopefully he'll give his father Jason a decent happy birthday present. Falik Variz and Natapon Charungrang. And then Times Sritrai in front of Kenzie Arizananda. And the final three, Zhangji Yu, Pichimon Lutavivit, and Chotanin Itia Kararat. And so the contenders are ready to showcase their skill. The grid is being cleared, and all that will remain will be the drivers at the sharp end of the field. Best ever grid positions for several people in this field, in this category. For Darren Artigani, for Sidovitz Ritanakul, for Jiang Haoxuan, for Sahara Leprosepacon, for Jensen Hammond, and for George Patrizi. Best ever grid positions going into a final. So they will all know exactly what's to be expected of them going into this race. It gets a little bit overcast as the clouds start to come in, but we're still told that there is a less than 5% chance of rain today. So it's going to be slicks all the way. And after all the tension and drama of the first 2 weekends at LYL and Bira on the modified short 2 weeks ago, now time to see what will happen at the halfway point of this 2026 INF1NITY IAME Series Asia battle. Opportunity will knock, and a very tough mission will grow. This could be a turning point in the championship fight. If there are big points to come from the likes of Shabal Basalama and Chris Priolo, or even Darren Artigani, then the championship leader Max Schilling knows that the work's going to be harder going to Macau. But he knows the circuit, he knows the kart, he knows the crack by now. He just needs to settle in, chill out, and enjoy himself. His rivals are not close to him on the grid. He can go and have fun with his teammates. Darren Artigani. For the others, it very much is game on. Shabal Basalama needs to make a recovery drive from P10, but he's all smiles going in. He's still happy to be pushing up in the sharp end of the field. And of course, Chris Priolo, cruise control, has got to be in control of his situation now, working his way back through the pack. But as all the drivers get ready for an exciting onslaught, this is the toughest race of the week. 16 laps of the Grand Prix layout of the Bira Kart Circuit. Founded and raised in 1986, this circuit, 40 years of motorsport in this part of Thailand. And now all of the drivers know exactly what's to be expected. The 1 minute board goes up. And so for Darren Artigani and Max Schilling, Srietavit Srutanakul and Jiang Haoxuan, Pole Leprosepacon and Jensen Hammond in the top 6 positions, it's time to battle for the victory. Drivers start their engines and they get the command. And now they get the green flag. 2 laps of the course. First the warm-up lap, then the formation lap, and then we'll go racing. We've got a problem initially for the 51, but the CRG does get away. That's important. Gets away before the field overtakes him, so he will be able to take his original position. So that is important. Although he's slow away, he'll be able to take his original position on the grid. So the drivers will get settled. They're allowed to take their positions before the red line at the end of the formation lap. This is the warm-up lap. The next lap will be the formation. And so the drivers will just get their tyres dialed in. A fresh set of racing tyres from Comet. And then it's time to see what will happen next. And genuinely, your guess is as good as mine. Cadet X30 has so many twists and turns in the tail. But for Darren Arthur-Ghani, what a chance. What a gift to be on pole position, having got there on true merit. This is his chance to grab a first victory in the competition. And it will be deserved if Darren Arthur-Ghani bags his first final. Interestingly, Sirivit Sritanakul has gone well clear of the rest of the field. And he leads the field around. I'm not quite sure what Sirivit Sritanakul's doing here. But he's overtaken the pack and he's pulled clear. He's looking behind him to see where everybody is. Where is everybody? There they are. So an unusual situation. I think he's going to be okay. But clearly Ichi wanted to get on with it. So Sirivit Sritanakul getting himself back into the pack, allowing the field to catch and repass him. He will start from third on the grid, of course. So Darren Arthur-Ghani and Max Schilling, Sritavit Sritanakul and Jan Haswan, Sahadat Laprasepakorn and Jensen Hammond, Sriatapat from George Patrizi and Shabil Basalama. Pinpuk, Kiwing Fatai, Kanan, Yavasakun Krai, Wong, Delsi, Set, Zhang, Arya, Akil, Choi, Yonko, Limratanakan, Vanish Prapa, Tan, Ko, Kasemsu, Priolo, Fariz, Jarongrang, Svitrai, Erizananda, Zhang, Lutevivit, and Itikaradat. All 35 drivers ready for the 16 laps that await them on the Bira Kart circuit. This is a tough final coming up. It'll be tough on tyres, tough on motivation, tough on strength, tough on will, and tough on concentration. But all of these drivers know exactly what to do. And above all else, they need to remember they're racing drivers at the age of 8 to 12. Go out there and enjoy it. Have fun. So as the engine revs rise, they come out of their final turn. The two tram lines together. Darren Arthur-Ghani getting eager about the start. Is this going to be a great race start? No, it's not. False start. The first time ever Darren Arthur-Ghani started from pole position, and he got a little bit eager coming out of the final turn. A bit early on the throttle. And so the race does not get underway on this occasion. They'll have to try one more time. We're going to see it again. Just too eager on the throttle. The yellow line on the main straight there, that's when they're supposed to start accelerating. And you could tell that that was a little bit early because a lot of the pack was trying to catch up to the leader. So Darren Arthur-Ghani had to wait. There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the young Indonesian. Got to remember, the very first time you take to the starting grid in pole position of a final, there's a lot of intensity to go into it. And the 11-year-old from Gading Serpong in Tangerang is really hoping that he can get this one done. But for 16 laps, it's going to be very tough indeed. So back into the 2x2 tramlines formation we go. And the drivers are ready for another very exciting charge. All of the Cadet X30 drivers putting themselves into the correct positions. Ghani on pole, Schilling in second. Third, Siratanakul. Fourth, Chan. Fifth, Leprasepakorn. Sixth, Hammond. Then Theoda Patada Bawong, Danchenbong, Patrizi, and Basalama. So Ghani backs the pack right up. And of course, he's got to wait until the main straight before he can put his throttle down. Out of the turn, looking for a decent start. He wants to get well clear. This looks like a better start, and we are underway. Schilling gets an absolute cracker from the far side and leads before they get to turn one. Then he gets a nudge on the first corner, but he holds his nerve, and Schilling leads the way. Perfect start from the outside, and the man from Hong Kong who leads the championship has hit the front early. Sriatanakul's trying to go with him on the inside line of Darren Arthur-Ghani. Ghani keeps it round the outside, and it's going to be 1, 2, and 3 for the Paralins, with Schilling in the lead. Ghani in second, right in behind him. They nudge their way through. Chian Hao Swan has come through into fourth position. Great start for Jaker. So as they work their way through, it is Paralins 1, 2, and 3. Chan in 4th. 5th is the CRG. That has got to be Saharat Leprosepticon. So a terrific start for Max Schilling from the outside of the opening row of the grid. And he has hit the front. But of course, there's a lot of race still to go. But Schilling has certainly shown his credence up into the lead. 2nd place for Ghani. 3rd for Sriatanakul. And 4th place for the hard-charging Jian Hoswan of China. So as they come out of the final turn, it's a very clean start. Everybody's kept it neat and tidy for the first lap as Darren Arthur-Ghani goes for the lead on the inside. There's nearly contact between them. And Schilling gets the hoodwink right underneath Darren Arthur-Ghani, and Sriatanakul's going to go with him. Up over the curbs goes Ghani. Ghani's not happy with his teammate, Sriatanakul, as they both come through, fighting for 2nd place. They've got to be careful that they don't turn this into a civil war. And they're going to open the door for pole. Pole is going to try and come through double wave yellows. Double wave yellows. So there's a problem in front of them. There's a cart that's come off at the Mickey Mouse corner. That's why. So no overtaking under double wave yellows. So I'm not entirely sure who it is. I think it's Joshua Tan. Joshua Tan appears to be out of the race. So I think it's Joshua Tan who's no longer racing in this one. He has come off at the Mickey Mouse section. But for everybody else, it is game on still as Schilling leads Ghani. Schilling needs Itchy now because it is Sidovic Sritanakul, or Itchy, who runs in 2nd place. 3rd place is Darren Arthur-Ghani. Then it is Saharat Leprosepticon, Jetson Hammond, Palatin Jampong, Jan Oshwan, George Patrizi, Shababa Salama, and Sviatapatipatadabawong. So now we've got Ghani under pressure from Leprosepticon. Pole fancies his chances to get into 3rd place here. So it's still Paralins 1, 2, and 3 from the DRM team. They come up to the Mickey Mouse section, and it's a run wide as through goes Pole. Pole goes into 3rd, past Darren Arthur-Ghani. So Pole is now in 3rd position. He breaks up the Paralin trio, and this gives an opportunity to the others around them. Meanwhile, here comes Jensen Hammond on the CS55 as well. Jensen Hammond for Stratos as Darren Arthur-Ghani goes back on the inside of Pole, who nearly goes onto the pickup on the far side. And this battle for 3rd is opening up the gap for the 2 leaders. So Ghani defends the position. Hammond is going to have pressure here from in the inside line. There goes Palatin Chanpong. To Chanpong goes up into P5, my apologies. Hammond down to 6th in front of Jacob. So Jacob Chan in 7th position, or Chan Hashwan, in front of George Patrizi in 8th. Shababa Salama's 9th. And in 10th is Sriatapatipatadabawong. And working his way through the pack. Check this. Cruz Briello is in 18th already. 10 places gained in just 3 laps. So the one cart at the back of the field, sadly, is Zheng Jiyu. The Chinese driver had an issue in the first couple of laps. He's now down at the back. So the driver's charging through, but Cruz Briello is up to 18th after just 3 tours. Schilling, Sviatanakul, Ghani, Leprosepticon, Tanchenbong, and Hammond. There is Pole, as he is known, Saharat Leprosepticon on the CRG Thailand machine. Very strong race from him this time. Good to see him make such a big impact on the top 5, and he could well break through to the podium if he can get in front of Darren Arthur-Ghani. He's certainly done it once. He couldn't sustain it. There's Shababa Salama battling with the other Paralin. That is Libin Lewis Kanan for Garang Motorsport. Not in the same awning, but certainly on the same machinery. The drivers work their way through the hairpin. There is Basalama and Kanan. 2 drivers trying to fight their way back. 10th for Basalama, 11th for Kanan. Tirpatada Barwong is now in 9th place as well, as Itchy gets close to Max. Max Schilling on the 92. Sidovic Svitanakul on the 89. The DRM Paralin twins having a very tidy race up front. Darren Arthur-Ghani, the original pole sitter. 3rd place as they go into the snail shell, also known as the Mickey Mouse Complex. Out through the left, and Schilling's got a little bit of an opportunity here to stretch away from Sidovic Svitanakul. So it's up to Darren Arthur-Ghani to draw level with his teammates, and these 3 can pull clear of the rest of the pack. They've got to look after the tyres, but they've also got to stay calm and focused. They've got a bit of a gap now back to the CRG of Saharat Leprosepticon. Palatan Chanpong in 5th, Jensen Hammond 6th. From Chan, Patrizi to the Bawong and Basalama, Kanan, Arya, Kiwang Fatai, Wong and Pinpuk. Great racing, as again Libin Lewis Kanan finds himself stretching his limits on the final turn. He's actually lost a few places, unfortunately, down to 12th. 5 laps in, 11 laps remaining on this 16-lap course. The final of the 3rd round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. And Max Schilling has yet to win a final this year, but he certainly had the pace to do it, but he runs wide, and that could be a chance. Oh, well held by Schilling on the outside as a 4-wheel drift comes in from Sidovic for the knuckle. They almost bang wheels. And that was very close indeed for the leaders. This is the problem. You're all racing for the same team, but you all want the same goal. It's not like Formula One where you can play the team game. You've got to race each other. Even if you're the best 3 drivers from the same team and you're up in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, you're racing each other. And it all comes down to your own composure. So now we're going to get to see who's got the nerve, who's got the courage. Oh, and off the road, that is the 33. So that is Go Yangxian of the Wara race team. They've just been building a new office block here at the circuit, and unfortunately that's a little bit closer to their HQ than they would have liked. So back into the race again goes the 33 of Ko Yangxian. He will drop to the back of the field. So as the drivers continue putting on a decent race of it, it's going to be tight as up to the inside line. That's Darren Artagani in a 2nd. So Darren Artagani passes his teammate to get into 2nd place, but there's a problem for him getting the kart rotated through the tight radius of the snail shell. He drifts a little bit, and now suddenly Sidovic for the knuckle is going to challenge him again, and look behind them. Here comes the cavalry. Sahara Leprosepticon, Jensen Hammond, Palantin Chanpong, Chiano Swan, George Patrizi, Svetabatata Bawong, and Shabel Basalama, all in close proximity to the battle for 2nd place. And they, in turn, are closing in on the leader, Max Schilling. So, Max Schilling, out of the final turn, leads the way on the DRM Paralin. 2nd place for Ghani. 3rd is Basalama. 3rd is Svetanakul. Basalama is in the top 10, but he's up into 9th place. Still trying to work his way through this pack. 7 done and 9 to go. Darren Artagani, 1 place away from sealing his ambition of taking a 1st IAME Asia Series victory. Schilling has done that before. He did it in 2025, but Darren Artagani has never done it. And he knows that he's just 1 place away from making it happen. But you don't just have to drive smart or fast here, you have to drive smooth. Looking after the tyres is such an important part of it. Schilling gestures to Ghani, work with me, let's get away from the pack. You can race me in the last couple of laps if you like, but let's pull a gap for now. Still very early doors in this cadet final. One of the toughest races these drivers will ever go up against. 36 degrees Celsius air temperatures. Track temperatures will be in the low 50s. Schilling, Ghani, Svetanakul, Pol, Hammond, Champong, Patrizi, and Tian. Out of the final turn and onto the home straight. That's Cruz Priolo. Goodness me, he's cutting through the field like wildfire. That's 17th now for Cruz Priolo. He's doing everything he can to get back into a points-paying position. And the top 15 score points in INFINITY IAME Series Asia, so he's only 2 points from getting it done. So there is Pol, dealing with Jensen Hammond for the moment. Great race from Jensen Hammond this. Wonderful to see him get up amongst it in the top 5 in INFINITY IAME Series Asia. A tough opportunity for Jensen Hammond because, of course, back home in the Middle East, there is no racing at the moment due to the current crisis, but he gets his opportunity to travel to the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, and this is the kind of battle he can look forward to. Running under a Singapore license this weekend as part of the Stratos Motorsport license, but Jensen Hammond still demonstrating that he is a top contender no matter where he races. Schilling, Ghani, Svetanakul, Leprosepticon, and Hammond. That's your top 5, and they're well clear of everybody else now. 6th coming along for the ride. Potentially Tenchanpong wants to get in amongst this. And George Patrizi, now P7, the Australian, is not far from getting his first podium finish. Ghani still hustling his teammate Schilling. 9 down, 7 to go. Svetanakul trying to shake off Pol Leprosepticon. But Ghani really fancies his chances in the win here. The Paralins 1, 2, and 3. But once they start battling, anything could happen. And we've seen it happen so many times in the final of a Cadet X30 weekend. The race is not won until that checkered flag comes out at the end of lap 16. By lap 13 or 14, things could be very different to how they are now. But Ghani's got the toe. Sriatanako's got the toe on Ghani as well, so they drag each other along as Palatin Chanpong is now in P6. The top 6 are well clear. The leader of the next pack is George Patrizzi. Wonderful to see Patrizzi having such a great run here in P7. 2 more positions gained, and he gets his first ever podium finish, so it's a matter of when Patrizzi hits the podium, not if. Hammond into Chanpong, trying to close up on Le Persephone. And he in turn wants to take on the 3 Paralins in first, second and third for DRM Racing. Schilling, Ghani and Sriathanakul. Ghani really fancying a chance to make the overtake, but is he going to get a move on Schilling before Sriathanakul gets a move on him? So Sriathanakul looking for a move to get into second. He was there briefly in this race. So if he can get his tyres run through the next couple of laps, he'll still have a chance to go for it. Ghani is closing again on Schilling in the toe. But of course, they'll want to make this a fairy tale victory, but only one of them can do it. And if they mess each other up, then someone else will sneak in and take it instead. Ghani really nudging Schilling as they come off the final turn and down the home straight. You get the sense that the battle for the victory is about to begin. 5 laps to go. Schilling, Ghani, Sriathanakul, Le Persephone, and Hammond with Chanpong in 6. Here comes Ghani having a look. Schilling moves across, shuts down the attack on 12. Lap 12, that is. Up to the snail shell. Round the right again, round the right tighter. Brake, turn in again for the right. You've got to balance that brake. Then turn in tight for the left. It goes on and on and on. And then back on the power towards the hairpin. So far, so good for the DRM Paralin team. As Max Schilling, Darren Arthagani and Sriathanakul are 1, 2 and 3. But will it stay that way? And crucially, will it stay in this order? Darren Arthagani thinks he's got a chance here on Max Schilling. But Schilling is being very calm, very focused and very committed in the lead. I do believe this is the most laps that Max Schilling has ever led a final. 12 laps completed now. 4 to go. Be calm, be focused. Don't get too heated up just yet. There's still a long way to go. If you go too early, then you can't make it back if it goes wrong. Schilling checks over his left shoulder. Into turn 3. Still stalemate. But if it's time to pull out a bit of a gap for a fast qualifying style lap, it's now, because Darren Arthagani is not going to let Schilling rest easy. And of course, it doesn't matter what you do, but if the other guy pushes you into a mistake or it ends up tangling, then all the hard work is undone anyway. That's motorsport. So Schilling wants to pull clear, and he's put a tiny bit of gap between himself and Darren Arthagani. As long as he can keep himself in a good position with his tyres, this is where all the hard work will come. On the back straight, the toe comes from Ghani. He nudges Schilling into the braking zone, but Schilling knows it's coming. And again, Schilling just lets Darren Arthagani know his boss as Ghani goes for it on the inside line. So Schilling has to let him go, but he sweeps back alongside him. They're side by side. 3 laps to go, and Schilling will have the inside line for turn 1 again. Ghani tries to hold it round the outside, and Schilling shuts the door down. And that was only the start. Here comes Sriathanakul. He wants to get through on Darren Arthagani, and he's through. Sriathanakul gets past, but Ghani bounces back. Comes back into second place, and the door's open for Le Persephone. He comes for third, but round the outside comes Sriathanakul. And just like that, it's as it was. But for 5 or 6 corners there, that could have gone anybody's way. Gotta love Cadet X30. You just don't know what's coming next. Schilling leads. Ghani, Sriathanakul, Le Persephone, Hammond, and Chanpong. Stay hungry. Stay focused. Be smooth on the tyres. Be smooth on the throttle. Be smooth on everything you can. Because in these last 2 laps, everything can be won and everything can be lost. Meanwhile, the hard-charging Cruz Priolo has made a massive impact on this race. He's in 13th now. So Cruz Priolo is into the points. Shababa Salama still 9th. As Schilling goes into the penultimate lap. He's had consistency. He's had moments of flamboyance. He's had moments of joy. But the calm nerves of the young man from Hong Kong needs to keep it together. Lives in Singapore under a Hong Kong license, but it's close, it's tight. And he's got So much opposition. Ghani, Sritanakul, Pole, Hammond, to Champong, Patrizi, Chan. They all want a taste of this. And so now we go to the final couple of laps. But Schilling is trying to pull a qualifying lap out of this tie now. If he can pull out a decent couple of laps, then this might just be enough before Ghani even gets another taste. No need to defend just yet. Ghani's not close enough. But it's all going to come down to composure. Focus on your objectives. Keep pushing, keep pushing. There's one lap to go. And Hammond has worked his way past the Persephone. So Jensen Hammond now P4. 1 lap to go. All of the hard work of these 15 laps will now be decided in the last 1,321 meters of this circuit. And there is the challenge. Schilling knows it's coming. He defends Ghani. Ghani dives! No, you don't, says Max Schilling. So Schilling knows that Ghani's going to be offensive. So he's got to play defensive. And here comes his teammate. Sriathanakul in third place wants to hunt him down. Schilling's got to control it through the snail shell. This is good, but he needs fast exits. He needs a decent run through the hairpin. If he can get this, there's going to be too much oxygen between himself and Ghani. Ghani's not giving up. The Indonesian, he's reeling in the toe. Is there going to be a last big hit? Schilling doesn't need to defend into the left-hander. He'll come out of the turn faster. Schilling's got the gap. Is it going to be enough? He keeps his head down. No need to defend. He covers the inside line. Ghani's trying. It's going to be close, but it's going to be Max Schilling. Oh, fantastic race. To the line. Max Schilling controls the pace and wins a glorious Cadet X30 final. The championship leader extends his advantage on top. Max Schilling, his second career win in an Infinity IAME Series Asia final, and it was even sweeter than the first. Majestic from Max Schilling. Wonderful drive. Cool and calm and collected throughout. Never overdrove, never over-defended. Stunning race. Schilling wins from Ghani and Sriathanakul. 1, 2, 3 for DRM. Jensen Hammond, a brilliant fourth on the last lap. Le Persephone P5, and then Balaton Champong, George Patrizi, his best ever result. Jaden Aria, Shababa Salama, and Sriyatapat Tirapatarabawan. Great comeback from Cruz Priolo in the points as well. But a sensational Cadet X30 race. Isn't it wonderful? When you get a brilliant race, you get an amazing duel, and they keep it clean. No contact, no argy-bargy. Just pure no-nonsense racing. That's exactly how it's supposed to go. And the Cadet X30 final, a great duel for the ages. Wonderful. And so there are no miserable faces at DRM Paralympic at all. No conflagrations, no explanations. Just a clean sweep of the top 3 steps of the podium. And it's a joyous Max Schilling after a terrific drive all weekend. He only ever did what he had to. And it's so hard to win a final from second on the grid on the outside of the front row. So that will make it all the more incredible for him. He's been talking about this in the recent weeks. He's great at getting podiums. He's great at getting top 5 results. But he's been saying to me, I just want another win. I just want a win. I need to prove it to myself that I can do this, that I'm good enough. He's consistent, yes. But that was really the first time we saw Max Schilling in championship winning mode. I keep telling these young drivers, these amazing racers, the second you start acting like a champion, that's when you become a champion. Great result for so many competitors in the field. Great work and a great performance all the way through. Stunning race from the cadets. That was one of my favorite finals I've ever seen in Cadet X30. Not just because it was glorious, but it was clean all the way through. Excellent work from Itchy in third position. Great job. A fantastic, best ever result for Darren Artagani. He can be happy with that one. Excellent performance from all 3 of the drivers in the mix. Well done to Jensen Hammond as well. P4, excellent run in the final. But there can only be one winner. And on this occasion, for the second time in his career, as a Cadet X30 driver in IAME Series Asia. And I have a feeling it will feel better than the first one. Max Schilling. What a drive. He's on the weighbridge, so we'll let him do that first. Because, of course, there's always going to be that little bit of nerves, first of all. But once the check is okay, he can relax a bit. There's no loose front fairing. The weighbridge is okay. He can take it in. What a moment. Let's have, there he goes, a huge roar from Max Schilling with his mechanic. He's been waiting for that one for over a year to get another victory in a final. Let's have a word. Max Schilling, that one took real guts, real determination. I can see how much it means to you. What was it like out there trying to control the pace of the tyre throughout?
Oh my God, it was super hot. I'm sweating like hell. Just super delighted to get it. Huge thanks to my team, my coach, my dad, whole family, especially my mechanic, doing such a well, building this great car they delivered for me.
Well, you've got a few weeks to wait until Macau, but you've gone well there in the past. How do you feel now at the halfway point, leading the way?
Super delighted. Good in the championship now. The extra win. Probably one of my best wins I've ever going to get. Super delighted. Oh my God.
Enjoy the moment on the podium later. Well done. Classic Max.
Thank you.
And it really was classic Max. Fantastic stuff. A fabulous, fabulous victory in the final. Let's have a quick word with Jensen Hammond. Great to see him back in the paddock again. You really pulled off some amazing moves there to get your first podium in the IAME Series Asia paddock. How does that one feel?
It feels really good. So, not on the podium, but I still feel like I gave it my all, and yeah, I'm very happy about that.
So considering how difficult it was looking after the tyres in the closing stages, what was it like to still have pace at the end, to really match the other drivers around you?
It was difficult because I also felt my tyres, I was definitely losing grip, but yeah, I still managed to stay with the front of the pack. Yeah.
Well, we were certainly impressed, Jensen. Hopefully the first of many. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Excellent start, and what a great way to return to the paddock for young Jensen Hammond. Right, we're going to make our way back onto the starting grid. We'll use the cut-through because it's already forming up on the grid. We had a word with a few of our cadets, but the Masters are now getting ready to give us another flamboyant show. And it's all going to be about the two Australian men at the top end of the field for Kip Foster versus Luke Armstrong. This has been a battle that's been not just rocking all the way through this weekend, but this is a battle that goes all the way back to December in Macau, when the two of them were up against the king of karting, Davide Foré, in the Master X30 category at the IAME Asia final on the fantastic Coloane circuit in Macau. And their battle is rejoined here in the Master X30 category at Bira. The top 10 drivers in the Asian Peninsula for Master X30 out here on the grid. Great to see so many fantastic names. From the back of the grid to the front, we've got Jukka Koivistonen returning, the Finn who is based here in Pattaya, and no doubt we'll all be sharing a nice cold one in his sports lounge downtown in Pattaya later on this evening. Tammy Coe getting himself ready for Simon Racing. Darren Formosa, Hollywood, 8th position on the grid for Fireball, alongside the reigning champion, Weirda Sakamchan for Top One Motorsport. He's going to have an interesting one with Luke Purser, the veteran winner from 2 weeks ago. And then Ian Willock, who had a difficult race earlier on, but from P6 on the grid, he's got an opportunity here. Third on the grid will be the championship leader coming in, Tiru Kumaran. Could be the last time he leads the championship for a while. Harid Zaralo, the man who fought for the championship last year. And then, of course, the two big titans on the front row of the starting grid. They'll get their group photo now, and we'll have a chat with both men. But check these guys out. The men over the age of 30, the true warriors of X30. You're only as young as you feel, and these guys still feel like warriors. Wonderful to see. Master X30 growing all the time in Asia. As long as you've still got the will, you've got the strength, and you've got the stamina, you can still have an amazing day at the races. Darren Formosa coming in like Cassius Creed there. I'm mixing up my boxes. Anyway, Luke Armstrong, pole position. It's been, on paper, flawless throughout, but I know for a fact that it's been tough out there to hold the tyres, to hold the opposition, particularly Kip Foster, still coming at you, all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one of the best masters in the world here, and, you know, that obviously lifts everyone else's game as well, so not easy at all. Even if there's a big gap at the end, it might look easier than it is, but it's very, very difficult, and now we're all on your tyres, so yeah, we'll see how we go.
It's been very easy to get the tyres up to speed, but maintaining them consistently, has that been really the key factor in getting these races won?
No, definitely. First 4 or 5 laps, I think everyone will be very, very fast, and then it's 18 laps around here. It's a long time, 16, 17 minutes, and you know it must be 55 degrees on track. So the race really starts at lap 10.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing what you can do, Luke. Go and get him.
Thank you.
Having a nice word there with Luke Armstrong. Let's have a word with the man who a few months ago was the king of Asia in X30 in the Asia final. Kip Foster, great to see you back and on the front row, but you're not under any illusions how difficult this is going to be.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for some reason, I don't quite have the kart dialed quite right for the track, but I'll give it my best shot. But Luke's just got that thing hooked in. It just gets better and better every lap we go on, and so, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I'd assume he'll run away with it, but we'll give it everything we got. So.
What I love about the rivalry you two are building since Macau and to here is that, yes, there's intensity, and yes, you're not going to leave anything on the table, but there's great genuine respect between the two of you. You will take it to the ragged edge, but you'll do it fairly and cleanly.
Oh, of course. I mean, everyone spends too much money and whatnot to crash each other off. So, you know, we've got to enjoy it, but within reason, and still be able to bring it home. So that's the plan.
Thanks for the show so far. Give us one more and give them hell.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Kip Foster ready to put on a great show for us all. The Master X30 grid. This is where, if I wasn't doing my job, I'd be doing their job. 3-minute board goes up, so let's let the gladiators of our sport come forward. Ten titans of karting. Master X30 is tougher than most of the other classes in the world of motorsport, because you will see that these guys, over the age of 30, stamina becomes difficult to balance as a karting racer. It's the most physical discipline in the world, karting, for motorsport. Even Formula One drivers between races will come back and drive karting because it is as close as they can get to the physical workout of driving a Formula One car without having a test session in their race cars week in, week out. So, fitness is important, stamina is everything. But the second you pass 30 as a racing driver, it's the slow crawl to the end of your career. Unless, of course, you decide to race in Master X30, in which case you can still have 20 or 30 years, or maybe even 40 of good racing ahead of you. You never stop until you say it's time. And in Master X30, there are so many talents who prove that week in, week out. So Luke Armstrong and Kip Foster, front row of the starting grid for the two Australian legends. Alongside, on the second row of the grid, it's a pair of Malaysians, Tudu Kumaran, alongside Harith Zaralo, contender this year and contender last year. Luke Purser, the veteran winner 2 weeks ago, alongside the Singaporean Ian Willock, who surely will get that first victory overall very soon. 7th is Darren Formosa, 8th is Bira Circuit, 9th is Jukka Koivistonen, and 10th is Tam Yuko. The 1-minute board goes up over the drivers on the Bira Circuit. And this is the most physical race of the weekend thus far. 18 laps for the Master X30 drivers. 2 classes in one, of course. We have Master and we have Veteran. 5 drivers in the Veteran class, 5 drivers in the Master class. But they all want to win the race overall, and they all have the ability to do it. The same karts as the Senior X30 drivers, with a slight increase to the minimum weight allowance. That's it. That's the only difference. But this class is all about stamina, energy, concentration, tolerance, and discipline. You've got to be one of the very best in the world to manage the Master X30 races. And as Luke Armstrong himself pointed out, the track temperatures today are going to be around 54, 55 degrees Celsius. So balance is everything. Patience is critical. And discipline is mandatory. So with the juniors and cadets carted aside, the Master X30 final takes centre stage. And I would watch this one because Kip Foster versus Luke Armstrong in the first couple of laps could be legendary. 2 magnificent Australian athletes, still able to compete at the top level and at their best, doing a grand job of it all the way. So it's wonderful to see these two at the very peak of their craft. So we'll continue and have a fantastic run. So still, the drivers will have a fantastic race up at the sharp end. And of course, if anything were to occur between Armstrong and Foster, it's unlikely because that's not how either driver races. But accidents happen, so you never know. But there'll be plenty of talent waiting in the wings if it does occur. Tidu Kumaran, Howard Zaralo, Luke Purser, Ian Willock, Darren Formosa, Weirda Sakamchan, Jukka Koivistonen and Tam Yuk-ho. And so as the drivers get themselves measured and ready for another exciting run, 18 laps on the Bira Kart circuit are definitely going to showcase the level of intensity and aggression that is required at this level. A very tough race is waiting for our drivers. So as Luke Armstrong puts himself into pole position, he'll have Kip Foster alongside him. The start will be crucial, and we'll have to see exactly how it plays out for these two powerhouses. Luke Armstrong works his way out of the penultimate turn. He doesn't have to wait too long to figure it up the grid because there's only 10 karts to form. But it's Merlin-backed Tony Card of Simon Racing alongside the JDP Group Lenzo kart. What an opportunity. And that's a problem for Luke Purser. Luke Purser's in trouble already. So Luke Purser is not going anywhere. That is devastating for Luke Purser. The race does not go on with him as the race gets underway in the Master X30 final. And Foster is the leader. Kip Foster has made the jump. So just like that, JDP Lenzo has problems galore. Oh, and there's an off in the first turn. Someone's gone off. It looks to me like we've had Darren Formosa colliding with Ian Willock. So the two of them have ended up diving down the back end of the field. And so Willock and Formosa tangling. But Foster leads the way from Armstrong. Zaralo is third from Kumaran. And then in fifth position, it's Weirda Sakamchan. Crazy scenes here in Master X30 as Luke Purser doesn't even get to start and his teammate takes the lead. So Kip Foster's got to do all the hard work now. Luke Armstrong is a very fast operative. He's got to hope that Howard Zaralo and Tidu Kumaran get a chance to close up on them to help him out a little bit. But Foster's struggling, even on the first lap, to get the tyres dialed in. Fresh tyres do not necessarily mean particularly fast tyres. You've got to be able to look after them. And Foster is already starting to twitch around a little bit on the Lenzo kart. So Armstrong knows there's a chance. Foster's trying to cover his bases. Got to rotate on the radius, but Armstrong's going to be so quick out of turns. He's got the balance on this Kart Republic machine. By Kip Foster's own admission, he knows that it's not going to be easy to beat him, but he'll give it everything he's got and all the wealth of his experience. The man who won the final in the IAME Asia final competition at Macau last December, up against Luke Armstrong, the man he fought with all week long and even beat. But that doesn't mean he's going to beat him today. Armstrong's really going to need to dig deep and find some magic, but it might not take him too long. Harith bin Zaralo, Tidu Kumaran and Weirda Sakamchan from Tam, Koivistonen, Willock and Formosa. Sadly, game over already for Luke Purser. There will be no victory in the veteran class for him this time. There was 2 weeks ago. Foster already covering and defending as Armstrong's going to slam dunk on the inside, but will he run out too wide? Foster's going to try and get him back. There's nothing in it. He's keeping himself to the inside and Foster holds on. My goodness me, that was great racing between the two as Armstrong was determined he wasn't going to back out until the last possible moment. That is as wheel to wheel as you can get without contact. Foster and Armstrong leaving nothing on the table. And now Luke Armstrong will come at Kip Foster again. And the man from Western Australia knows it very well indeed. He's not going to take advantage of the situation. He's certainly not going to waste this chance. But he's also under no illusions at all how tricky he's going to make it. Armstrong, maybe to first corner he'll get a chance. But the JDP Group driver holds on. Same corner. 1 lap later, chance to make it happen. Foster tries to back Armstrong in. Armstrong goes for broke. Can Foster turn it in? No, Armstrong's held him. Very good work from Armstrong. And now he covers the inside for the next apex. Foster trying to cut across. Armstrong holds the inside line to ransom, and there's nothing Foster can do in response. Genius from Armstrong. Armstrong absolutely nails it, and now Foster's trying to come around the outside to get up an opportunity into the hairpin. Can he dive down into the left-hander? Armstrong backing him up. He really wants the tyres to kick in and give him a qualifying style pace. Foster! Oh, up in the air! He manages to land it, but that was such a tight moment for Luke Armstrong, and Kip Foster. It certainly very nearly became Luke Foster then. They almost melded into one. Foster to turn one, dives in, gets there. Howard Zarolo with a chance to come in a second, but Armstrong shuts him down. Here we go again, as Kumaran tries to take on Zarolo. And he's going to have pressure from the reigning champion in Masters. We're to Sikamchan. Just when we think we know what's going to happen, there's more to come from Master X30. And Foster retakes the lead from Luke Armstrong. What a show they're giving us. And this again could really be the difference in the championship fight, just as it was in junior and cadet earlier. I've got a feeling that if there's no victory for Luke Armstrong this time, it really does change things in the championship fight in Master X30. And Kip Foster here as a one-off. Hopefully we'll see him more often. But he's got a chance to change the face of this championship. An amazing battle. Foster holding on Armstrong. Here comes Kumaran. He has a think on the inside of Zarolo, but he wasn't quite enough alongside him to commit to the move. He may get a shot into turn 3. Speaking of which, Armstrong's having a go at Foster, but Foster's ready for him. Luke Armstrong tries again, and again, and again. Fascinating stuff as Darren Formosa now clocks the fastest lap at 56.6 in front of Ian Willock. But Foster still holds on from Armstrong. There's Jukka Koivistonen in the background as Formosa and Willock are now just trading lap times at the tail of the field, hoping to catch up to these guys if it happens. But Kip Foster still keeping Luke Armstrong at the ready in second place, pinch pointing the move. There's a little bit of a nudge, and Foster gives Armstrong a real check there on the way through the hairpin. And Armstrong won't have liked that at all. It's no-nonsense racing in Master X30. You leave nothing on the table. You push all of your cards in, and you go all in. Tiru Kumaran in behind Howard Zarolo. The battle for third almost as intense as the battle for the lead as Armstrong goes for the move on Foster. Foster comes across again and again hoodwinks Luke Armstrong. Armstrong still to the inside until Foster cuts across once more. Fantastic racing. These two at the peak of their craft, and they will leave nothing behind. No stone unturned in the fight for victory. A great race between these two. Foster and Armstrong still absolutely level pegging. Kumaran trying every trick in the book to get ahead of his countryman Howard Zarolo. And Tamyuk Ho, the best race I've seen from him all year, in 6th position, hunting down Bira Circuit. Kip Foster, 7 laps done, 11 still to go, and you cannot believe that this still isn't settled yet between the two. Armstrong tries again. Turn 3, that will be his moment. Foster knows it's coming. So around the outside, Armstrong committing, they bang wheels. And Foster still holds the lead. There's a loss of momentum. Zarolo's got them both. He takes the lead, and now Foster gets back in on the inside. Armstrong wrestling to get back on the Malaysian, and he's in a second again. Oh, terrific racing as they put on an excellent showcase. Wonderful job. So it's going to be Foster leading the way on Armstrong. Zarolo covering Tiru Kumaran, and that's Darren Formosa. Clearly damaged from that initial incident with Ian Willock, but he checks the cap on the top of the engine. He's testing everything, making sure he can get going again. Come on, Hollywood. We know you've got it in you. But maybe the kart doesn't have it in it on its own on this time. Well, he's trying everything to get started again, but I think it's a riding to nothing at the moment. He has got moving again, but he's in danger of getting the blue flag with the red cross here. He may have to get off the circuit. And that would be so unfortunate for someone of the caliber and pedigree of Hollywood. Meanwhile, this battle in the X30 Master Final between the two gladiators of our sport will not relent. Foster and Armstrong have been trading blows, banging wheels, nudging each other into corners, and absolutely wrestling for the apexes. Neither man is prepared to back down. Can Foster really get this done? And pinch point Luke Armstrong in the final. Over the qualifying heats, the time trial, and even the super heat, Luke Armstrong has proven he's the faster man. But is Kip Foster the smarter man? He leads at the moment into turn 1. Armstrong's going to come at him again. It'll be turn 3, as it's always been between these two. Foster knows it's there. He pushes Armstrong to the far side. And then he rolls on the radius. That's lovely from Kip Foster. No way through for Luke Armstrong, who'll try again now into 4. Foster knows it's coming. Dives back in. Brilliant undercut. Switches him up. So every time Armstrong goes for the move, Foster anticipates it and chops him back. Nice try. Come up with something else. Foster and Armstrong absolutely at loggerheads, and the more they squabble, the more Tiru Kumaran fancies his chances. These two are ruining their tyres. I've been keeping an eye on mine. Armstrong dives in, Foster rotates, gets him back again. And now Tiru Kumaran is going to attack. Here comes the Birla on the curb. He's got him. Tiru Kumaran takes on Luke Armstrong and into second place. That is the sweetest overtake you're ever going to see from Tiru Kumaran this season. So much resting on it, but the championship leader knew he was never going to get a second invitation, and he absolutely mastered it. The master of the masters so far, Tiru Kumaran leading the points, and this is why. So now Luke Armstrong hasn't just got one man to get past in the next 8 laps, he's got 2. And what a race this is from Tiru Kumaran, looking after the tyres, not getting in the silly shenanigans earlier on. He may have a better set of tyres to play with now than either Luke Armstrong or Kip Foster. And the RL Birla with a genuine chance to win his first final in forever. Foster, Kumaran, Armstrong, Zaralo, Weirda Sakamchan from Tamiko, Jukka Gordustanen, Ian Willock, and Darren Formosa is still going. But as the top 3 come through, Kumaran fancies a chance to go for the lead on Foster. Foster looks over his shoulder. Kumaran's going for the lead. Tiru Kumaran takes the lead, but will he keep it? Foster gets him back instantly. And now Kumaran fancies it. He's wrestling. They run wide. Armstrong's going to take it away. Luke Armstrong sits pretty in 3rd place, lets it all happen, and he'll take the lead and some oxygen between himself and Kip Foster, and that race may have just been won. Luke Armstrong gets an early Christmas gift like he's never had before. And Kip Foster is left to lick his wounds. Let's look at it again. Just too eager from Kumaran. He nudges the back, kicks them both out to the pickup. And that's enough for Luke Armstrong to sweep in. Thanks, buddy. I'll take it. Well, Foster's going to be frustrated, but Luke Armstrong is going to be laughing all the way to his visor. Armstrong ahead of Foster. And Howard Zaralo in 3rd place from Weirda Sakamchan and Tiru Kumaran. That was a big opportunity from the Malaysian, and he knew it. But just a little bit eager. He'll be the first one to put his hand up and admit, okay, that didn't quite work out. But in this intense heat, on a 55 degrees Celsius track temperature, a couple of millimeters from the ground, it will feel like an oven out there. And it's always easy to make a mistake when you're already wrestling with the elements. Kumaran's got himself back into 4th place past Weirda Sakamchan. Tamiko 6th from Kovistanen, Willock and Formosa. And so the battles continue to progress. But out in front, still no worries at all for Luke Armstrong. Having taken the lead, he's maintained it. It looks to me as though Darren Formosa has parked it. So after the initial mechanical problems, Darren Formosa parks the bus, brings it into the pits, and he can look forward to a nice flight back to Australia tomorrow, where he can go back to Victoria, and he will enjoy some wonderful time with Sandra, I'm sure. So Armstrong, Kip Foster, Howard Zaralo, Tiru Kumaran, and Weirda Sakamchan. But Tiru Kumaran at least wants to get back the 3rd position, if nothing else. He had a chance to win. He knew he had to take it. But Howard Zarilo is the man he can really vanquish in this fight for the title. He knows it. He's the only one, really, who's been there at the front end for all 3 rounds of the championship thus far. So a third-place finish is still in the offing. Armstrong, Foster, Zarilo, Kumaran. Zarilo just covering his bases on the CS55 chassis in the Carlos Sainz kart colour scheme. Art on the inside for Tiru Kumaran. Dives in. That'll do. Third position, but he drifts wide onto the pickup. Can Zarilo get him back? No. Kumaran's got the inside line for the next apex. That'll do. Third position. Now Zarilo's going to come back at him. Oh, that was nearly a repeat of what happened between Kumaran and Ian Willock in the pre-final beforehand in the superheat. Goodness me, that was close. But Kumaran holds on from Zarilo. And Bira Circuit, Tamiko, Yukikoi Vustanen, Ian Willock, and that's all she wrote. So 4 laps to go is about to become 3 laps to go, and that gift from Luke Armstrong of getting ahead of Kit Foster. So unfortunate for Foster, he'd done all the hard work up to that point. But now that Armstrong is released, he'll disappear. But what a battle it was. They gave us everything they possibly had. But as soon as you give Armstrong even a millimetre of gap, he's going to take every single ounce of that millimetre and push it further into a big gap. And the gap is now 1.6. Kumaran is going to try one more time to close up on Kit Foster. He's got 3 laps to try and make an impression on the Australian. He would dearly love to finish second. There'll be better points on offer for P2 than there will be for P3. And he is leading the championship coming into the weekend, so he knows he's got to take advantage of it. But that's the one thing Luke Armstrong doesn't have to worry about. He can just look after the tyres for the last 2 laps. He's built the gargantuan chasm between himself and Foster, which in the last 2 laps will be hard for him to come back to. But now Tiru Kumaran fancies a go again at Kit Foster. Could he go for second with 2 laps to go? Certainly the win looks nailed on for Luke Armstrong. No matter what Kit Foster threw at him, and he threw pretty much everything bar the kitchen sink. It was wonderful for Luke Armstrong. Fabulous work as they work their way up to the snail shell for the penultimate time. But as much as we're enjoying watching Armstrong up front, I want to see the battle behind. Here's Kumaran, edging closer to Kit Foster. There could just be one final roll of the dice for the Malaysian. Here we go. Kit Foster on the Lenzo kart versus Tiru Kumaran on the Birala on your screens. And there's a chance now for the Malaysian to get into second, and he knows it. Foster will be tired, but so will Kumaran. But who's going to be more tired? Who's going to have better tyres? Who's going to have more focus, more composure? Kumaran throwing everything at every curb he's got. As Armstrong crosses the line, he goes into the final lap. Foster covering the bases of Kumaran. Zarilo and Yamchan through turn 1. Can Tiru Kumaran go for broke and give a chance to Foster? Foster defends. Kumaran knows he's going to be vulnerable. Round the outside. Foster covers it. And Kumaran finds the gap on the inside line. That's more like it. But he drifts wide. Foster's going to come back at him. Kumaran keeps it. Rolling round the outside, but Foster's got him back. Fantastic duel between the two. And Kumaran's running out of chances to attack again. I think that might be Foster confirming the second place. But up front, it's been Luke Armstrong all weekend long. Although he chose to give us a fight of it in the final. He had to fight, but he had to pick his moments with valour. Here comes Luke Armstrong out of the final turn, and it's victory for the Australian. 2 out of 2 in Thailand. And to the line, Foster gets Kumaran. 4th for Zarilo, 5th for Bira Circuit. Tamiko vanquishes Yukikoi Vustanen only by a few tenths of a second in the end. Ian Willock will be frustrated with 8th position, not where he wanted to be at all. And the 2 Australians out of the race, Darren Formosa and Luke Purser. Luke Armstrong with a stunning race. And look at that. Handshake between Foster and Armstrong. They knew it was going to be rough. They knew it was going to be tough. But what a fabulous, fabulous battle it was. Armstrong and Foster, there'll be no respect lost between those two at all. A great battle. Both drivers knew that the other was going to leave everything out there and push like crazy. But what a race it was. Master X30 delivering, as it usually does in the final. Most of these drivers take it carefully in the heats and the super heat, just getting the task done. But in the final, they give us hell. And boy, do we get the best of it. A wonderful result for Luke Armstrong, and a fantastic performance by the competitors who have really done a sensational job out there. I'm actually going to cheat. I'm going to walk up the straight, because I can. So we're going to go and find Luke Armstrong, and hopefully Kit Foster as well. But a fantastic job in the Master X30 final. They know how to give us a show, don't they? What a great race. Well, it was very intense, as it was always going to be in Master X30. They will always push to the absolute ragged edge. But the battle between Luke Armstrong and Kit Foster, nothing short of legendary. And the two men absolutely at the limit of their own adhesion. Great to see them give us so much excitement and banter in the middle of a very intense Master X30 race. That was wonderful to watch. So the contenders come up with the goods in the Master X30 final. We're going to see if we can find Luke Armstrong after a very intense one, even by his standards. That was tricky. What a great race too from Kit Foster. But the Aussie dynamic duo giving us an amazing show. And Luke Armstrong, that was a tough race to win. Easily his toughest race of the year to win so far. But boy, did he make it work. So great work for the Simon Racing team. They pick up the spoils in Master X30. And we're going to go and find the man who got the job done. He's waiting to get on the weighbridge, to be fair. But wonderful to see everybody putting in such a great result. Was really, really fun out there. Luke Armstrong, that was tense. You really had to work hard, but he did say he was going to try every trick to get you, and it was very tough.
Yeah, no, that's what racing's all about. I think we pushed each other to the limit and almost a little bit beyond, but he's good enough to sort of hold it together, and the same with me. And I think we would have struggled to get past him. I think he was he was putting it in, the racecraft was really, really good. So we had really good pace, but it doesn't matter if you're P2. So no, he drove really well, really clean, and for the first time here, I think, you know, super impressive. He didn't do much practice either, so yeah, Kip's a bit of a legend.
That was what makes Master X30 so fantastic to watch, though. You really do have to bring everything you've got, all of those years, all of that waft of experience, while balancing the tyres at the same time.
No, for sure. I mean, the tyres went really understeering then, so I think the track scripted up a fair bit, and our balance wasn't as good as it was earlier in the weekend. But when you're battling someone like that, there's no difference in time. It's just whoever takes the right move at the right time. So Kip did an awesome job, and it's great to see Masters have a bigger turnout and a tough race like that, because hopefully it'll bring more people. So yeah, it was an awesome race.
Great job, great race. We loved it. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Luke Armstrong giving us a show to remember. That was absolutely fantastic. Well, just as one show ends, we've got another one to give you. Yet again, we go to the starting grid where the seniors are ready for another magnificent showdown. And it really is going to be intense for the drivers there. The battle in Senior X30 was always going to be splendiferous. And here today, no difference whatsoever. Kai Burke and the Gale brothers, right over the sharp end, with all sorts of opposition around them to give us plenty to talk about going into the toughest race of the weekend. 20 laps in Senior X30 on the Bira Grand Prix circuit. So the drivers are preparing for battle. It will be a very good race for all, I'm sure. But of course, just getting here was a very important part of the test. Not everybody's made it. Sadly, there are 4 drivers sat on the sidelines, not able to go through to the final. But the challenge starts here. Senior X30 was never going to be a straightforward fight. It was never going to be easy pickings. You're going to have to bring everything you've got to the table, get those chips out, and occasionally you go all in. But amazing work from the drivers at the front end of the field. There's a sea of red and white at the sharp end of the field, along with the great competitors from the Kart Republic stables. Let's go and find the pole sitter. Every time we come and talk to you, Kai, it seems like there's even more to come from you. You really have brought something extra special this weekend. You've won every race you've started. The final's going to be the toughest of all. What's the feeling going in?
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to try and do our best. That's what matters, but we know we've got the pace. Just need to see if the race plays out in our hands and, yeah, just do the best we can.
Tyres are going to be obviously the most important factor across 20 laps. We've seen what the tyre wear's been like for you. You've handled it better than most. Will it be good on the fresh set for the 20 laps period?
Yeah, I mean, last time we were here, we were good on the fresh set, so, and I feel like we've improved since then, so, yeah, we should be good.
Looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
So as the Bundaberg bouncer goes to the pole position for this fantastic run, the 36 drivers that have made it are now ready, steady, and in position. And how about this for Eyes on Stalks for the Bira Asia team and Michael Patrizzi? They've got 1, 2, 3 on the front end of the grid. Not just Kai Burke, but the Gale brothers. It's wonderful to see them returning to the sport as teammates rather than just one supporting the other. Toby Gale, second on the grid. Austin Gale, third on the grid. And the reigning champion, Yuka Po, P4. Arguably the 4 best drivers of the weekend in the best 4 places of the grid. What a battle. Let's go and find, first of all, Austin Gale. Austin, when I spoke to you 2 weeks ago, you were a cyclist getting green with envy at watching your brother go racing. And now here you are, back behind the wheel, and it's like you've never been away.
Yeah, I mean, just really happy to be back. Obviously, going from cycling to karting again. It's been really fun. It's really nice to be back with this atmosphere. Everything's really good, but yeah.
Level with me, now that you're back and that you've been able to run in the top 3, is the feeling starting to get emotional again? You want to come back more and more? Could we see you on the entry at Macau?
Yeah, I've always got that feeling, but I think it's just a one-off. Just going to have fun for now and pack it up after.
Okay, I'll see if that stays true in the next few weeks. Well done, Austin.
Thank you.
Great to see him back at the sharp end. Let's go and find his brother. Oh, Tiru's already gone into chill-out mode. Well done, Tiru. We're going to see if we can find the man in second on the grid, Toby Gale. Toby, business as usual, front end of the grid, but this time it's the Grand Prix circuit for 20 laps rather than the modified short for 22. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling confident, happy with the weekend so far. We've just been really, really strong consistently, and hopefully we can bring that into the final.
The tyre is obviously going to be the key factor here. All 3 of you have been able to handle it really well. What's going to be the key difference going into this final that will make that extra special push?
I think it's just managing the pace really and being consistent every lap, because obviously it's 20 laps, it's a really long race and a lot can happen.
Looking forward to seeing what you give us, Toby. Good luck.
Thank you.
I think we've just about got time for a chat with one more of our men before we have to clear the grid, and that is the reigning champion. Great to see Yuka Po back at the front. It's been a difficult couple of weekends for you, but you're back where you belong. You're in the fight, and judging on the sort of longevity and the pace you've been able to show in the past, it's very much game on for you.
Yeah, like it's difficult, as that, and especially for this weekend. Yeah, I get to the second row again. But obviously the Bira is strong this weekend, so it's going to make it more difficult. But, yeah.
Does that mean you have to bring the aggression early, or do you have to be a bit more calculated in the middle of the race?
We'll see. Like, thing changes, like all of a sudden. So we'll see.
Okay, good luck for it. We know you've got it what it takes, mate. Live it up.
Thank you.
So with the top 4 drivers poised and ready for the toughest showcase of them all, we've still got big pressure from behind as well. Warapong Yamchan flying the flag for Thailand and top 1, 5th on the grid. His best chance ever of getting to the overall podium for the first time. And then, of course, there's also going to be big opposition from Nathan Arya. The Indonesian has been fast all weekend, and he has given us so much to get excited about. In only his second Senior X30 weekend, he's in the top 6. It's no holds barred. It's all to play for the last time this year. Let's rock it in Thailand. 2 immense weekends on the Bira Kart circuit, and after the fun and games of the final last time out 2 weeks ago was very tricky indeed, and we got a very different final winner in Dylan Tan, who will once again go from the top 10 of the grid and will definitely be leaving nothing to chance as he goes off P6 alongside Warapong Yamchan. But There's all sorts of pressure still to come. Everyone knows that the boys in red and white are tough to vanquish. But for the first time this weekend, they will all be fighting not just with the rest, but with each other. Kai Burke has been invincible all weekend. Toby Gale desperately wants to win on home turf. And his brother Austin, in a one-weekend, one-off, fancying his chances to return to the top as fast as humanly possible. What a story. After the toughest 2 weekends of his career recently, Yuka Po is back at the front, 4th position on the grid. So let's see if he's capable of breaking up the red and white family. But of course, there are other pretenders to the crown. Warapong Yamchan, Dylan Tan, Sidikit Surakumkulkasem, and Nathan Arya. So many drivers wanting to get amongst the big show. And don't count out Travis Teo. He's always there to take his chances. If the start goes well and he breaks into the top 5, anything's possible for the Malaysian. The former king of IAME Series Asia, desperate to get back there again. And while you're at it, keep an eye on the likes of Jaden Pope in 10th on the grid. Banu Steenman Kong, Dominic Setiovan, the Komodo Dragon, 12th on the grid. 13th for Andrea Galimberti. Do not expect him to be that low by the end of the race. And alongside him, the ever-improving Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Very impressive considering he's only been karting for about a year and a half or so. And there he is, up at the sharp end of Senior X30. The battle just keeps getting more and more intense. And with 1 minute to go, I genuinely can't call this. On paper, this could be Kai Burke's going away. But I know the Gale brothers on their home turf. Neither one of them will want to sacrifice a win. If Toby gets a chance to win, he'll take it. If Austin gets the chance to win, he'll take it. But on top of that, if Austin has the chance to help Toby, there's obviously going to be a little mindset for that as well. But both drivers will go into this race wanting one thing, the top step of the podium. It's a lovely problem for Michael Patrese to have 1, 2, and 3 on the starting grid. Will it stay that way by the end? And will it stay in that order by the end? Your guess is very much as good as mine. Martin Bean, our race director, giving the command to start the engines one more time. And so, for the warm-up lap, we get ourselves under starters' orders. For the last time in Thailand in 2026, the Bira Circuit rings out to the Senior X30 field. The top 36 drivers go out onto the circuit. Very sadly, there are a handful of drivers who don't make it. On this occasion, we say goodbye to Pakin Jananaku, to Jamie Ambrose, to Didi Tse, and to Xiao Mojuan. But don't worry, they'll be back later on in the season, we hope. Certainly the next time we race at Bira, we can almost guarantee. It's addictive, this sport. Once you're in, it's very difficult to get out. Just ask Austin Gale. How long did he stay out of the sport? Just 4 months. So 20 laps to go on the Bira Circuit. Kai Burke, Toby Gale, Austin Gale, Warapong Yamchan, Yuka Po, Dylan Tan, Sidikut Suramakukasem, and Nathan Arya, Travis Teo, and Jaden Pope, Banu Steenman Kong and Dominic Setiovan, Andrea Galimberti and Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Jerry Chi, Johanatan Mosh, Ananton Tanachai, Mika Slabbert, Kian Shah and Danish Chen, Sun Yang, Melvin Shane, Leonardo Mori, Wong Kifei, Sir Anoras, Zachary Boyce, Sishan Gunasekara, Thomas George, Ayan Marwa, Chanoknan Vidatacha, Aidan Forbes, Warawon Komorakul, Kantapadlan and Suksanti, Rafael Kamal, Fanya Yamchan, and Jenny Bibinet. And so now, the toughest race of any weekend in the Infinity IAME Series Asia, the Senior X30 final. So far, it's provisional victory for Knox Black, Max Schilling, and Luke Armstrong. We'll confirm all of that on the podium ceremonies later, of course. But now comes the true shindig of our sport. There's nothing like Senior X30. It's almost an entire Formula One season locked into 20 laps. Leave nothing to chance. Leave no stone unturned. But for the Bira Asia team up front, 3 carts for the red and white team, and Michael Patrizi needs to watch his blood pressure, because with the leaders up front, it's going to get tricky between Kai Burke, Toby Gale, and Austin Gale. Yukapo wants to separate them. Wanapong Yamchan, Dylan Tan, Sidikat Sadaman Kukkasem, and Nathan Ardia are waiting in the wings. And don't forget the might of Teo, of Pope, of Steenman Kong, of Setyavon, of Galimberti, and of Sarmiento. They all want a taste. They come out the final turn for the last time in Thailand. Let's race at Bira! Beautiful start from Burke. And it's going to be Austin Gale who breaks through to second place. Maybe even to the lead if he keeps the inside line there with Kai Burke. He's going to put, oh, contact further back. 2 or 3 carts coming a cropper. That's the 207. That's Sun Yang. Sun Yang having a problem, the Chinese driver. And he's come straight off the course and actually skipped half the track. So Sun Yang is going to limp back to the pits, I think. He's lost the side pod, so he's going to be out of it. And there's problems further back as well. So Sun Yang is going to go straight back to the pit lane. He does indeed with a broken side pod, but the leaders come through. We've got a problem elsewhere as one of the Tony carts has come to a stop on the back straight. We're going to see a replay. Tan getting on the grass, and that causes the concertina effect, and everybody hustles in together. Bang! In the middle. Sun Yang goes over the top. His side pod is the one that comes off, and he's already retired. And there is a stationary cart on the far side. That is the 203, I'm afraid to say. It's game over for the Tony cart of Aidan Forbes. The Hong Kong man did such a great job in his super heat. And unfortunately, Aidan Forbes is going no further. So both he and Sun Yang are out of the race. They clear the cart quickly. But of course, there were yellow flags on the way. Fortunately, nobody made an overtake. And so it's Kai Burke, Austin Gale, Toby Gale, Weirda Sakamchan, Yukapo, and Panu Steenman Kong. In Formula One, they had the Schumacher brothers. In IAME Series Asia, we've got the Gale brothers. And Austin is in front of Toby. It's like he's never been away. Down to the braking zone, trying to stay with Kai Burke. What an amazing image this is for Michael Patrizi and the Bira Asia team. They barely have to do any work. They've got a massive advantage now. As in 4th position, that is the hard-charging Panu Steenman Kong. He's done a lot of hard work to get into 4th place, and he's in front of one of the top 1 carts. I want to say that's Jaden Pope. It is indeed. Oh, no, sorry, it's Weirda Sakamchan. My apologies. Meanwhile, Galimberti is charging his way forward. He's made a gap or 2 up the inside, and he's wrestling with Travis Teo. One of these 2 is going to have to back down. The former senior X30 champion against the reigning junior champion, Galimberti, is going to slingshot and keeps his position further back. Meanwhile, we've had an off on the way to the snail shell. Somebody's retiring. So we've had a problem already for Johannathan Mosh and Ian Marwa. They've dropped to the back of the field. But I think it's someone else who's got caught up in the incident. We've got yellow flags. And that's why it's Leonardo Mori. Oh, what a disappointing weekend the Malaysian has had anyway. And that just puts it to bed. Now here comes the challenge as Austin Gale has taken the lead from Kai Burke. Kai Burke is down to 2nd, and Toby Gale is keeping a watching brief. But Austin Gale is now in the lead. Amazing. The junior cycling competitor these days comes back to karting, and on lap 4 of the senior final in his first weekend away in 4 months, he is leading. I've got a feeling that the childlike adoration of karting and the passion is all going to come seeping back. If Austin Gale wins this final, I don't think I'll be too surprised if his entry ends up on the list at Macau, and then again in Malaysia, and then again at LYL in the final. You can take a racing driver out of karting, but you cannot take karting out of the racing driver. Out of the final turn, and Burke, Toby Gale and Panu Steenman Kong are going to give Austin the race of his life into turn 1. Here comes Kai Burke. No, you don't, says Austin. This is not my first rodeo. On the run to 3. And Austin Gale is backing up Kai Burke. I told you this was going to get physical between the Bira boys. Kai Burke wants to win this. Oh, he nudges the back of Austin Gale. Got to be careful. You do not need a loose front fairing. Not when the championship fight is this intense already. And the man in 3rd is, of course, the championship leader, Toby Gale. So he wants to keep clean. If Kai Burke gets into hot water and he doesn't, he can pick up places just by keeping his front fairing on. But Austin Gale leads the way. What an amazing comeback from the 16-year-old from Pattaya. Hopping over the curbs, Kai Berg's going to wrestle it, finds the inside line, sweet as a nut from the Bundaberg bouncer. Into the lead he goes. And Austin and Toby are now giving chase to Berg once more. Hopping over the curves at the exit of 2, up towards 3. Down to the left-hand hairpin. And Kai Berg can now get back into his rhythm that he's had all weekend long as Toby goes for Austin. Lovely. Austin doesn't give too much resistance to his brother. And so Toby heads into second place. Now I wonder if Austin Gale is going to play the support role here a little bit and help his brother to go after Kai Berg. It was great while it lasted, the lead, but now he's down to third. He's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't lose out to Panu Steenmankong. So Panu Steenmankong flying the flag for Thailand in this final. He's looking good for the podium. Don't forget, the top 5 drivers in this competition get to the rostrum at the end of the weekend. So it's Berg, Toby Gale, Austin Gale, Panu Steenmankong, and in 5th place, that's Bira Circuit. No, that's Andrea Galimberti. Galimberti's in P5. What an amazing few laps it's been for the Italian stallion. Started 13th, and he's now in P5, and he's catching up to the top 4. Fantastic. The youngest man in the field, 13 years of age. He'll turn 14 in June. His first season in Senior X30 as the junior champion last year. He spent the last 2 years testing under senior regulations to be ready for when he steps up. And what an opportunity this is now for Andrea Galimberti. He is closing in on the Fab 4. Berg, Toby Gale, Austin Gale, Steenmankong, and Galimberti. What a showdown this will be. 7 laps now completed. 13 laps to go here at Bira. And so we crack on into lap 8. Berg, Toby, Austin, Panu Steenmankong, and there's a technical flag for the 208. A technical flag, that's Ian Marwa. And there's contact between Pagomigos Sarmiento and Dominic Setiavan. Sarmiento's collided with the Komodo Dragon. Very unfortunate indeed between those two. And so they will now rejoin at the tail of the field. So unfortunate. Sarmiento was having the best weekend of his career so far in Senior X30. But the faster you go, the more of a target you build on your back. And unfortunately, Sarmiento finds out the hard way. So Ian Marwa now has a technical flag. We're not sure what it was for, but he got one earlier in the day, so I wonder if it's the same problem. Out of the final turn, and Galimberti is eating up the road to the 4 leading cars. 12 to go. Berg, Toby Gale, Austin Gale, Steenmankong, and Galimberti. The Top 1 Motorsport team really want a victory on home soil. They came so close a couple of weeks ago, but it didn't work out in their favour. They've got quite a few drivers in this race, of course. Bira Circuit, Jaden Pope, and of course Panya Yamchan, all for the same team, along with Andrea Galimberti. But the Italian really fancies his chances of going after the Car Republic in front of him, Panu Steenmankong, and then the 3 Birolats up front. But Kai Berg is driving sublimely. What a run from the man from Bundaberg. Out of the final turn, and the immaculacy of Kai Berg is evident for all to see. Even the Gale brothers are struggling to switch it up and turn on the pace to the young man from Queensland, Australia. A stunning display. Last year, Kai Berg was good. By the end of the year, he was great. This year, he's almost unstoppable. Certainly this weekend. And up the inside, Galimberti gets Steenmankong. So Galimberti into P4. He attacks Panu Steenmankong, and it works out beautifully. So now Galimberti has just 3 men standing in his way for victory. And guess what? They all drive red and white. Now we've got another technical flag going out. This time it's for the 258. So that is Jerry G of the DRM Paralin team. That's unfortunate. He had a good run in his superheat earlier on as well. So he'll be disappointed that he's now got to come into the pits to fix that. It isn't game over unless he decides to get out of the car, but he certainly has to report back to the pits. 10 done, 10 to go. We are 10 laps away from the halfway point of the season, and it looks as though Austin Gale is doing his best to cover the bases and help out his brother. He is keeping Andrea Galimberti back. Nothing wrong with that at all. He's helping his brother to consolidate his advantage in the championship fight. If he finishes second, that's maximum points that he can get on a day when Kai Burke is dominant. So now Austin Gale is giving his brother a helping hand. And this is going to wind up Galimberti and Steenman-Kong to high heaven. Galimberti is not going to want to play this game at all. I'm faster than you. I can get ahead of you. Thank you. Let me through. No chance, says Austin Gale. So out of the final turn, Burke is leading. Toby Gale second, and Austin Gale is now playing rear gunner. 9 laps to go. But it shows you what Austin Gale can do. He led the final on his return. And if he gets a little bit more time in the seat, well, Gale is still a champion in waiting, and he knows it. This will be satisfying for him. He came here to play and have fun. Boy, has he done that. And he's given us a lot of fun too. So elsewhere, the drivers are still having a great race of it. But Galimberti is really struggling to keep up with the pace of Austin Gale. He's actually backed down a little bit. Panush Steenman-Kong is reeling him in. Galimberti looks over his shoulder. I thought we were going to have another Mason Kwong incident there, with Galimberti suddenly backing off the tail of Austin Gale. I thought maybe he had a mechanical. And Panush Steenman-Kong is going to try and get alongside. Doesn't quite make it. And now Galimberti is trying to shut down the door of Steenman-Kong. There's nothing in it as they go through the main straight. Galimberti is determined. I've lost my tyres. I can't keep up with the Berylarts, but I am not losing 4th place. If this is the best I'm going to get, then I'm going to keep it. And so now Galimberti is defending valiantly. Up the inside, though, Steenman-Kong makes it work. Thank you. I'll have that. And Galimberti cannot respond. And so the Thai, Panush Steenman-Kong, comes through into 4th place. And Galimberti's got a real problem. Oh, a real problem for Galimberti. He slams his hand on the steering wheel. Come on! Why? Oh, Andrea Galimberti crawls to a stop before he even reaches the pit entry. And he trudges away from his cart. He doesn't even want to deal with it. Wow, the emotional, very fiery Italian walks away from his cart, leaves it, and trudges in. Andrea Galimberti, furious. What do I have to do to catch a break? Here's the initial move from Steenman-Kong. And Galimberti was chopping across him all the way. But as soon as Steenman-Kong made the move on Galimberti, his days were numbered. He was already fiddling with something as Steenman-Kong was trying to come through, and then it just died on him. The fury, the rage. What do I have to do to catch a break? Andrea Galimberti, enraged. A fantastic drive, washed away. Both he and Mason Kwong will just want to forget that the 12th of April 2026 ever happened. Out in front, though, Kai Burke is absolutely drinking it in. The Australian leads from Toby Gale and Austin Gale. Panush Steenman-Kong 4th, and up to 5th again comes the reigning champion, Yuka Po. 6th is Travis Teo. That could get tasty between 2 former champions. 7th is Anton Tanganachai. And then it's Siddharth Sadamakokasem, Dylan Tan, and Nathan Arya in the top 10. And then we've got Danish Chen, Kian Shah, Wanamon Konakul, Wadapong, Yam Chan, and Mika Slabbert. But the battles have been relentless all the way through. And so Galimberti becomes the race's latest retirement. Oh, Jaden Pope has retired as well. So Jaden Pope has also parked his Top 1 Motorsport car. So they're really having a nightmare. Jaden Pope retires as well. Absolute disaster for the team from Pattaya. Pedro Hiltbrand taps his head, lets the drivers know, keep your focus, keep your cool. We've still got 5 laps to go. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. And she hasn't even warmed up the vocal cords yet. Especially now that Travis Teo is swarming around behind Yuka Po with intense pressure from an Anton Tananachikul. with Anatol Nananachai going for the move. Nananachai really wanting to get a top 5 finish here, but so too does Travis Teo. If the best you can leave with is 5th, you take it. So Ananton Nananachai and Travis Teo, certainly not the youngest men in the field by any stretch, but their wealth of experience keeps them very focused on the objective of taking on the reigning champion, Yuka Po. And still, Yu has the contention and the ability to run at the front of the pack, but he's made it very clear. He told us on the grid, those Biralats are just so tough to beat this weekend. And so we're going to have Kai Burke and Toby Gale leaping forward in the Drivers' Championship as we go to Macau. 4 laps to go. But more importantly, we've seen Toby Gale take a victory in a final before. We've never seen Kai Burke do it. And it will be a very satisfying moment for the Australian. Travis Teo losing a little bit of traction there. Anatol Nananachai may get a chance here. He's having a think about it. Behind them, we've still got Cinnamon Kokasem dueling with Dylan Tan and Danish Chen. Nathan Ardia, after his pole position in qualifying, sadly, has slipped to 11th place. But there's still so much more to do. In these last 3 laps as Kai Burke comes through, he will realise his ambition. Last year, he was the most consistent driver in the championship fight. He took the title fight down to the wire here at Bira a year ago nearly, when he battled with Yuka Po for the title. Nananachai goes for the move on Teo. Teo shuts him down. But the Australian Kai Burke has been waiting and pushing and digging for more from himself to get the victory in a final. And what a way to do it. He hasn't even looked beatable this weekend at any stage. So the sweepers at the Seashell for Yuka Po, Travis Teo and Ananton Nananachai. The final 3 laps of the season in Thailand. The end of the 2nd round of IAME Series Thailand. The end of the 3rd round of Infinity IAME Series Asia. And it's going to be a fabulous, fabulous victory for the boys in red and white. They're going to finish 3rd with Austin Gale. They're going to finish 2nd with Toby Gale. But they're going to take a glorious victory for Australia, for Queensland, and for Kai Burke. 2 laps to go. Let's keep it going, boys. Nananachai still thinks he can make this bid on Travis Teo as Yuka Po looks over his shoulder and senses the same thing. I think 5th position might be nailed on here, says the man from Hong Kong. I don't think there's going to be much of a challenge from Travis Teo. But Travis Teo is trying to keep the man on the Kart Republic in front of him honest here. Ananton Nananachai still hungry for another move. Cinnamon Kokasem, Dylan Tan and Danish Chen completing the top 10 with the final points positions likely to go the way of Wadawon Komanakul on the GFC. Fair play to him because he's come up from 32nd on the grid to P11. You can't do much better than that in a final, especially when you're the only driver in the field on a GFC. 12th for Nathan Aria, 13th for Kian Shah, Wadapong Yamchan slipping to 14th sadly, and Rafael Kamal all the way up from 34th on the grid to P15. At least top 1 have something to smile about in this final. As we go into the final lap, and the Gale brothers are going to perfect this amazing run for the Biralat Asia team. 3rd for Austin Gale. He led earlier on. Toby Gale 2nd. He will continue to lead the championship. But this man has been waiting for this moment for a year and a half. The Bundaberg bouncer has been so impressive in the first part of 2026. He's been waiting and working and pushing to become a winner in a final in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. So many times it slipped through his fingers. He will not lose out today. Out of the final third comes the Bundaberg bouncer. It's Kai Burke, victorious at last. A flamboyant first win in a final in Senior X30 as Biralat Asia makes it 1, 2, 3. Fantastic! And Kai Burke finally unlocks the winner's potential. It's been a long time coming for Kai Burke. Michael Patrizzi and Pedro Hilbrand celebrate with the crew. What an immense moment that is for the team. They didn't just win, they swept up. And the team is already going into Songkran Festival mode. The water guns have come out. And Kai Burke is victorious. in the most emphatic way he could have done it. It's a fairy tale for Kai Burke. Fastest and winner in qualifying heat 1, winner in qualifying heat 2, winner in qualifying heat 3, winner in the super heat, and he never even looked like it was going to fall away from him once he got the lead back from Austin Gale. Absolutely dominant race from Kai Burke. If you're going to win your first Senior X30 final, do it like that. Absolutely extraordinary race from the Bira boys, and in particular from Kai Burke. What an incredible performance. We're going to go and find the man himself. As we go past the awning for Bira Asia, we're going to see the boys celebrating in fine style as well, I'm sure. Here's a cool guy to see if we can have a quick word with. Pedro Hilbrand, the former world champion and driver advisor. Pedro, that's the way to do it. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, really happy to be on that top podium. P1, P2, P3, P1 in junior also, P7 in mini. So happy with the team performance from Patrizia and from RL. So happy. Viral in top, so happy for it.
Well, the only way you can get better than that is to come back to Macau in a few weeks and make it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's hope. Let's enjoy. Thank you very much.
Great job. Enjoy Songkran.
Thank you.
Well, everybody's going to get wet now because the water pistols and the buckets of water are going to come out. Everyone's going to celebrate, but nobody's going to celebrate harder than they are at Bira. Fantastic weekend from Knox Black in the junior to the senior domination from the Gale brothers, and Kai Burke finally unlocking his first victory in Senior X30 in the final. He'd done it before in the heats, but it's all just white noise until you win your first final. Fantastic result. They stole it all in fantastic fashion at Macau at the tail end of last year. And now they've done it again here in Bira at the halfway point of the 2026 INFINITY IAME Series Asia. Such an amazing work from the Bira boys. We're going to have a word with all of them because we've got time. We haven't got a race to go to next. That was the last race of the day. So we've got time to catch up with the boys. A handshake coming in from Panu Steenman-Kong, I believe. Fantastic job. He'll be on the podium with them. Let's find the boys. First of all, to Austin Gale. Austin, great race. You're one off and you led the final. That must have felt so sweet.
Yeah, it felt really good, but obviously my mind was on the team the whole time. It was a 1, 2, 3 Biro. And when I slotted back into third, because I just knew Kai was faster, I saw Toby's championship rival Gamberti behind, so I knew I had to get to work. But luckily we held him off and it was a 1, 2, 3 Biro in the end.
I've got a sneaky suspicion you love racing too much. I've got a feeling we will see you again at some point in 2026.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see.
It wasn't even on a little bit earlier. Now I think it might be. Well done, Austin.
Thank you.
Great job. Let's go and have a word with Toby as well. Second place. Toby, as far as the championship is concerned, that really doesn't do you any harm at all.
Yeah, that race was really, really good. We all worked together as a team, but from my side, struggled with pace a bit, but, still a lot of points on board and really happy with, the progress that we've made, and congrats to Kai. That was great from him.
We now head to Macau, and it's a much stronger position that you and the team find yourselves in. This must give you guys so much more excitement heading to the fourth round of the championship.
Yeah, for sure. It's something different, happy to be at a new track again, learn it again. Really familiar with it last year, as you probably remember, and hopefully we can recreate the memories.
Certainly good memories from today, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can find the man himself in amongst the throng. I don't think he's come back to here already, so we'll see if we can find the first-time final winner. So many heats and so many super heats he's won in the past, but this was the one he's been working towards. He really wanted this one, and he's really deserved every single second of this, and this is going to feel great for so long. Let's find him. Kai Burke. We've been waiting for this one for a while. Heats wins, yes. Super heats wins, yes. And now you've finally got a final. How does that one feel?
Yeah, really good. Just everything came in our way, and yeah, just can't thank everyone from Bira Asia enough. Just, yeah, it was a rocket ship.
Well, last year you were a title contender right down to the wire without winning a final. Now you've already got one, so this must strengthen your chances even more for this year.
yeah, I mean, we're coming along way better this year than last year. And, yeah, it's just going to happen. I feel it.
Testament to the hard work that you and the team have done. Here's Michael Patrizi to welcome his boy wonder from Bundaberg. Let's have a quick word with Michael. There's one way to win a final, but to do it with 3 karts in 1, 2 and 3, you must think Christmas has come early.
Yeah, it's amazing. We set on this journey last year, right? You know, and we probably should have won the championship. Toby wasn't able to do the last round. But look, Kai's come on in leaps and bounds, you know, leaps and bounds in the last probably 6 months. He's really settled in with us with the team back home as well. But look, big thanks to Austin who came back. You know, we should have done what we did today last week, let's be honest. Unfortunately, the other guys played a bit dirty, and we saw that on TV. And I just said to Austin, let's not do what they did. Let's just win on pace. Let's be the bigger person. And I think what you saw today was 3 drivers that drove hard, no rules. You know my rules. As long as they don't crash into each other, they can race hard and fair. I got a little bit nervous there for a bit, don't worry. But look, just they're super drivers, and Kai's done an amazing job. It's all him this weekend, and I think Toby's extended his lead in the championship, so couldn't be happier. 1, 2 in junior, and little George just had a great final as well in the mini. So Bira is growing in Asia, which was the goal, and I just love being part of this championship. I have so much fun here. That's the most important part.
You've certainly made it fun for us. I'm getting ready for Macau now. It's going to be proper exciting.
Yeah, I just got to twist that guy's arm, Austin, to race again. But look, we know we can do the job with these 2. But it'd be nice to have him up our
I'll help you. I'll help you. I don't think we can keep him away for long after today.
And we got some great families in our team too. So great mechanics, great families, RL Karting, and our engine builders. They're not here with us, so it's bloody hard. It all comes down to me. But they provide us great equipment. MG over in Australia and S Sport in England. So, yeah. Thanks.
Fantastic job. Go and enjoy themselves. Don't get too wet. You're Songkran. I'm afraid you're going to get a bit wet today.
I better get out of here before he tells me off.
Take care. Thanks, guys. So what a fantastic run and an absolutely amazing weekend in Senior X30. Obviously, all results are provisional until they make their way into the final procedures. We've got podium ceremonies to come, naturally. But it's definitely been an exciting day at the races. In all 4 categories, we've had some excitement. A really, really exciting duel in Cadet, Junior, Master and Senior. That's the halfway point of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia contest. In a few weeks' time, we get to do it all again when we go to the Coleraine Circuit in the beautiful Chinese territory of Macau. Join us then, but stick around if you want to see some drivers pick up some trophies. Ceremony. We were going to start with the IAME Series Thailand competitors. Sorry, sir. We're live on air at the moment, and you're currently in front of our camera lens. Do you want to get back into position so that we can actually have a decent broadcast? Somebody tell him. Well, as you can see, I've been a target of the Songkran Festival, and no doubt I will be as soon as the podium ceremony's finished, but we'll conclude the weekend the right way. And we're going to start with the Junior Rookie Podium Ceremony for IAME Series Thailand, and we will invite our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, to present the trophies. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. I said, give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. He is our race director. He's traveled halfway across the world to be here with us. Thank you very much. So, we are going to start, as I mentioned before, with the IAME Series Thailand Junior Rookie Podium. And there were 4 rookies in the competition, so all 4 drivers will come to the podium. This is for IAME Series Thailand Junior Rookie. In 4th position, number 110, Akil Rungta. So Akil has had to disappear, so Aidan Forbes is going to collect the trophy for Akil. In 3rd position, number 125, Putapong Wangnapachan. Still in the middle of spraying with water. Libben. Somebody take it off him. Go on, Martin. I have a feeling this is going to be the most lackadaisical podium we've ever done. In 2nd place, number 149, Posh Kongchol. A fabulous weekend for Mr. Posh in 2nd position. And finally, the IAME Series Thailand Junior Rookie winner in round 2 here at Bira, Patapol Kokanjanaset. A hearty congratulations to Porsche on the top step of the podium. And there we are, Aidan Forbes collecting the trophy for Akil Rungta. And the top 3 juniors in the rookie category for IAME Series Thailand, Putapong Wangnapachan, Posh Kongchol, and your junior rookie winner, Patapol Kokanjanaset. Congratulations, boys. Hearty congratulations. You can spray me with water if you like, but if the microphone dies, you're buying a new one. And I will be invoicing you. So, we're now going to go to the IAME Series Thailand Junior Overall Rankings. These were the drivers registered in the IAME Series Thailand registration. So, in 5th position, number 171, Pun Suksumsungchai. Come on, Pun. 5th in the IAME Series Thailand Junior Rankings. There we are. I'm loving the shoes, Pun. Proper Songkran Festival style. In 4th position, 122, Kevin Subramanichanon. Kevin has had to disappear, so Posh will collect the trophy for his friend and teammate and make sure he gets it. In 3rd position, number 120, Chris Kasemsa. Congratulations to the Biralat Classic Club XFR driver. A brilliant result in 3rd position in IAME Series Thailand Junior X30. In 2nd position, number 155, Kostan Chong. And of course, the one who sprays him on his way to the podium is his dad. But on the top step of the IAME Series Thailand X30 Junior podium, number 139, Patapol Kokanjanaset. It's 2 out of 2 in IAME Series Thailand, both in Junior Rookie and in Junior, as Porsche celebrates double trouble here on the INFINITY IAME Series Asia and IAME Series Thailand podium. Give it up for your Junior IAME Series Thailand podium! Congratulations, guys, as they get a proper Songkran soaking on the podium. Like I said, this podium's going to be a bit different to usual. Happy Songkran, everyone. Right, we're going to move on to the IAME Series Thailand Cadet Rookies. So the top 5 rookies in IAME Series Thailand in cadets. In 5th position, number 46, Natapon Chanungrang. Congratulations to Natapon. Her first podium finish. Let her have her moment, please. Let her have her moment. In 4th position, number 30, Trin Kasemsa. Congratulations to Trin. Save the sprays for the end, guys. Save the sprays for the top 5. Come on. When we're all together, let Martin present the trophies. Thank you, guys. In third position, number 64, Thuthaminset. Myanmar's top racing driver, registered under Thailand, of course, because there is no motorsport federation in Myanmar yet. In second position, number 90, Chayat Limratanakan. For Chayat Limratanakan, it's great to see him on the rostrum of the Cadet rookie podium. Fabulous result. But your top driver in Cadet rookie in IAME Series Thailand, number 77, Achida Pinpak. A fantastic result from Achi and a great result. Everyone coming in and getting involved in the podium. Oh, you're going to get a friend on the podium with you if you're not careful. There we are, guys. A fabulous result and a massive congratulations to the IAME Series Thailand Cadet Rookie Podium. Congratulations, guys. Well done. And we'll see you again for a future round of the championship. Good luck in IAME Series Thailand. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, guys. All right. You've had your moments. Go on. Thank you, guys. We'll see you again. Kapun Cup. All right, guys. You're done. You're all good. Come back. There we go. So now we move on to the IAME Series Thailand Cadets Top 5. Fabulous race weekend for all of the IAME Series Thailand drivers. In 5th position, number 20, Palat Champong. Congratulations to Palat. Top 5 in IAME Series Thailand this weekend. In 4th position, number 1, Paul Ledprasepikon. A terrific result for Paul. Did a great job this weekend. Sahadat Ledprasepikon puts the CRG Thailand brand on the top 5 of IAME Series Thailand. In 3rd position, number 89, Sidovits Rithanakul. Great to see the DRM team on the top of the rostrum after a fantastic result. 3rd position in grand style. In 2nd position, number 23, Darren Arthagani. He carries the flag of Indonesia to the podium. Wonderful to see him there. His best ever result in IAME Series Thailand. Shabil, I'll take it away from you. But your race victor in IAME Series Thailand, round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Maximilian Schilling. A fabulous victory in IAME Series Thailand. It's a DRM Paralympic 1, 2, 3 as Max takes the plaudits and the victory in IAME Series Thailand Cadet. Ladies and gentlemen, your IAME Series Thailand Cadet top 5 in Thailand. Shabil. Why is it always Shabil Basalama? Someone get him a straitjacket for Christmas, would you? Thank you very much, guys. Off you go. I think you'll want to take cover now. So on to IAME Series Thailand in the Masters category. In 5th position in Masters X30 in IAME Series Thailand, 3:58, Tam Yuko. Come on, Tam. There you are, Mr. Tam. Good to see you. 5th in IAME Series Thailand, Master X30. In 4th position, 3:44, Wirsa Kyamchan. 4th position in Master X30, IAME Series Thailand. A great result for Wirsa Kyamchan. And the P fan club have just figured out what's happening. In 3rd position, 3:53, Harith Zarilo. 3rd position for Johor's finest Master X30 driver. Great to see him on the rostrum after a fantastic week of racing. A great run in 3rd position. In second position, number 319, Tiru Kumbaran. And you're definitely going to have to lay off the Songkran guns for this because Tiru has brought protection. Good tactic, Tiru, good tactic. But your race winner in the IAME Series Thailand in Master X30, give it up for Luke Armstrong. A fantastic week in Master X30. There's not a lot of room to play with on that podium, I tell you. But Luke manages to take a victory for the second weekend in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, your IAME Series Thailand Master X30 podium in Bira. Thank you very much, guys. And congratulations to all 5 of you. And so now we go to the IAME Series Thailand Senior X30. Results are currently provisional, so please stand by for confirmation later. But here are the top 5 drivers in IAME Series Thailand. In 5th position, 277, Travis Teo. Where is Travis Teo? Here he comes, I think. Travis Teo makes his way to the podium in 5th position in IAME Series Thailand in Senior X30. In 4th position, Ananton Tananachai. Congratulations to Ananton. Great weekend in Senior X30 and a fabulous run. In 3rd position, 202, Panu Steenmankong. A fabulous result for Panu Steenmankong. Other side, Panu, other side. You're on the wrong side of the podium. That'll be next time. Don't worry, that'll be next time. In 2nd position, 210, Austin Gale. Only out of the seat for 4 months and immediately back on the rostrum. Fantastic work from Austin Gale. I've got a feeling he might get more than one of these this year. But on the top step of the podium, here in his home country, 223, Toby Gale! It's a 1-2 for the Gale brothers in IAME Series Thailand this weekend. Fabulous results and a great, great start to the event for them in IAME Series Thailand. And I'm afraid it is really time to let loose on the Songkran Festival, guys. Your Senior X30, IAME Series Thailand Top 5. So the trophies need to come back to us in Senior X30 because, of course, the results are provisional. Stick around for confirmation and we will make sure that the rightful owners get their trophies. So now we go into IAME Series Asia podium ceremonies, and to present the trophies, we would like to greet the CEO of Cadet, Mr. Daniel Ling. And so to the top 5 drivers, starting first of all in IAME Series Asia, Junior X30. In 5th position, number 122, Kevin Subhavanichanon. It looks like Posh is going to make his way back to the podium to pick up the trophy on behalf of Kevin Subhavanichanon for CRG Thailand. Thanks, Mr. Posh. In 4th position, number 120, Chris Kasemsup. A best ever result in IAME Series Asia for Chris Kasemsup, and very deserving indeed of the accolade. 4th position after a fantastic week's work. In 3rd place, number 155, Chong Ka-hei. The man from Hong Kong goes to the 3rd place on the rostrum, very deserving of his place. Great performance from Karsten Chong. In 2nd position, number 139, Patapal Kakajanaset. A great result for the Thai, who stands on the 2nd spot of the podium in IAME Series Asia. But at last, after the misery of round 1, it's all ancient history now. Your race winner in Bira, number 106, Knox Black! The trophy's going to Mermaid Waters on the Gold Coast. Fantastic work from Knox Black. Fort Knox is alive and standing on the top step of the podium here in Bira. Ladies and gentlemen, your Junior X30 IAME Series Asia Round 3 podium. Yeah, take the photos for another 30 seconds, guys. Only kidding. Only kidding. Well done, guys. So, on to IAME Series Asia in Cadet X30. And the top 5 drivers overall. In 5th position, number 1, Sahara Leprechaun. Pole makes his way back to the rostrum once again. And clearly, it's all hands to the water guns for the CRG Thailand man. In 4th position, number 17, Jensen Hammond. A welcome return to the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock. And what a great weekend on the rostrum for his first appearance in 2026. In 3rd position, number 89, Sirdavid Sriyatanakul. 3rd position for the man from Thailand. A great result here in Bira. In 2nd position, number 23, Darren Arthur Ghani. Back to the podium again comes the Indonesian. Excellent result for him in 2nd place. But for the first time this year, on the top step of the podium here in Bira, it's the number 92, Max Schilling. 2 victories today, 1 in IAME Series Thailand and 1 in IAME Series Asia. Max gets to enjoy the podium in the Songkran Festival style. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have at least one clear picture for the cameras, guys. Come on. Let them have one clear picture for the cameras. Let the water guns down. Let them down for one time. Let them have their picture on the podium, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, IAME Series Asia, Cadet X30 in round 3 at Bira. Okay, make a quick exit, guys. Honestly, it's like they want to spray them with water or something. IAME Series Asia, Master X30 podium now. The top 5 drivers from across the weekend. In 5th position, number 344, Wirsak Yamchan. The reigning champion returns to the podium once again. Great to see him in fine style. In 4th position, number 353, Harith Zairalo. Great to see the Malaysian back on the rostrum once again. And this time in the P4 position. Oh, I think Wirsak Yamchan's brought some protection with him as well. There you go. That's smart. I like that. In 3rd position, number 319, Tiru Kumaran. You see, these Masters drivers are very smart. If they bring a child with them, they might not get sprayed. I say might. In 2nd position, number 320, Kip Foster. The legend of Master X30 returns to the IAME Series Asia paddock here in Thailand. First time on the circuit, and he came through for 2nd position. What a great result. A brilliant result for Kip Foster, and we hope to see him again in 2026. But on the top step of the podium, after an amazing week, your Master X30 winner here in round 3 of the Infinity IAME Series Asia, Luke Armstrong. A terrific week of racing, and it's back-to-back victories for Luke Armstrong in Thailand. When we get to Macau, he's going to have to work hard to keep these guys off his back. But what a great week it's been. Ladies and gentlemen, the Master X30 Fab 5 on the rostrum here in round 3 of the Infinity IAME Series Asia, your Master X30 podium. Hearty congratulations to our drivers. So now we move on to the top 5 drivers in the Veteran X30 category of IAME Series Asia in the same grid, but drivers over the age of 45. In 5th position, number 308, Luke Purser. A tough weekend for Luke. 2 weeks ago, he was on the podium on the top step. Well, he's back on the podium again, and he's still smiling after a very tough week. but he'll be back for more for sure. In fourth position, number 398, Darren Hollywood Formosa. And of course, on his way to the podium, he gets a proper soaking from Juddy Rowland, his teammate at Fireball. But he's looking forward to going back to Victoria and Australia. In third position for Thailand, number 328, Jukka Koivistonen. A very popular return to the paddock for Jukka. He hasn't raced in IAME Series Asia in Master X30 this decade, and he's in third position. Fantastic return for Jukka. In second position, number 358, Tam Yuko. One of the best finals from Tam Yuko we've seen all season, matching the pace of the top 5 all week, and great to see him show his true potential. But on the top step of the Veteran X30 podium, give it up for number 320, Kip Foster. Not just a great master, but the leading veteran in the category. And wonderful to see him do such a grand job all week long. And he will take a pair of trophies back home to Oz. And we are hoping that he'll be back for more across Macau and the 2 weekends in Malaysia towards the end of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Master X30, Veteran X30 podium. Oh, I love that. Darren Formosa's now got the protection he wants. So bring it on, bring it on. I don't need to worry anymore. So now, last but by no means least, we go to the X30 Senior podium. Final confirmation of the X30 Senior podium. And so to the top 5 drivers. In fifth position, number 200, Yukapo. And so the man from Hong Kong gets a proper soaking, courtesy of HB Racing. Thanks, Mr. Yu. Fifth position after a great week. In fourth position, number 202, Banu Steenmankong. A fabulous weekend for Banu. Really did a great job all week long, and great to see him in such a fine position after an amazing week. In third position, number 210, Austin Gale. 1 weekend back and 2 trophies, 1 from IAME Series Thailand and 1 for IAME Series Asia. How many more will there be this season? In second place, number 223, Toby Gale. What's better than 1 Gale on the podium? 2 Gales on the podium as Toby increases his lead in the championship standings. But it's been a long time coming. But the Bundaberg bouncer is onto the top of the podium. Give it up for 281, Kai Berg! It's been such a worthy wait, but we are so delighted. Finally, Kai Berg unleashes the beast, and he is now a final winner in IAME Series Asia, and very rightly so. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. There is your top 5. Oh, Tiru Kumaran really letting them have it. Ladies and gentlemen, your Senior X30 IAME Series Asia top 5, round 3 in Bira. There you go. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're getting into the Songkran Festival spirit of things now. That's the halfway point in 2026. We've had an amazing time of it. It's all been absolutely sensational. Now we're going to focus on the next part of the season. We've got Macau and we've got 2 weekends in Malaysia to come. We will see you in a few weeks' time for round 4 of the championship in Macau. Take care and bye for now. See you in Macau.